Microphones installed, Windows is activated, and my head is huge. Welcome to Super Sunday here at RLCS at Fortress Global. My name is Formal, Yummy and CJ, the usual suspects here today. And gentlemen, big day today, Super Sunday. We could see a team possibly qualify almost, or at least pretty much get there.
Yeah, I mean, if you get 2 dubs back to back, Wildcard could realistically see themselves through. You know, only needing a top 4 in the last regional would be a huge boon.
I think, yeah, Wildcard, after the first event, I could have said they qualified the way they were playing, and I guess there's nothing to suggest otherwise in the second event, but massive champ Sunday. Can Chiefs get revenge? Can TSM be the upset team? Or we've got a couple of teams like a Scrims World who've done it before. They can do it again.
And CJ, we have a brand new storyline as well, because now OCE is the most special region, because EU have now defeated every single region. SSA last season, APAC a couple before, SAM last season as well with Complexity.
Yep.
We're the only ones who have held out the EU storm. And, well, there is Raziers in the region who are capable of joining or allowing us to be in the same spot as Mina was last night.
Please no. But at the same time, yes, we wouldn't mind seeing some more competition. But no, let's keep EU out.
I mean, I don't know. I kind of want to see it. At this stage, it's getting to that point where any team that can take down Wildcard and mix things up would be exciting to see. But you also have to respect the continued dominance that has been Wildcard. Of course, they're not playing till that second half. We still have our first rounds to get through beforehand. And you hinted at that before. Maybe a Scrims, maybe an OI. One of these teams can make that deeper run. It will be an interesting one, especially when you see the Chiefs down here as well.
I'm a little worried because of how hard Wildcard did fight back yesterday, that they may just be undefeatable once again. But we have some interesting matches, especially that Scrims versus OI match starting off, because, you know, Scrims, they have been able to beat Wildcard, but OI looked quite good yesterday.
Yeah, and they didn't look too bad, Scrims against TSM. I think they backed up their strong performance against Wildcard out of the best of 5s in that seeding match. 4-2, I think they looked fantastic in the first couple of games. TSM found an extra gear there, but I don't think Scrims World have lost any admirers through that series. So I think they're coming into this looking at their first top 4, and they should be favourites for it.
Yeah, favorites is one thing, but I don't know. At that same token, OI has taken down Power, a team that was pretty solid, a top 4, if not a top 3 team last regional, and it's not going to be an easy road for them, especially with the way how both Fades and Prompt have been playing.
That semi-finals up the top side as well, assuming Chiefs are able to take down Prodigy, something that Power wasn't able to do in day 1, then we'll have a very interesting semi-finals with the winner putting themselves right on the cusp.
And if Chiefs win that, healthy Chiefs, you'd expect that's their major pretty much sewn up. 2 top 2s in a row. TSM would have to win the final
over their opponents.
Yeah. So I think that's you can look at it as Chiefs being disappointed in that 4-1 yesterday, or they're taking, their matters into their own hands. They can knock out TSM themselves.
Yeah, it's kind of a crazy day with just the major implications and how it can fall down. Of course, we still want to see our top teams show us that form that can tell us, hey, maybe a top 8 is available in Birmingham as well. I'm kind of looking ahead towards that and thinking, Wildcard, can they continue that undefeated streak? Are they still the one? It's going to be a crazy day.
Yeah, it should be some really exciting matches, and, well, with the way that OC has been in the past, until we get to the grand final and Wildcard win another one, we don't know what's going to happen.
I think as well, we have to mention yesterday, I think I said it during the cast, that LBP was close to playing. We found out more information after that with Fiber actually having a lot of internet issues. I'm not sure what is going on with his setup, but he had to run to an internet cafe about a minute before the game started to get set up. So I think, we don't often allow for excuses in some series, but I think that's a pretty legitimate one for the
He didn't allow himself the excuse. He said, that's not the excuse. That's just what happened. But it would have been tough running, maybe not getting a good warm-up, being on a weird setup to start with. So maybe we'll see a lot more out of Fiber today.
I like that attitude, though, of not, blaming it and, still putting earnest on the performance itself. Obviously, agreeing with Yummy, I think there is always going to be difficulties in that situation. I can't think of any other time though where we've heard of a player having to like do sprints essentially before starting their game before. That just
I think there's been a few stories of, going to the mate's house, running across the road and stuff like that, power out. I remember that photo. I think it was a player in North America that was playing via they had the jumper leads on their car battery running their computer, stuff like that. So there's been some scuff setups, but yeah.
One of the Kiwis had an issue. I can't remember if it was Caleb or Adzi even who they had an earthquake and he had to figure that one out in short notice. So yeah. Australian internet, we've gone through a few errors here in terms of at least upgrades.
Yeah, that is true. I'm also remembering, I think it was a Netherlands collegiate university game where there was a player playing on a cruise ship on like a Raspberry Pi, and I wound up winning that one as well. So yeah, I guess
By the way, I had a thought today. This is completely off topic by a million miles. I was just thinking, of the actual retired player super team, there's two obvious players that you're going to be putting on that. That's Drippe and Kami, right?
Yeah.
Who is the third player, CJ, that you would put on the retired player super team?
Myself, obviously.
Obviously not. Real answers, I mean.
Obviously, who are you putting on it? Like Siki or something?
Maybe a Jake even?
Jake.
Come on.
Jake.
Jake's at a top 6.
Peak Jake. Express is a good candidate as well.
Shady?
Shady over me? Are you serious? One world championship? Okay. That's kind of disrespectful. I think it's disrespectful, but Express, Express is probably the next one. Jake, yeah, but Jake was on a good team. Jake was a third on a good team.
Wow.
Couldn't even coach.
I think if there's any way to get Jake back out of retirement, that could have been it right there. That could have been the throwdown. Maybe we'll see him on broadcast. Get him back on here.
Get him back.
I miss him too, man.
Or Jake
Jules
versus
is a good
CJ 1v1. That'll do me as well.
No, that'll definitely do me. If I don't beat Jake in a 1v1, something's wrong. Surely. He retired in 2014.
But he was actually good at ones at one stage.
That is true.
Out of all those retired players, though, how many of them are actually still playing? Like, how many of them would still be in peak, 1v1 form ready to go?
None of them at peak, CJ would be the closest, and he retired, like 2.5 years ago?
Yeah, 2.5 years ago. And I wasn't even that good at, I wasn't any good at ones. I actually 1v1 Gibbs for a content video, and it was tough. It was tougher than I thought it was going to be on. I was on 200 ping, but it was actually it was tough.
Ollie has the best shout, actually. DeBeastXD is
here we go.
The clear number 3. He was probably the greatest player who never got to play RLCS.
Well, unfortunately, I can't say was familiar with the Beast's game, but we do got to move along to predictions. We predicted how our retiree team would go. Let's see who is going to win this matchup. I have my own thoughts on this one. I'm not sure I'm in agreement with you guys, but
spoilers.
Let's hear who we have.
Yeah, it hasn't even listed our predictions, and you're already talking about what our predictions are.
I'm already just saying how wrong you guys are already. I'm excited. I'm excited to see how wrong you two are.
CJ, who did you predict?
Yeah, Scrimswell should be able to win this. They're the favourites. Top seed coming out of the Swiss. I think they can do it.
Yeah, look, I love Oi Oi. Misty's my boy. I've been talking up Fades the entire season, but I've disrespected Luna way too much. I've talked him down for 5 years now, and it's got to become a time that I believe in him, and it's got to be now.
This is what always happens, though. You put your faith in scrims, you put your faith in that lineup, and that's when they let you down. So I'm going to be the hater this time. I'm going to go with Oi Oi. I like what Fades and Prompt have been doing, and I feel like, hey, when someone bets against them, that's when they play their best. So look out. Scrims is probably going to
what's funny here, CJ, is that Formal predicted, dumb luck with this similar roster for ages and ages. He always had immense belief in them, even though they were garbage, and now that they're actually good, he's been burnt by them so many times.
He loves the underdog story. It's just they're the favourites now. Boring. Jump ship.
It's every time you put faith, they let you down.
Well, the underdog story, I think it's going to be true, CJ, no matter who wins this one, because Scrims have made the underdog run throughout this tournament, taking down Wildcard, of course, but Oi Oi are the true underdogs haven't yet got that top 4 in the recent times.
Goodness gracious, I'm getting out of by production thinking I'm wearing the same shirt as I did 5 hours ago. Are you serious? What is this slander coming through from chat and production? Anyway, let's get into this. Best of...
No, he just has that many Shopify Rebellion shirts.
I do have
guys.
actually. I'll bring in the collection maybe after the ad break fades though. Look at this. We're only 3 seconds in and we've got some kickoff magic. Your boy Luna in no man's land. Caleb turns upfield. Luna turns downfield. Oh no.
How many boys do I have?
You've got Big Jez. You now have Luna because you just said you love him now.
I've been talking up Fades a lot.
Yeah, Fades is he's like half your boy.
There's people in chat that think that I'm a Caleb fanboy, even though I've
you're
never
a bit of a
indicated as
fanboy
such.
too. You have a lot of boys.
You know what? I'm just anti-Laxon. And
Who would you say is like your boy though? Is it Big Jez?
in this game, you know what? I'm going Luna. We'll stick with the my boy Luna for this game. He's always got my back in chat, but most importantly, he's been really, really impressive. Oh my goodness. Let me down a little bit here.
Yeah, it was impressive that he couldn't get that in, to be honest. Here goes Caleb, though. Fakes the reset, gets one more. Big Jez, your ex-boy. Can't get that one. As Luna gets dunked, prompt runner down the line. Nice start here from Oi Oi. And clear underdogs, since Formal picked them.
It's always tough when Formal does pick you.
There he is.
Nice and clean over the top from my boy Luna.
Your boy
Caleb.
Luna.
Nice little setup, but all the work really done by this guy.
Yeah, look at a little tap, little love tap on the line over Big Jez. It was boy versus boy action there.
Speaking of retired players as well, Dumbo would have loved that goal.
Yeah, Dumbo, another candidate for the third spot. Certainly, if you want to get just outside a qualification spot, pick Dumbo. He'll get you there.
I mean, that's perfect for the likes of Luna and Laxon. They've been on the verge a few times themselves. Had a couple of top fours, but never really been able to break into that top two, and maybe that's why. A bit of confusion, and Fades comes out of nowhere to take advantage.
Yeah, Scream's not looking as hot early on. You can see Caleb, he just threw the little hezzy. He thought, actually, I'm probably not winning that one. Straight into the net. 2-1.
Good lead here for Oi Oi, the underdogs. Fortunately, we do know that they are bound to lose because Formal predicted them. And I'll tell you what, CJ, I think both these teams have really been experimenting with their kickoffs, we'll say.
Yeah, that's good. We've been experimenting with kickoffs now for 9 years, which is just really good. I don't think we've discovered what the appropriate method is. We saw Wild Card versus Healthy Chiefs yesterday, also experimenting for a large part of that series. Interesting play.
A lot of theories being thrown out by these teams. Nothing too concrete just yet. Will the experiment pay? Oh, you're kidding. It's not truly a kickoff goal, but it was created by some chaos early on.
This is why I love this region. Look at what is happening here. Prompt has pulled off one of the biggest backflips.
You know what?
Not sure if
That's impressive.
Not sure if
it's very impressive to be able to do that.
Are we allowed to call them what we usually call them in past tense on this stream? I'm not sure if that counts as a swear word.
Technically not, you know,
technically
but
not.
You can do it. We did it yesterday.
Yeah. Hat flaps.
We didn't get yelled at by Jaden.
Yeah, Jaden wouldn't go off this, would he? He's just playing golf these days. He's happy to report that the golf slander on stream yesterday made him play really well today. Nobody cares, Jaden.
What, so he was only like 50 over par?
Yeah, I think he got the second last today instead. well done to him.
Jaden. Well done to Scrims as well.
Well done to them. 3-2. They've stabilised after a rough couple of kickoffs. Caleb gets to 50 across Laxon. Gonna look at Prompt. He is an absolute wild card. He should be on wild card. The way he plays can seriously pop off. Can also throw a backflip as we just witnessed. Caleb pushing forward though. Scrims wouldn't mind a 2-goal lead, and that's a big mistake there again. This could be a goal. Should be a goal from Caleb. Nice save. Luna's overcommitted almost. Keeping it in.
I will say, I talked about maybe I hate Laxon at the start of this. I'm starting to really hate him and his engine sound at the moment. He's got that like hippie in your ear, and even if you go to someone else's car, you eventually hear it like zipping past you.
Goodness gracious. Oh, shot on. Just stopped the bar. If you could see there, Laxon, your boy, thinking about that one. Luna now grabs boost. This could be a setup chance for Screams. If Luna gets the redirect, no. Laxon can keep it in. Just over 90 seconds. They'll be looking to hold on to this lead, but there could be 8 lead changes the way this first game has gone. Prompt takes it across. Beats Caleb for free. There's Big Jez with boost. He gets a double. Can Luna get it? No, Big Jez! Big Jez Yummy says, what about me? You're forgetting about me.
He always steps up on the largest of stages, and it doesn't get bigger than the quarterfinals for Jez. And that's why he steps up here. Gets the double, past the last defender. Nice quick play to tie it up.
He's saying this is his grand final.
This is Big Jez's grand final.
This is outrageous behaviour from you. 3-3, minute 20 now. Laxon controls it to the side. The lazy flip actually backs off that one, so Luna can get a free touch. Big Jez looking to challenge, misses the double off the side. Big Jez, ceiling. There's Fades. Been a little bit active so far. We know what he can do. Nice demo from Caleb. That'll open it up. But Prompt doesn't care at all. He's just going for it.
Oh, Laxon just touches that away too far. So try to set up for the solo play. It's a rough touch from Big Jez. Maybe creating another opening as Laxon sideswipes him. Luna may have the follow-up. Fakes it out for Caleb. Whoa. Luna, another touch. Laxon just needs to put it in. What a save by Fades.
Huge from Fades. I can't believe that. Another chance on a Big Jez here. Triple bump on Luna, but your boy stands up over your ex-boy.
Trust there from Laxon as well. Gets the air dribble bump. It's open. Fades again. A second save from the Wonder Kid. And that's going to keep Oi Oi alive, and maybe even kicking here right there with Fades getting the bump. Oh my goodness, it pinched off Fades. He's saving it at both ends.
He saved it himself. This game won this series has been absolute cinema. 5 seconds. Do we get a goal? Do we get overtime? Caleb just backs off this one. Luna's there to keep it up. Do they want it to hit the ground? I'm not sure. We get OT. What a minute of Rocket League.
Brilliant stuff from Fades. He didn't want it to end. He wants this overtime. And it might just go off a kickoff. Prompt with the flip reset. Another kickoff goal. Number 4 for the game.
Both teams with the most incredible defense you've ever seen into a kickoff goal, but it's a fantastic one this time. Prompt, a great reset over the top of Caleb. Oi, oi, strike first.
Very, very OCE game right there. Are we expecting that maybe the kickoffs will start sorting themselves out, or is it still going to be a wild affair?
Keep them going, I say. Keep them going. 12 shots to 10. Screams actually with more shots on the board, but really well played. Well, I can't even say that. I couldn't say that with straight face. It was. I don't know what you could say about both teams. Did they play well? I think there were moments of brilliance. There were moments of, you know, Prom scores the OT winner, but he also backflipped off the sidewall for no reason whatsoever and gave them a goal. Still 1-0.
Fades kept them alive and then also kept Scrims alive for a little bit there as well. Prompt had probably one of the best flips of all time off his own backboard. But in the end, he made up for it. And you know what? Game 1, give them the excuse. They were just warming up.
Yeah, both teams clearly just warming up there. Some of those saves. The Fades' one was crazy. It was like he had to use Fades as a human wall to pinch it backwards. But Prom, great shot from him. Game 2. Let's get this bad boy underway. See if Scrims can get on the board.
Scrims certainly got off a lot stronger yesterday. You'd expect them to be able to start off a little bit more consistently, especially given they have been a team for longer through the off-season, had some success there. And that's usually where you can find those early advantages. It's going to be a chance off the kickoff once again. It's been stuck in the Oi Oi defense all the way from 0 seconds, but this time they've been able to hold on.
Yesterday as well in that TSM series, Scrims started quite well, so I'd expect them to get into gear pretty soon here. Prompt, nice bump, lovely bump. Caleb this time was ready for it. Fades is up. Need to get the double, no. Let Caleb take this one. He's done well to just stay behind it. It means Prompt can't get a good shot on net. Luna low boost though. Laxon the only one with a full tank on Scrims. Caleb takes the 50, works it forward. Big Jez just leaves that for Prompt. What can he cook up? Gets dunked by Laxon. Caleb. Corner. Double.
Oh.
Net actually fades. Had to be ready and was.
Ridiculous angle. I'm even surprised that Fades was ready for it. And there comes the shat flap. Oh no. Almost costing Fades. Copying what Prompt did earlier. And get a clear out. And not even a chance here. There's low boost on scrims. Fades gets a really good challenge, and Laxon, the last one left in defense. Prompt capitalizes, and once again, first goal goes to Oi Oi.
Look at him go. The OT winner strikes again. He just knew he had it over the top of Laxon and found the angle. Caleb not in position to make the save. Oi Oi looking fantastic.
1-0 lead. And if they cannot get kickoff gold, they might even be able to hold on to it. Big Jez, I'm a little worried about where he's taking that ball, but he's ended up finding it out to Fades. Long clear down as Luna goes across the net. Caleb tries to take it high. Fades has been challenging early. Over and over again, trying to create goals out of the surprise attacks. Laxon gets challenged by Big Jez, and he does well to get the little touch over the top of it. That's towards the net. Prompt has to do a lot here. Oh, the fake out from Laxon, but that's a terrible shot from Luna.
Well, Prompt got himself in all sorts. He had boost, had control, and he just hit it down and then backflipped. Didn't get punished for it. Fades, throws it off the sideball to himself perhaps. Laxon low boost. It's a nice touch. Could be open if Caleb goes quickly. Shot on. Just gets too much of an angle.
Surprised that there wasn't anybody ready for that crossfield touch, given how much control Caleb had over the double. Attack does continue. The pressure may build up on Oi Oi if there's some possession going the way of Caleb. Great touch again from Fades. His challenges have been on form, and what I've noticed today, CJ, compared to yesterday, is he's maintaining a much higher average boost level.
Yeah, he's looking like he can get some more contests, get some more challenges because of that as well. It's Fades. Makes a nice 50. Really getting sick of Laxon's boost. I think we need to GA that thing out of the map. But he's got one extra touch over the top, and he's found the open net. Forget about the boost. He's got the assist.
That's what some of the best mechanical players can do. Even after the flip has been used, they've got a little extra touch to catch the defense off guard. Beating Prompt, opening it up for Caleb, and tying the game.
1-1. Very similar to last game, just with about 8 less kickoff goals so far. Could be one right here. Big Jez throws it on wide. Laxon to scoop up. 2 minutes. Screams to try and grab the lead and tie this series up. Fades doesn't want that at all. It's completely dunked out of it. Big Jez tries to take the low 50. He's got boost in front of him. Caleb steals it. Under 50 through the middle. Fades didn't get back at all. Now he's in trouble. No boost. He's lost his corner. Screams taking all of the big pads. Where's the shot coming through? Well, it was tried by Luna, but it didn't look like that one was on target. Still pushing though. Still in a dangerous spot for Oi Oi.
Couple of great challenges, forcing the likes of Fades to have to go up from in the net to above and use a lot of boost. In doing so, Luna really trying to play directly. Laxon takes that away from Caleb. Didn't expect that maybe he was ready. His Big Jez gets an extra touch, takes Caleb out of the game, has the long drive down by himself, sets up Prompt. Is there the follow-up from Fades? There is, but just touched away from Luna. Almost getting past Big Jez, but the big man looking like a wall at the moment.
Yeah, really nice. He just ran it back, knew that he had to take time and did so. Luna trying to boost, met by Fade. Caleb Screams looking like they're meeting these challenges quicker at the moment than Oi Oi, looking like the faster team, but 45 seconds, anything can happen. Prompt was the hero last time. He's looking to be the hero again. No boost. Big Jez, good 50. Gets one more on it too. When does Fades want to go? And he's actually been faked. Laxon with the solo. Back to Luna. Your boy Caleb is there. The setup play. No Prompt, but he's missed the double. Fades has to find a 50. Big Jez in front of net. Chaos for Oi Oi with 25 seconds left. They've got to hold on. You'd think right now they want overtime. It's panicky.
Oi Oi have been a team that can thrive in the chaos, and maybe that's the advantage of them being tied up right now, but they need to worry about that defensive end. Caleb's been looking pretty deadly. Now Fades. He's set up one. Great pass over to Prompt. 50 from Caleb. Only just getting his tips on it.
Still up. Still a chance. You'd think that Scrims want it down, though. They are not in boost control right now. You see Caleb ready to go in, but he's got 0. And that ball will be down. OT. It was a kickoff goal in game one. What can Prompt do here? He's got 500 points. He's put in another massive game.
Back-to-back OTs, maybe back-to-back kickoff goals as Luna fakes out the shot, gets it down. It's a kickoff goal again.
Why can we never escape the kickoff goals? Fantastic 50 from Luna. Caleb the first up. Does anyone just want to do a safe kickoff? Is it worth just going a 50-50 every single time, just hoping that you win it out? I mean, it's too risky, isn't it? Sit back, grab some boost, do the Johnny Boy kickoff. Don't go at all.
To be fair, there was an extra aspect of the 50 game in that, because the kickoff just going slightly in Scrim's favour, just slightly into their half, which allowed Luna to win on a second 50 that went straight out for Caleb to finish that one off. So, maybe the best kickoff, but end up still working out in Scrim's favour. And I mean, realistically, CJ, we're looking at this game and we're just thinking there's got to be one team, one player that kind of takes over the game in regulation time rather than it being such a close, chaotic affair.
Yeah, I think it was certainly less chaotic than the first game, which was probably hard to be as chaotic as that was. But I mean, still, we had some iffy moments. We had some backflips. We had kickoff goals. And but it's getting better. I think we're on the right trajectory. So let's see what Game 3 has. Both teams warmed up, you'd think. Both teams now in form. And may the best side make it through to the elimination final in the top 4. To the
Credit to
prelim.
Laxon as well, because I did call him out, and he was probably the deciding factor in that last game. Some very crucial plays at the front. I've been very impressed as well from Fades, being all over the pitch. Defense, offense, the setup man, getting a lot of really nice, just simple challenges as well that are working out. This time it's Prompt with the challenge, over to Jez, and finally all 3 members of Oi Oi firing.
What was this in the corner? Luna just jumping over the top to ensure Caleb got it, but it was all flair and no bite. Caleb just gives the ball up for free with 100 boost solo play. Early goal again. I think the 3rd time in a row now, Yummy, where Oi Oi have scored first.
I wonder why Scrims have been so vulnerable early on in the kickoffs. Had to figure it out as just every single game goes on, but not been able to find the kickoff just yet, Scrims, to maybe counteract this kickoffs going the other way. It's an attacking opportunity. Caleb takes out Laxon though, and that's been a common theme, I'd say, for Scrims World. Maybe just not quite understanding a player behind is ready.
Caleb going to get off that one. Oh, this is a nice chance. Prompt is low boost, but he is in the right spot. Now it's awkward. Fades helps out. Scrim's pushing forward.
Pass this one.
Nice pass across. See how quick Big Jez is on it. Laxon's actually got no boost. He's found himself in all sorts. Not the licorice variety.
Fantastic touch out from Caleb though. Tough angle from underneath to get that power over the top of the midfield. Just to prevent that attack from continuing on so quickly. Speaking of Caleb, again going for the solo play. A couple of times he's maybe, started catching his teammates out of position. In that case, he slowed, I think it was Laxon underneath him, made him vulnerable to the demo. So maybe he needs to think a little bit more about when he can make a faster play, keep his teammates in it.
Love that touch from Luna. He just delayed the 50, kept possession, but found the hands of Fades. Laxon going to stay on this one. Big Jez probably want to boost and ball, and he was able to 50 it straight to Luna. It's 2 minutes gone. Still Oi Oi, the only team to strike thus far. That's a poor touch, Caleb. Shot was nice, but Prompt positioning even better. Scrim's World, I'd say just not quite looking as impressive as we have seen so far this weekend, even in that TSM series yesterday.
Hey, some of that has been down to how good the challenges have been from Oi Oi. Not really risky ones, because it's usually a first-man challenge, often Fades, just willing to throw a lot more at it. And as I said in the last game, holding on to a lot more boost than he was previously, so he can also follow up or recover quickly. And that's making it difficult for Scrims to have a more maintained attack, to create the opportunities that they've been so easily able to go for before. Look at that pre-jump from Caleb. Almost pre-jumping back to his own net.
You can see Laxon as well, so keen to cut across, try and get an intercept, try and get a bump. Both teams don't want to give time on ball. That's been pretty clear so far. See how eager they are. That's a nice read from Big Jez, but he's given it up. No, finds the 50. Caleb push forward. Quite easy as well, though, to catch either team out. You can see they almost trusting each other too much with these solo plays. Luna here, how high he's pushing up. This time, Oi able to deal with it, and that's a massive overcommit. It's going to be primed. There's a 2-on-1 if you can find the pass across. Luna, lovely spot. Able to clear that one, but you can just see how quickly he can turn around into these counter-attacks.
They've been going maybe a few straight shots when had the passing opportunity available to them. What the pressure does apply to you, and now Luna actually gets a strong 50 there. Caleb doesn't have too much boost to follow up, but now the pressure is on Oi. Last player with boost just jumped for it, and will be continuing on around this corner. A safe spot overall for Oi, but also a spot that can cause chaos. With the bumps coming out, open net, Fades recovers in time.
Great speed from Big Jez, clears out of trouble. This would be a rare 1-0 game in OCE. You wouldn't see these too often. I'm expecting chaos. Final 50 seconds. Caleb gets one more across. Here he is. Laxon. Here we go. Shot wide though. Luna wants to follow up. Throws it on. Big Jez had already pushed out a net. There was 2 chances of scoring there for Screams. Still 40 seconds. Still time. Fades looking to clear. Caleb wants to keep it in. He's missed. It could be game. Could be goal. Luna, nice save.
It's going down the wrong end for Scrims. Looks like Oi might be able to take the lead right here, right now in the series. Laxon just trying to push anything for this last goal. Now send everybody forward. Go for the bumps. No, they go for the passing play. And that means that Laxon, who was going for boost, not in position.
Yeah, they're not looking for demos. You're right. Where's the guy sweeping the net? They've got 3 of them. Oi, all waiting, all just trying to hang on. And Caleb's whiffed again. It's another mistake from him. Prompt doesn't get the goal, but Fades does. GG. 2-1. Oi with the lead.
Great little soft touch here from Prompt. Just faking out Laxon, setting up Fades as well. But you look at Scrims, just think maybe that attack could have been so much better. Caleb, who took the ball in the air, always is going to slow that ball down, but nobody in his team played for it.
Yeah, Caleb's had a couple of iffy moments so far, and Oi, credit to them, able to capitalise on these mistakes. They take the lead. I wouldn't expect a timeout. I still think it's pretty even gameplay so far, but Scrims struggling at the moment.
Might be worth just taking the timeout early. Doesn't seem like they will be doing so, but I wouldn't have hated if they took it right now. Scrims can't really afford to be going down 3-1. Oh, there we go. They do call the timeout, and you know, it's probably for the best in my opinion. Yeah,
as you said, it just the series can get away from you pretty quickly. Even if you think it's 2-1, you're like, oh, we're fine. There's no reason to be too upset with that. And all of a sudden you lose the next in another 1-0 extravaganza, or you're 3-1 down and facing elimination. So yeah, it's I don't know. Scream's not really finding what they found yesterday, but as you said, it's a credit to Oi. We have to say they are playing quite well. They're putting the challenge game on. Prompt has been backflipping a lot less and scoring more goals, which has been good.
Strong defense coming out from Oi as well. Really kind of understanding their opponents more than anything. They kind of know Caleb is pretty much always going to slow the ball down. They're really ready to challenge as soon as he's kind of on the ball. They know to challenge that early. Luna's the least likely to slow the ball down, and they've been able to challenge that at the right time too. So, maybe these guys have been scrimming against each other a lot. Maybe Oi have learnt what they're going to do. So I think it's time for Scrims to change stuff up. Caleb, stop playing it so slow all the time. Maybe find a few more passes.
Yeah, I think Fades as well. You mentioned your, fondness of his gameplay, and he's been pretty fantastic so far. He hasn't made any big mistakes. I think that is kind of the key in these sort of matches as well. You look at the sort of top 6, your 5, 6, 7, 8 matches. It's almost more about who's making the least mistakes and who's just playing, whose floor is higher. And when you're playing solid rock like Fades is, it's going to go a long way for Oi to get the job done. Just seeing a few mistakes from Scrams. As I said, Caleb was a little bit shaky, and they're being prone to counter-attacks. So let's see if they tighten up.
We head into game number 4 with the timeout buff activated for scrims. A must win for the team that came out of nowhere this event, took down Wildcard. It would be devastating for them to then fall in 6th place.
Here is Luna off that kickoff. He's, perhaps intentionally lost the ball to Caleb, but OCE have scored first in every single game thus far. Prompt this time getting dusted by Caleb Laxon. Can he find Luna? He can. There's a shot. There's the open net. And there we go. Just need a little bit of a caster curse. Scrims get the first.
The first time as well for scrims to get that early lead. They've been dropping the first goal consistently throughout the series. Good team play overall. And, really reversing the momentum of the last game where they couldn't even score a single goal throughout.
Yeah, timeout buff has been pretty impressive throughout every region so far this season, and this one's no different. Fades. Instead for the shot, he pops it up, and Big Jez goes the extra pass. I like the idea there from OCE, but Scrims that time have really covered all bases.
Starting to get some good touches here, Scrims. Just getting it slightly past members of OCE. What a flipper he set. Oh my goodness, once again, Fades is the master of using that post to get the clear.
And Luna finds a nice touch here, but it's straight to Big Jez. Can he get one more? No, double commit from Scrims. If they can get this off the ceiling, there's a fantastic chance. He can see prompt Luna again. Standing tall, Laxon downfield, looks for the flip, looks for the bump. Lands neither. Big Jez, 50'd out. Scrims defending better and attacking a bit more prowess so far. That's a nice pass. Here is Caleb. How good's your shot? Not great. Just dribbles it straight at prompt.
Didn't quite come at the angle that could generate some power there, Caleb.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
And that was dicey for a second as well, but Laxon recovers in time. I didn't think it was going to be a problem until all of a sudden it started rolling towards the net ever so slowly. Could have been dangerous. Instead, it's at the other end. Luna goes to the early shot. Fades, does well to catch up for it. That's one of Luna's strengths, is just getting to the ball quickly on the attack and kind of just outpacing for an early shot.
Caleb, does he have a chance at a double? Prompt does have boost in net. You'd see Luna there actually expecting Caleb to get 2 on it. Laxon controlling. There's been little time for OCE to set up any offense. As soon as it gets down to that orange end, it's straight down here, and there's a lovely pass again. This time it's Big Jez. OCE probably doing well, to hang on to this 1-goal deficit. Oh, never mind. I've cast a curse them again. Caleb, it's the demo from Laxon, and an open net for the second.
I like the idea there from Fades. Just didn't quite catch on to the ball early enough, which allowed Laxon to really wrestle control away from him. Combined with the demo this time, which, as you said, something that they were missing a little bit with their slower plays in the attack.
This makes it so much easier when you can remove that last guy. Big Jez throwing it up. Luna with no boost, but since his timeout, I'm not sure if it is just the timeout buff, but their defenses look far better. But this is a beautiful play. Big Jez just had to get it down. Laxon flies across. He lands on it. Fades. Can he create a solo play? He's looking for the reset. Gets it across, but there's no power on it. Now it's a 1-on-1. Caleb can find the bump. It'll be a goal. Big Jez is in big trouble. 3-0 Screams.
Love that. It always looked like he was going for the air dribble bump. He used that as a fake out for Jez to just stay on the ground. Jez had to wait forever, and then Caleb just gets the extra touch over the top. And that's the moments that Caleb and his slower plays, his solo plays, can have so much impact, is when he does get that 1v1 chance. You almost expect him to score.
It's a really good response off this timeout. It's been super impressive. This is kind of the scrims that I was predicting in my predictions pre-game, and I think we're finally seeing them wake up. They're looking a far more structured team and really not giving an inch. Here's another chance. Big Jez having to use all his boost. Double coming through. Laxon off the side. Look how quick Caleb's in. And there's the bump. There's the plays. If Luna was ready, could have been a goal. But even when they do make these plays, they're still able to get back in time to defend.
Luna made sure to cover the defense. 3-goal lead. They're not going to really send everybody into attack right there. Laxon just wasting time from the back half. Luna's, though, caught out from Prom's early challenge. Ooh, almost finding the angle of the century.
Yeah, I like the look of that. Laxon over to Caleb. This could be 4. This will be 4 if he lands. That's a nice shot and an even better save from Prompt. Caleb threw everything at him. He went for the reset. He faked the reset. Then he went the low pinch and Prompt up to the task. But still a 3-goal lead. Just over 50 seconds remain.
Well, Prompt was really flexible in his defense there. Covered multiple options and kind of always drifted down with the ball. Which had him to nullify Caleb's fake. But with 40 seconds remaining, Scrims in total control. There has to be a goal this second from Oi Oi. They're struggling to get too much possession on the ball just yet. Fades around the side, challenged by Luna. Awkward moments, but Big Jez not able to do enough.
Luna fakes it out, 20 seconds. Super impressive game. The timeout buffers never look stronger. 4 Scrims, 2-1. They were worried about the 3-1. They're going to be able to tie this series up. And how about a 4th goal? Caleb fires end to end. With 11 seconds left, this one's sewn up.
Look at that from Luna. Retired player, still playing, coached by a retired coach, and finding success right here, but not taking over the game like he has early on in that last event that we saw.
Tins has also embarked on his golfing journey. It's a fantastic rite of passage of any ex-Rocket League player to, well, any Rocket League player on the way out will start getting into golf. Yours truly. Fantastic sport. Well done, Tins. Heard you have been absolutely pantsing Jaden as well, who has, as we said,
not hard.
Yeah, 50 over par today, second last, but he's still happy with his efforts. So I think it speaks volumes of his golfing ability. 4-0 to Scrims, and clearly the most one-sided game we've had so far.
Certainly. Really seemed to come together after the timeout there. Caleb getting a few more moments to actually just have open space rather than having him try to create the open space. I think a lot of what was happening in the last game is he'd be first on the ball, he'd take the ball up, he'd slow it down, look for some flip resets, and then his teammates behind would be stuck. This time he was more coming in to clean up and be able to use those angles a lot better.
If I was Oi Oi, I probably would have called a timeout straight back in their face just to stabilise again. I think that was pretty dominant. If the next game goes as game number 4 did, I think they'll be thinking, why did we not just call the timeout? This series can get away pretty quick. Big game coming up here on Aquadome. Let's see what Oi Oi have. Can they bounce back?
I don't know what it says, but Panzer is their coach, and as far as I recall, he is a KBM player. You can take that how you will in terms of taking the timeout. What is that?
How should we take that as a KBM player?
I'm just saying maybe KBM players, from self-experience, aren't quite as smart.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought you meant, but I'm glad you're able to verbalize
I'm just KB only. There's no M in me, so I'm safe.
Yeah, no, you've removed yourself from any responsibility there. Big Jez. A little bit awkward. The Scrims really clamping down. They're looking like killers now. I love it. You just see even Caleb, he's just faked out Big Jez, made him waste all his boost, then just grabs the boost from underneath him. Doesn't even go for the ball. Caleb throwing that one across to Luna. There's the 50. Big Jez. That's nice. This could be open, but Phage isn't quick enough. They've done so much damage, Scrims Yummy, that there's no boost for Oi Oi to counter-attack.
Oh, almost with the flip reset underneath Prompt, but once again, Prompt has been incredible in terms of giving himself multiple options on the defense. He's been showing maybe some experience beyond his years here in RLCS, keeping Oi Oi into a tied game thus far, but this next game obviously incredibly crucial. Get onto that match point. Prompt goes up, doesn't quite get the first touch he wanted, I don't think, and means an easy challenge out from Luna.
Where have these demos come from? Prompt, Big Jez, each landing demos in random spots. That might be a little bit of a change up. Clear initiatives to get more physical, get in the face of Scrims. Doesn't lead to any goals, but still like it. It does put doubt in Scrims' mind about their rotations. How aggressive can they be? They've got to worry about perhaps getting removed from the pitch. That's an overcommit though. Prompt has to back off. Laxon in a one-on-one. He takes the catch first. Goes the low 50. Perhaps the wrong approach, but they do keep possession from it.
Onside is 2020, but as you said, he was always getting at least a 50, which is an advantage to going for that play. Does go down the other end now though, and Laxon caught a little bit in front of the ball. Gets the follow-up touch, but so does Prompt. Now he's got Fades in support. Goes to the bump. Confusion in front of net, but Laxton manages to get behind.
Caleb low. Fades can keep the ball in. No one here for Oi though, as Fades needs to go too. I think Luna has a reset. Doesn't quite use it. Caleb only to Big Jez. Laxton goes boost over ball. Prompt has 100 boost. He stole the corner. Can he find Big Jez? He's faking everyone out. It's just going to be Laxton now. They've removed everyone else on Scrims out of net, but they've waited long enough. Luna's still awkward. Could that be the shot? No, 50'd out. Big Jez to Fades. Is this it? When can they find an angle? Laxton just parries it over.
Unfortunately, maybe played it too close to the net. Everybody from Scrims has been parking the bus in the net, just waiting for the shot to come through, and that's allowed them to stay alive here. That being said, they've got to eventually make a mistake, and that's when Oi could pounce. So it's fortunate that Laxton gets a bit of a breakaway. Prompts chance to pass of his own down to Big Jez. Fades the next on the ball, gets a great first touch and the follow-up. It's open, but Caleb recovers.
I think Fades was surprised how open it was. He wasn't expecting to beat everyone for free. Caleb downfield. Scrims have hung on, but Oi deserve a goal, and this should be the goal. Luna delays his flip with an incredible save. Shot on. Caleb's back in time. This is where the Oi accidentally overcommit. They've had so many chances. Prompt flicks on net. Does he find the bump? No. Fades is waiting with 100 boost. He gets cleared. Scrims have done so well to keep it out of net.
And I'm actually proud of Oi. So EU-like there, to have the patience not to overcommit on that play. They still recognize that it could have gone against them. They haven't gotten themselves frustrated despite being so in control of the attack and not scoring just yet. May even lead to another scoring opportunity soon. Fades gets the 50, tries to follow up on Caleb, who was in the air.
Yeah, I love that though. The patience there from Laxton, just takes a nice 50. Caleb bought enough time for the guys as well to get back to rotate. 40 seconds, 0-0 game. This has been a classic OCE fest. We've had goals scoring bonanzas. We've had 0-0s. Let's see who will move on to match point. Why is that in?
Oh my goodness! We thought it was the miracle. 0 all overtime. Fades gets beaten. There's a bump on the backboard. Prompt wasn't expecting any of that to happen. And in the end, the circus is back in town.
28 seconds for Scrims. Oh, Big Jess was hunting for the kickoff goal. Still could be. If Fades gets the flick, took too long to set that one up. Pops across. Prompt. He was on the wrong side of the pitch to get the follow off the side. 15 seconds. Scrims trying to hang on. Caleb looking for dunks. Laxton, he can probably take it up the wall and just kill all the time off the clock. He goes boost instead, keeping the possession. He now's on it. Sideball double to himself. Prompt's not ready. Laxton calls game. Match point Scrims.
Laxton staying confident there in the end just to get the double. Very difficult one to do given the redirect quality of the first touch, and manages to seal the deal for Scrims. And you were right, CJ. 100%. Should have called the timeout, Oi, but maybe have to regret their decision later and call it now.
You say that, but they had a pretty good game of rock there. 6 shots to 4. They now called the timeout, Oi. I think that was their game to win. They just couldn't find the opening. They didn't find a bump, which I think was crucial compared to, you saw Scrims, Caleb landing that bump. They just had so many chances. They were throwing everything on net, but Scrims were parking the bus, sitting there like basically bowling pins they could have all knocked over, but no one wanted to go for a bump.
100%. I mean, a lot of those plays in front of Scrims end up almost being stalemates in front of the net. The ball would sit there for a long time. No team, both teams on little boost. No, not too much movement. Nobody going supersonic. And as you said, if somebody could have just got into that Scrims net and taken out the stationary defenders, we may have seen a very different game. But I mean, you know better than anyone else, Rocket League, a mental game. Are you thinking there's a very good chance here that Oi maybe overthink this time out?
They certainly could. As I said, you had double their shots, and they've had a couple of games where they've had more shots. They've lost the game. They're having more pressure, and that time they really had Scrims under the pump. I just think it's keep it simple, guys. Let's just, when we do have a chance, let's be more, I don't know, let's not even more precise, but let's have more urgency and let's find that bump. Let's really make sure we're getting that goal. Let's not throw these half-assed chances on net and expose ourselves to counter-attacks. And yeah, if they just need to be a bit more killers, I guess, in front of the net, and they can find these goals.
Love that from you. Very Aussie coming out. I'm not going to repeat it, but great performance as well over at the other end. In particular, I'm just feeling like a real team performance coming out from scrims. And, Caleb having a great surge later on in the series, finding a lot more space. Laxon's been setting up beautifully. Luna, who in the past, in recent times, has been more of a first man, second man role, just be more of the glue like we expect him to be.
We love a Luna glue. We absolutely do. Timeout buff, says Tins. That's a timeout.
Haven't had a kickoff goal for a long time either.
When we love them. I wouldn't mind seeing one right now. Laxon doesn't allow that to happen though. Pop over the top. That's a nice 50. Big Jez can just launch it downfield. Where Prompt was waiting, but he was low, so it will be Big Jez to challenge first, but Fades. He's been a bit of a defensive rock for Oi. Watching last game, he wasn't the man in net.
Yeah, well, I mean, Fades has been really good at kind of making the clutch saves, but Prompt has been, he's been so good. He obviously plays a lot of ones, the way he's been able to cover a lot of the solo plays in the defense. It's another save once again, maybe cutting Fades out of the picture, but you can't exactly just leave it and hope that Fades is going to make the save. A bit difficult here as Caleb will get the follow-up touch. It's faked out Prompt as well as me, and almost led to a goal.
Yeah, faked out Prompt probably for good reason. I thought he had it as well. Caleb 0 boost. Prompt now throws it on Laxon with an early pre-jump. I'm not sure if it was necessary, but done really well. And now Luna has a chance. Just Big Jez. The bump comes through. It should be a goal. Will be a goal. Caleb cleans up. 1-0 Screams.
Really clean play. Once again, Caleb setting up Luna. Air dribble bump. Or even just a first touch into a bump. And Caleb ensuring the defense couldn't rush back.
So a lot of predictions pre-game. 4-2 Screams could be going that way right now. Great start here in Game 6. Trying to deny the timeout buff, deny Champions Field. Laxon uses that 50 Prompt. Sidewall has Big Jez running down the line as well, but just means Fades doesn't want to go in when you have two members in your attacking corner. Fades does well there, but look at the positioning from Luna. Your boys had a stellar series so far. Tries to musty over the top. Finds Fades on the counter attack. He doesn't land the bump or almost the extra touch. Still Screams. Really impressive defense.
Luna on the breakout. Shut down early on. Great touch from Luna. Doesn't have the boost to quickly follow up, but it was right on his nose. Instantly hit to the backboard. Very quick play coming out from Scrims compared to what they've normally been going for. Luna looks to go underneath again, and the defense from Oi since that first goal has been pretty good. Luna, he had somewhat of an open net but couldn't pre-flip onto it.
Yeah, fully open. Just had no boost. Couldn't lunge at the ball in time. 240. Scrims won a second. Great shot. Prompt had to be ready with low boost. Prompt still dragging it across the net with 0. He's lost his corner. You can see there Laxon boost over ball once again, but that has been a recipe for success for Screams. They're just looking for these bumps. They're getting a lot of value off these rotations. Able to outpace Oi, keeping it in this orange half, Yummy.
He's going to stay there for a little while longer. Laxon just going for the solo plays once again is Scrims. Maybe a much better proposition when you have the lead to be the one slowing the pace of the game down. Keeping the ball under control throughout the game. Big Jez, though, finds the pass down to Prompt. He's got the extra boost to be able to make his follow-up play, but completely 50'd out by Laxon, who attempted to get the challenge on Big Jez. Just going to slow down for Luna, who backs off, and really just seems at the moment the Scrims are trying to play it safe.
Yeah, they've got a lot of boost and a lot of control of this game. Extra touch would have been handy to Laxon. Luna just couldn't get it over the top. Fades is low. Fades is low. Oi. I can't even. I'm sick of saying their name. Oi. A low boost as well, Yummy. Prompt runs it across off the backboard. Laxon. Oh, that's a beautiful first touch. He has faked out everyone. Means Luna can come in for free. Fakes the reset. What a play. Caleb gets his brace. 2-0 Screams.
The roof pass coming out from Luna as well. Faked the follow-up. Really sent Prompt reeling. That's what they needed to do as well, with Prompt being so solid in the defense, is just to figure out a way to get him out of there.
Screams have put the foot down. They've stepped up a gear, and right now, Oi don't have that gear. Infield would have been perfect. Caleb went for the bounce dribble instead. Missed the touch a minute. Fades. Defense has been on, but offense, we haven't seen him step up just yet. It's only really been Prompt. Here he is now. That one's not going to work. Big Jet just bites as well. It was open. They could have found the shot. It's a massive whiff from Prompt. Won't actually work out. Fades only a 6 boost. They just never have the boost to work forward.
Haven't been able to create too many attacking opportunities. Oh no! Jez lands underneath the ball. That was open.
Jeez, no, that could have been it. This might be the last chance. That could be the third. Luna was there to dunk it. He's turned the corner. Oi with 30 seconds to find 2. Screams will not let this happen. 4-2 looking so likely right now. One more goal would just do it.
So unfortunate as well. Just to land exactly in the worst position possible. Happened to Fades earlier as well. So maybe a lack of luck coming out from Oi. But it does not matter. Scrims at the end of the series showed another level. Really adapted into it. And they're going to go through to the top 4.
Top 4, and a deserved top 4. They've taken down Wildcard earlier on in the tournament. Haven't eliminated them, but they wouldn't mind going for a rematch. Top 4 locked in. That means they will have the rematch against Wildcard in the semi-finals. Can they do it again? Wouldn't that be an insane upset? But a deserved win there from Screams. 4-2. As I said, a lot of people thought it was going to go that way. And after the timeout, they locked in and proved that they were the better team.
Certainly a rough start, I'd say, for both teams. But in the end, I feel like we're starting to prove a really solid, rounded roster at the moment in the top of OCE, especially knowing that Scrims has taken down Wildcard in the past. Oi showing some class here as well, Formal. So you happy with how it's rounding out in our maybe top 7 at the moment?
Yeah, I'd go as hard as to say top 7. I mean, we'll see what Prodigy looks like in that next game, but the big takeaway I took from watching that series is the scrims that starts to play together, that finds the passes, sets up the fakes. That's the one that took the games off TSM before. That's the one that beat Wildcard before, just beat Oi. As long as they continue that team play and we don't see more of the solo shenanigans when things start to get pressure on them, I think they could go quite far.
Yeah.
I think that's just it. A little bit of habit of slowing the ball down, which is perfectly fine because they're so good at it. But it slows down, the likes of Luna, who wants to really get in and follow up quickly.
Yeah, I think when you're playing better teams as well, it forces you to look for more options. Then you're getting more active. You're looking for the bumps. You're doing the 1%ers to steals. But I think perhaps I'm not too sure, but perhaps you beat a wild card. Scrims are probably expecting to beat an Oi, and then you think, we could probably just 1v3 these guys. Let's look good on the mainstream, and then you forget to do the little things, the bumps. So I think after the timeout, that's when we saw Screams play the way that they should be.
I will say this, though, as well, in regards to Oi. I mean, the potential is very visible in that series, especially the first half of that one. Fades and Prompt, again, reminding everybody they are the future. Maybe a little bit more time in the oven before they can start getting those wins to the consistency throughout the series. But they were popping off. I thought my prediction would be right for once at first there. It was so close. So close.
I think more impressively as well is that both Fades and Prompt looking good on the defensive end and the midfield area, which is something that we usually see lacking in the fresher, highly mechanical young players that come through.
I do think that is something. Prompt, I've seen that before from Fades. Definitely a new element to the game, and I'll be excited to see where that goes. But where we're going is going to be that next quarterfinal matchup. The Healthy Chiefs going to be on stream going up against Prodigy when we come back.
number you have dialed is not available.
A cracking start to Championship Sunday for OCE Open 2. First series, Game 6. Scrim's getting the job done. A favourite, I'd say the favourites got the job done in the first. I know Former that completely disagrees with us, but we do have another matchup to find our second, our last team to enter the top 4, Yummy.
Well, I'm going to be interested to see if Formal continues predicting the underdog here because... Well, Prodigy have had the underdog run. They have had some success against Power throughout the last, this weekend, but I think Chiefs is a new beast.
Yeah, I mean, Chiefs kind of a team that's looked really, really strong. The only team to take them down so far this year has been Wildcard, a team who's beaten everybody. So even though the Chiefs are kind of in this 5th, 6th place matchup, that was largely due to, I feel, Scrims getting the upset back last weekend. So a bit of a tough draw for Prodigy for sure. Chiefs should be a favorite. After all, they're a team looking to, secure their number 2, if not the number 1 spot in the region today.
Yeah, we are on the tight turnaround, so let's jump straight into this next matchup. And a second best of 7 of the day. Healthy Chiefs will be taking on Prodigy. Winner against TSM, guys. Healthy Chiefs we saw yesterday. We mentioned in the pre-show the fiber internet cafe factor, Yummy. Do you think that we'll see a different Chiefs today? Or was that just, are we not taking that as an excuse?
I think we might see a different Chiefs if Prodigy do not challenge them early, do not up the pace of the game and kind of let them run over it. You've got the individual skill of Fiber, who at sometimes can be considered the most mechanical player in OCE. Raziers from EU, one's masterclass, can do a lot when he's got time on the ball. And of course Hunter, who we have talked about a lot the last couple of years on his rise here. So I think that answers more by Prodigy's performance than what we see from the Chiefs today.
It's just, I don't know. I look at this Prodigy lineup, and I mean, again, they are players who have been around the scene for a very long time. Hawk, at one time, was that Prodigy. Cabo always bouncing around in this, top 6, top 8 position, whatever team, Bliss, Gremlins, now Prodigy. They are a team that has been here. Even Creed has always been up there, but historically, they have been that tier below this Chiefs lineup, and unless something crazy happens today, I just don't see a reason to believe why that will change.
Well, you can see across the board we are with the Healthy Chiefs, top 2 last event. Yummy, what's the expectation for Chiefs today? Where are you expecting them to finish up?
You know what? I kind of expect them to get into that grand final. I kind of expect it to be similar, and I don't know if it's because I am shaped by the fact that EU won MENA last night, that Rise finally took down MENA, and that we're the last bastion, and I'm thinking about that, but they've just looked so good, and TSM maybe just needs a little bit more in their tank. But for now, I'm very confident in their ability to take on Prodigy.
Yeah, I think I'd be in a similar boat. I want to see what the Chiefs look like in this series before I'd make a statement saying they're going over the top of TSM, who looked very good yesterday. So I'm not going to go that far yet. I also kind of want the fun narrative, Yummy, of, you know, a TSM and Chiefs maybe tied going into the third regional for that second spot. So that could influence things, but they got to get the job done right now. Series against Prodigy kicking off.
That's what we all probably want. TSM right now are hoping maybe even that Prodigy are capable of taking down the Chiefs, who are their main rivals at the moment towards the Birmingham Major. But speaking of, this is the first step. If you're a team like the Chiefs, you need to be able to minimum start out incredibly strong against any team and then take that as as some momentum and skill into the next series.
So one big thing, too, that I'm going to be looking out for the Chiefs in terms of last regional into this one is a bit more mindset on the defensive side of the ball. First regional, they were arguably the most aggressive of like the big 3 or 4 teams, I would say. And so far, the second regional, they have been further back. That's not going to be the case, though, for this first goal. Creed puts one in for Prodigy.
Well, CJ through the last series, was really hoping that the demos would line up a lot better for those teams. Immediately, Creed, who is the most rookie player on the pitch, shows exactly how that's done. Great work.
Yeah, that was really good sign for Prodigy. What kind of spooked me, though, was 3 Prodigy members forward, only 1 Chiefs defender back. And yeah, the demo will open it up. Shot from Hunter midfield, collected by Creed. See how the Chiefs will respond in this one, but demos coming from their own. Hunter opens up the doorway, pass for an open net, and it's a tie game.
Even there, demo in return, and another goal. Fiber faking that out underneath, gets the support of the demo on the way through. It just keeps the net wide open, and well, maybe a very aggressive series we'll have on our hands.
I mean, I'm here for it. I know that's something the Chiefs would want to pride themselves on, and I also, when I kind of think of the mentality of a player like Hawk, more demos this time for Braziers. I'm not surprised by how aggressive both sides are being, and this is kind of what I expected looking at these 2 lineups.
Well, it's certainly a way to catch your opponents off guard and get them almost confused, not really warmed up into the series, as they're constantly having to figure out new rotations on the fly. The demo's flying fast as Hobo just takes this to the corner. Raziers beating out Hawk, but just putting it too high for the follow-up.
Oh, I like that touch back from Fiber. It didn't look like Hunter was quite where he needed to be, so not the connection they were looking for still. It just means an opportunity for Prodigy. Creed's going to pop one up. Waterfall down straight into Hunter. Still pressure around the corner. 50-50. Enough done by Fiber on defense. More bumps, though, still in the middle of the field. Hawk still bumping Fiber around. Doesn't work out, and it's a 2-1 lead.
Well, maybe more the other way. It felt like Fiber was getting in Hawk's way, maybe just prevent him from having a better 50 on Raziers, considering he was the last player back. And as soon as Raziers wins such a big 50, it's always going to be a goal.
3 goals in just over 2 minutes to kick off our first game. And again, physicality being the theme thus far. Chiefs have been a little bit more after it was kind of initiated by Prodigy. Hawk now setting up Creed. Won't find the goal just yet.
It's going to be Cobo. Going to tie that one up again. Prodigy find more bumps. Raziers avoids it this time. It's a great passage of play coming out from Prodigy, just keeping the ball pinned in, waiting for that little opening, usually from the demo, it's looking like at the moment. Shot on, he's going for top bins, but it just goes riding off the corner, able to be saved away from the Chiefs.
I think think something too that's like been so impressive watching Prodigy play is how disciplined sometimes they look on attack. I mean, especially because we didn't see them that first regional. This is their first top 8 of the year. Normally with this kind of a lineup, you know, you'd expect them to be a little bit more chaotic this series, to look maybe a bit more like the first game last series. However, on the attacking half, they're really disciplined, as a beautiful pass down to Cabo makes it a tie game.
Definitely not what you'd expect. It looks like Prodigy has come out incredibly strong. Hawk getting the double play around the corner. Cobbo trusting him so much to stay there for the shot.
Yeah, and that is a great equalizing goal. The duo coming together, Hawk and Cabo. They've each been at this for so many years. It's kind of crazy that, like, I think at times both of them, especially Hawk, has been kind of like put on the pedestal, like this is going to be the next big player, the next big thing, and it hasn't really materialized, has it?
Well, I think part of that is just the amount of pressure that he ended up putting on himself. You know, he kind of took a step back when things didn't go his way, and that's incredibly understandable. But it just showed how much stock he put into his Rocket League career. And now that he's taken a bit more of a step back, the nerves have almost completely disappeared, and he's gotten them the lead.
I mean, that was just a beautiful shot from Hawk right there, straight down the middle. Absolute missile putting through. But to continue on to your point, yeah, it's a maturity thing too. I mean, he was so young when he broke onto this scene, and I guess sometimes, you know, age is something that we don't really take into consideration, but he was like 15, 16 years old, put on this pedestal, being flown overseas. Now a few years older, a few years wiser, and the gameplay shows.
Well, he was 13 when he first entered the scene, and that was part of the reason he ended up, you know, kind of falling to the wayside and feeling a little dejected, is because he was too young for RLCS in the first place. You know, he was originally put on the Chiefs roster and made DreamHack Montreal, where they didn't have that 15-year-old age requirement, but then wasn't allowed to stay on the Chiefs roster because he couldn't compete in RLCS, and that's going to make anybody sad, feeling like you're at the top and have to go back down to the bottom.
That said, I think making it top 4 with this roster would do mega things for Hawk, and where they'd be feeling, where this entire Prodigy team would be feeling if they could pull off an upset today on the Chiefs. They're 13 seconds away right now from taking game 1 as well. Chiefs last-ditch effort. They're going to try to push it ahead. Fiber around the corner. Hunter doesn't go straight away for it. Wants a bit of space to work with. Pops it up, looking for Fiber. They connect, but the defense saw it coming. And with that clear, it should be their game.
Still a chance for Hunter. Hits the roof. No! Oh, he wanted that roof self-pass with the follow-up. Didn't quite get the power on the first touch. Prodigy take out game 1 in a surprising way.
Yeah, big win for Prodigy. All 3 players scoring a goal. Realistically, all 3 players stepping up. The physicality straight away. Creed, who we didn't really call his name out too much yesterday, I think had a much bigger showing already, seeing that impact, physicality, a couple shots as well. But I mean, yeah, Hawk and Cabo, when they start connecting like we saw for that second goal in particular, and even the third goal to a lesser extent, they look good.
Great to see the support from Cobbo's mum as well in the chat. Has always been following Cobbo's career and very active when he's on the stream, and we love to see the support from the parents. It's, you know, one of the things that I feel like helps these young athletes perform.
I have to agree with that. I mean, plus then you also get, back when we had, you know, face cams, those fun moments when like Torsos's dad would kick the door down following a win to celebrate and things like that. It's fun, but yeah, again, not to keep playing that age card, but considering, you know, a lot of these players, you know, they're still living with their parents, and so whenever that support is there, that supportive environment, it's always so good. It helps things. Players play better, and Cabo's mom, absolutely. It's even in like the old team streams, she's there showing that love.
We go round to game number 2, and you maybe think a little bit in comparison, the likes of Raziers, there's a lot of pressure on him. He's moved all the way to Australia in order to compete, doesn't have his family nearby, moved away from his friends. Rocket League is right now the #1 most important thing in Razier's life, and that can add that little extra tension to when you're playing the game.
Yeah, and especially when you're coming in too as this big EU import, magnifying glass definitely was on Razier's for that first regional. Things maybe settling a bit now. Obviously, they'd be frustrated with those now 2 losses to Wildcard and looking to prove something. It adds pressure too when you fall behind against a team like Prodigy that you are coming in as quite heavy favorites. Don't want to slip in that quicksand, sink a little deep. Maybe Razier's will start to bring it back. Right now it is Hunter looking for Razier's. Bit of a fake. Now back to Razier's down. Where is Fiber? Too far back.
Still going to be chance here as Fiber gets completely removed from the pitch. They even won't stop there. It looked like another attempt on the demo from Hawk in front of the net. Will not relent on this aggressive game plan. Hawk beating out Hunter. It's going to be a follow-up from Cobo, but Fiber too good. Demo attempts, but now Riz going for the straight shot. It goes high. And Creed might have had it if it was in.
Crazy to think that's the first real opportunity we've seen from the Chiefs so far this second game. Minute and a half. Bit more of a stalemate this time around. Neither team has been able to sustain too much on their attacking half. This time, though, a bump might set up Hunter. Second touch over Hawk. It doesn't go in, though. Post and out. Follow-up not there.
Did all the work to score the goal. Ends up hitting both posts. And will be left empty-handed for the Chiefs. They've had a couple of really good opportunities to win this game already in just the first couple of minutes. They're currently 7 shots to 3, owning the play, but that doesn't matter, especially when Prodigy have been able to create quick openings with the demos. You'd only think a goal could be happening soon, though for now they're just trying to clear it out.
There you go, Hawk looking to throw it down. Demos in front of the net. Hunter a chance to break it back the other way, 50. Kind of goes awry. Razier's now will look to play off the wall. Fiber underneath, waiting for a chance to go forward, but leaves it for Razier's. Almost got something off the ground. Over halfway through this game, Yummy. A lot of shots, not a lot of goals. Cabo almost flicks it in. Follow-up touch on point, but the defense has recovered.
There was a time where Cabo spent more time working on his mech than it felt like pretty much anybody else in the region. Right there, showing some fruits of that labor. Fake underneath and almost flicking the last member. Got too much juice on it in the end, and even still, Prodigy have them on the back foot. Creed has Hawk in support. Great pass down. Just goes for the straight shot as Fiber is waiting for the shot. Won't go towards the goal just yet.
Fiber across the pitch. Hawk gets a touch, and now all of a sudden Prodigy might have something cooking here. Hunter backboard uncontested with boost. Will play it off the ceiling. Wants the pass to Fiber. Pushing it towards the net. Not quite the powerful touch I think Fiber wanted. Tried to follow it up. Defense was there. Fast counterattacks. That's been like the name of the game so far for both sides, but neither team been able to finish the deal.
It really looked good there from Razier's. He got such a good first touch. Wasn't able to generate anything off it. Misses the double there, or leaves it for Fiber. Still nothing here for the Chiefs. No fruits of their 9 shots now. Fiber trying to make that the 10th shot and goes high on it. Hunter's going to keep it in. Try and drain the boost away from Prodigy, but have been unsuccessful. And now Hawk actually has an attempt of his own. Creed was just going straight for the bump as soon as he saw the pass wasn't coming in.
As we are going to see the pinch back. Razier's now across the middle. Waterfall down. No, not there. It's going to be Creed picking it up off the backboard. 37 seconds regulation. Both teams might have one more shot. Fiber looking to take it now. Reset gets denied. Razier still puts it down. Hunter playing from midfield. Still gets to the ball. But again, the defense from Prodigy, it just holds resolute.
Another chance right here. Fiber's going to take it higher. Bump. And Creed doesn't even need any boost to stop Hunter. Another chance goes begging. The 11th shot ringing off the net.
And now with 7 seconds remaining, we couldn't get it last series, Yummy, but I think we're going to get it now. The 0-0 OT, or are we? Ball in front of the net. There was a chance for the Chiefs. Still, it hits the ground, and we go to overtime.
It's a very close game in what we thought would be a one-sided series towards the Chiefs. I can only imagine that Prodigy, if they can win this game, would apply even more pressure to them. That shot from Razier is just too low. Good shot in the top left corner. May have been able to beat the defense.
As we see off the backboard, Hunter looking, but not going to take the shot just yet. Water falling down. Creed and Hawk Each kind of make that play right now. Hawk with the boost, but misses. Here comes Razier's reset and goal!
Wow, wow, wow. Raziers. Love the way he all of a sudden accelerates. Looks like he's going for a slower play. Snaps it into the roof so he can collect the flip reset early and uses it immediately so the defense doesn't have time to react.
Yeah, that was a fantastic overtime goal, and you know what? A much-needed one for these Chiefs as well. Had they got down 2-0 to Prodigy, not doom and gloom. We've already seen 1-2-0 comeback, or 2-1 comeback earlier today, but still going to be a big win for the Chiefs to get themselves on that right track. But overall, Yummy, I'm still walking away from the second game just really impressed with how composed Prodigy is.
They've been really clean with their rotations. It's allowed them to go for some demos, which just didn't quite pay off as much in this game. They couldn't quite succeed on them because Chiefs were moving around the pitch a little bit more. They weren't staying stationary and becoming easy targets. And, sometimes it also just kind of requires a little bit of luck on the timing almost for that to pay off. But very solid game plan from Prodigy. But you got to worry when you've got a solid game plan, one that doesn't really take ownership of the game, when you've got somebody like Raziers able to score a goal like he did in this OT.
Yeah, it was a really, really nice play. And something else that might kind of worry me as we go further into it, too, is the Chiefs are the type of team that I feel like will get better as this series progresses, as they figure out what Prodigy is throwing at them and how best to respond to it. I kind of trust the Chiefs to have more depth to their strategy and to be a bit more adaptable than, what would be, I guess, I don't want to say a less experienced roster, but maybe a roster without those same expectations. I'm not too certain. Now that I think about it, both these rosters are about similar age.
Yeah, there's some interesting kind of almost old heads. Weirdly enough, Hawk now coming up as an experienced player, Cobo. Obviously, it may be the oldest player here, but Fiber has been competing since the longest time. Very interesting to see.
Is Cabo ever going, is Cabo just going to be one of those players that never retires? He's just been so long around and at it.
Seems like he just loves the game, and we love to see that. Yeah. We love to see players who just not just enjoy competing, but enjoy Rocket League. He's always got hours in the game, and it'd be hard to imagine him retiring at any point in time, to be honest.
Yeah, I put Cabo in the same category as Torsos in that regard. They're just never going to be satisfied until they win a world championship.
I don't know. I think when it comes to Torsos, though, I think if he had some really bad results, he'd be straight onto that retirement bus. But I think Cobo's just, again, he just loves Rocket League for what it is. He doesn't need to always win.
That's true. I think he might still have the most hours that I've seen out of any of the players still competing in RLCS. He is a fiend when it comes to grinding, but Creed is a fiend when it comes to scoring goals, courtesy of a demo. It is a 1-0 lead.
Hawk was chasing Hunter for so much of that, all the way into his back boost, and that's the kind of, I guess, aggressive risk-taking we wanted to see all game long last game, and looks like they've brought it back. The little time between games, good time for discussion for these guys.
Hunter off the kickoff. Almost making the reset happen, but yeah, hit the nail on the head right there. It was the early physicality that helped Prodigy takes the first game. It looks good the second one. Uncharacteristic miss from Fiber, though. Means that we still play on. Raziers, patient play. Ball winds up around them straight to Hunter, who will get pressured, still finds the gap. Looking to get around the third player in Hawk. Raziers will follow them up. Now, is there a pass down? Is there a target? No. Nearly a counterattack, but Fiber makes the save.
Ooh, Cobo just tries to fake that one out. Gets the follow-up touch afterwards and misses the bump. They could have just left that net wide open. I mean, the defense is playing with fire, given the number of bumps, and another one from Hawk this time. There's just traffic left, right, and center. No air traffic control from the Chiefs. They've all been laid off at this point in time, and that's the second goal for Prodigy.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. No boost in any of the tanks as well. Underfunded, understaffed, and letting up that next goal. We'll see if things can right the ship for the healthy Chiefs, but right now, Prodigy, they still have that winning strat, Yummy. We'd expect a team like the Chiefs to be able to adapt, but they haven't yet.
It's unfortunate. that maybe the Chiefs are still a new roster, because they wouldn't have experienced playing up against every single playstyle, especially inside the context of a RLCS match rather than scrims. So they have to really adjust very quickly here to the high demo playstyle that's coming out from Prodigy. Working incredibly well thus far.
I imagine if Prodigy can hold on to this lead, don't be surprised to see a Chiefs timeout to kind of regroup and refocus and kind of dictate where to go from here. Right now, Prodigy, again, just sending everybody to challenge every single defensive touch, making it so difficult for the Chiefs to get any momentum. Cabo, a little bit evasive, and it's another shot going wide from the Chiefs. Hunter, it was open, but the ball's not there.
Oh, Cobo was racing Fiber for the third goal as well. Ends up still being safe for the Chiefs. Hawk tried to go for the solo play.
Oh?
Still no demos now. Looks like maybe taking a few less risks now they're in the lead, and maybe they should have, because Raziers has read that from in front of the ball.
I mean, Fiber just given all the space to set that one up as well. Granted, they created that space with the first fake, but it was the easiest move up the pitch we've seen from the Chiefs this entire game. Of course, they're going to convert that to a goal. A little bit surprising. I imagine if your Prodigy is back to challenging, back to looking for goals, Hawk nearly gets it off the kickoff.
Yeah, it was a really interesting kickoff, I think, coming out from Prodigy. They played that kind of one off to the side with two close on the kickoff, see if they could immediately maybe pinch it into the net. Almost worked out into their favor either way. Now Hunter with zero boost, got taken from out underneath him. Creed just going to pop it up and stay on the ground, so maybe trying to drain the boost away from the likes of Fiber, who's taken all the way down to the other end. Didn't have enough boost. You needed maybe 130 to be able to score that.
Yeah, still Fiber, always so dangerous setting up plays like that one. One of the best when it just comes to that ball control in the air. The only other player on the pitch who I can see kind of pulling that play off right now is Hawk, who might have something through the side towards Hunter. Not going to be able to follow it up. 20 seconds remaining. If the Chiefs are going to make this comeback happen, it has to come from this attack. Down to Fiber, looking for the double crossbar down. It's Raziers sneaking it through, and we're tied 2-2.
All three members of the Chiefs stepping up when it matters the most. Fiber's touch off the crossbar, so good. Even threatened the bump on Hawk to put him maybe a little all sorts in a tied game. Maybe heading to OT.
Would be the second OT in a row, but more importantly, it would be a 2-goal lead thrown away by Prodigy in the final minutes of this one. Hunter, double, post, no, Fiber's high as well. Tries to stay behind the ball, but can't drop it in.
I really felt like Hunter should have had that. He had full boost. He had the entire net to play for, and he ends up just sneaking it too high. Overtime in the chance for one of these teams to get ahead. Is it going to be Hawk?
Oh.
It almost was. Fiber was up to it.
Bill, now Fiber going all the way back to the other side again. Just doesn't have the boost to keep it up the entire distance, but still slows it down enough to keep the pressure on. Bump from Hawk allows somebody to take a touch. Come on, Cabo. No boost, has to rely on the pinch. Doesn't quite get all of it. Raziers is there. Try to get it over the top. A lot of pressure, but not wanting to overcommit. Chiefs, they're okay with going back to the middle of the field.
Creed faking the flip reset there in order to get a good 50. That's going to be crucial in an overtime. Always winning every challenge you can get. What nerves from Creed there to fake out the play in front of his own net. It's actually worked out as Hawk gets the chance. Goes flying past.
Normally you see Hawk at least make contact there. Was going for the home run angle. Couldn't quite find it. And now once again Prodigy will be stuck on their defensive half. Raziers leading the charge. Creed will collect, but with no boost will get challenged. Hawk now with all of the boost isn't able to stay on the play. Hunter fakes the reset, now throws it, looking for a teammate. Raziers a little too far back, but the pressure stays on. Down to Raziers, popping it up. Here comes Fiber. Has to try and drop it back down. Raziers is going to be hunting. Is that a game-winning touch? Not yet.
Just trying to keep control of it for now, the Chiefs. You see they're popping the ball up and just staying with it for the most part, and Fiber around the corner follows up on his own touch. It needed somebody to go to that next level. The first touch from Fiber, just too good.
Yeah, I mean, it baits the defender into the corner, can't make the read, and then the second touch, Fiber finds a way to just put that wherever they want to. Good showing from the Chiefs. 2-0 deficit. What was it? A minute 13, minute 14 left, and able to bring it back, take this one in overtime. Prodigy let that one slip, Yummy, and I'm worried that if the snowball keeps rolling, it's a lot tougher for them and their style to bring it back.
They are also worried about the same thing. So Prodigy have called the timeout right now in order to see if they can halt that 3-goal momentum from the Chiefs. But we saw a real step up there from Fiber and Raziers in their solo plays, starting to look really, really dangerous at not just an individual level, but also at a team level, the Chiefs. And, well, I don't know. I felt like Prodigy just took a bit of a foot off the gas once they got 2-0 in the lead as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of that moment where you're thinking, oh my gosh, up by 2, chance to take down the current number 2 team in the region, and maybe they thought the defense would hold, but realistically, so much of their offensive pressure has been their defense. The bumps and the demos, the Chiefs looked unsettled until they did start to ease up. I agree. And once the Chiefs looked settled, that's where we saw Raziers make a lot of those mechie plays. That's where we saw Fiber with the space to consistently get that ball across the midfield line and into the attacking half. So I am hoping that this timeout is a case of Prodigy, okay, finding that edge once more. Hawk, are you going to be willing to chase Hunter across the pitch one more time to get that demo? I sure hope you are.
That's exactly what we saw. Hawk in particular, he had those tour demos early on, and where he went really, really aggressive, took their boost,
Not you too.
and then just went into the defensive side.
I thought you were the sane one of the bunch, Yummy.
No, I'm way too skibbity for that, mate.
Oi. They're already out. All right, here we go. Game 4 about to kick this one off. We will see how Prodigy respond with the timeout buff. Can Cabo, Hawk, and Creed find a way back in? Will Hunter get a bit more involved too? Because I feel like even with the slower game from Hunter, Chiefs still winning. If Hunter gets activated, that could be another big problem for the orange side.
Fiber. Every time he's on the ball right now, it's looking dangerous for the Prodigy defense. He is a player that can completely take over a game. And all 3 members, I'd say, of Chiefs are capable of doing that, but Fiber has got a history in OC of doing just that. And speaking of, he's got an extra touch. Creed had to make a good read.
Yeah, good play from Creed, but that said, the pressure's not gone yet. Cabo from the middle of the field, looking to play it around the corner. Good pass to Hawk, and that looked reminiscent of game 1, Yummy. That's going to be a 1-0 lead.
Cabo just chasing that ball all the way around. Lovely little extra touch and surprising amount of power. Maybe not a surprise for Hawk, though. He was ready for it. And that 1-0 lead for Prodigy. This time they can't let it go to waste.
If they can keep it on, as Raziers will throw it back to Fiber, looking to slow down the pace. Good effort again by Creed defensively. Finds Hawk on the dish down, but a good 50 from Hunter. Mostly open net, drives it in, and we're tied.
Well, that one seemed a little bit too easy. Hawk ended up hitting that straight into Hunter, who, I mean, realistically gets an open net because Cabo is not expecting that at all.
Yeah, the entirety of Prodigy is sort of caught off guard by the positioning of Hunter. Able to tie this one up, and now Raziers looks to go straight to the backboard off the kickoff. It's crazy. We had so many kickoff goals last series. This series, I don't think we've had any.
That being said, last series they kind of died down, and there was that one interesting kickoff attempt that almost worked out Prodigy's way in the last game. But yeah, we've almost come to expect a lot of kickoff strategies to be coming out. They haven't just yet. Could be a deciding factor. Ooh. Good thing for Hawk that wasn't on target because he'd crept up.
That could have been a little bit spooky still, though, Prodigy. I'd rather see them creep up if it means that they continue to play their best style, although, that was a bit of a swing and a miss. Raziers just driving it slowly, now looking for Fiber, who will make... That was an own goal. I thought that was a read. Nope, that was just off the defense and in.
Hey, look, that's just one of the best shots you'll ever see from Raziers. Cobbo maybe trying to avoid Fiber. He probably should have just got behind the ball and stuck it to the back right corner, mate. What you doing?
Oh, it was a tough defensive read because you had Fiber right there ready for any
Of
sort
all
of
people,
touch.
I would expect you to at least be the one to make excuses for the own goal.
Oh no, I love it. I mean, yeah, you know what? Why allow your opponents to get the joy of a goal if you can just put it in yourself and take that away from them? I think that was a smart decision by Cobbo.
Well, Cobbo and Smart. We'll see if he can make up for it now. It's not the best way to go down in what has been now a tough-fought series. In overtime, making a difference as well. Cobbo has a chance now. No, does not beat Hunter. And Raziers has room up in the air. Challenged out very quickly there from Creed, who's been doing a lot of work in that defensive end and playing almost like a consistent role. Just trying to maintain a lot of boost and be able to get those early challenges and recover quickly.
I mean, Creed has been, so far, almost one of the most impressive players on the defensive side of the ball, I dare say, particularly on the Prodigy side. We'll see if that can continue. I mean, at the moment, another goal would probably put Chiefs on match point, and it could come here. And then again, it's Creed intercepting it, now looking to go back the other way. Hawks bump, not quite in time. And now all of a sudden, Cobbo is alone on the back, does pick up the boost in time, but still, the pass was through, and Hunter, you gotta hit that!
Oh, Hunter's been having an absolute doozy of a series. It doesn't get worse than that. Everybody's forgotten about Cobbo now.
I mean, he got the goal, so congrats to Cobbo there, but yeah, Hunter. Those are the mistakes that can kind of flip momentum right back around. Prodigy right back in this. It felt like a must-win game for them with the timeout buff. If they can find one more goal in a minute and a half or even in overtime, we got ourselves a tied series.
And this is an official apology from myself and yours truly. I've been reminded that Cobbo's mum is in the chat, so there's no way that Cobbo could have played any better. And I'm just being mean, especially considering he scored that last goal. Great stuff, Cobbo. No help from Hunter at all.
Yeah, no. As we see another shot. Oh, it was just a little bit high, Creed. It came off him. It looked like it was the pinch either way. It doesn't go back to the other side. Not this time around. Creed going to try to lead the charge. Bit of a save from Raziers. Both teams very loose and very awkward with some of their reads. Hunter lets that one behind. No immediate shot. Cobbo not in position to strike.
At least missing the net and hitting the crossbar over and over again isn't just a sole OCE trait. North America has had some classics, including NRG earlier on in this season. And oh my goodness, that might be a goal. No, Hawk again off the crossbar. They can't play a goal. Oh, finally, I thought that was going to come off the post, but Hawk eventually sinks it. Oh, miracle.
Yeah, I don't know. Was that the fourth, the fifth attempt? Hawk just gifted so many opportunities just by sitting in front of the goal. Ball one last time rolls into their lap. Late lead for Prodigy. Another multi-goal comeback in this series. And 20 seconds remaining. It's the Chiefs trying to quell the bleeding, but off the kickoff, Creed nearly pops it through.
And Formal, how many goals does Hawk have?
It is 2.
Excellent. And that's going to be a potential winning one as well. Fiber trying to do anything desperately on the 0-second mark, but Hawk's going to shut him down. Prodigy tie up the series.
You're tied 2-all. In this series, it's gone back and forth. The timeout buff definitely helping that Prodigy side.
We broke him, ladies and gentlemen. We broke him.
You got
well
through.
Done, everyone in
got
chat.
Through. The dam was already weakened.
Peer
from
pressure
yesterday.
works, ladies and gentlemen.
But where we're sitting right now, I mean, it's not just peer pressure that's been working. Attacking pressure, physical pressure. The Chiefs getting bumped and demoed around. When Prodigy finds that edge, they're creating goals for themselves.
Couple of moments too where I feel like Chiefs getting frustrated. An open net miss from Hunter certainly helps because that was a 2-goal swing. And expecting a lot more from Hunter usually, so maybe a bit of a surprise. But as you said, the demo game can send anybody feeling a little bit awkward with your rotations, with your pace and everything in a game.
Yeah, it definitely can and has. And now, as we get ready for a very important Game 5, again for the Chiefs, a loss here puts them potentially on equal footing, if not eventually a series behind TSM, depending on how that one goes. So the major implications very much on the line. Chiefs need to get the job done in this one, but Prodigy, a team that really isn't playing for the major because, well, no real round one results. They're playing spoiler, and they're in a good position to do it.
There's also, you know, a lot of prize money. There is Worlds in France announced. I'm not actually going to say the location because I don't know how to pronounce it, but it is in France. And that's a major, major piece of news coming out for RLCS. Oh my goodness, Raziz.
That was clean all the way, starting, I guess, from their own backboard when they started approaching. Late reset, taps it down just in front of Creed, who has been so good on defense. Makes the goal that much more special. 1-0 lead for the Chiefs.
Well, we see somebody wants to go back to Europe, maybe for a little holiday later on in what I assume is about September. It's a long journey, of course, for Raziz. One goal lead at the moment for Chiefs.
So we haven't had our OCE major yet. So would I say that the French fans are the craziest we could possibly get? That comes with the caveat we haven't had one in Australia. But as it stands right now, that's what has me most excited because, or South America, or Asia Pacific. But hey, French fans are fun. That's all I'm saying. So I think that Worlds event is going to be something special.
Yeah, we had a taste of it at a couple of the European lands, European Worlds in Dusseldorf in particular, with all of the European team fans showing up and being the loudest and having insane chants. And that's going to be probably tenfold at the World Championship. A lot more pressure maybe there, a lot more nerves in front of the crowd than what we see right now. But at the moment, Chiefs could see their season slipping before their very eyes. So must needed victory right here. It's going turned around by Creed. But that actually goes straight to Raziz. Can he do it again? Extra touch off the roof, gets the read, and Cobo stops him from scoring a weldy, but Firebar, he follows it up with one of his own.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good touch from Cabo underneath. Unfortunately, Creed a little over-eager, not expecting the backboard, and that's going to lead it to another Chiefs goal. 2-0 advantage. We've seen this before, Yummy, but I have to admit, it does feel like the Chiefs are a lot more composed this time around as another near goal. Hunter taps it through.
Near is good enough when it comes to Chiefs. They've shown that they're able to convert just a bit of panic into a goal. And it's good to see Hunter able to score an open net for once.
Yeah, that was a big one to put through. 3-goal lead for the Chiefs. Taking over game number 5, looking to put themselves again on match point and hopefully set up a future date for them against TSM in what will be a battle for essentially that number 2 seed as it stands. Hunter, that time couldn't quite sneak it through.
For those of you in chat saying that OCE need to do better to get a major, hey, look, Mina and Sam have been absolutely goated and have still not got a major either, so it's maybe not down to performance, but at the moment we do seem a long way from the performance that OCE have wanted. Maybe the likes of Raziz could be a turning point. Five has been very good at LAN, wants to get back to there. Hunter hasn't had as many opportunities as he would have liked at LAN, with his first one being at Worlds, so we'd love to get back to it.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, in order to do so, though, right now, again, it would be TSM, that big opponent, but right now it is Prodigy still in the way, who, although maybe Birmingham might not be on the equation, rip off a couple, you know, OCE major finals, and just because you're one event down doesn't mean you can't be out of the running, especially if you can take down a team like the Chiefs. But If they do, it might have to be 2 games in a row unless this one goes absolutely crazy. That nearly was the first goal they needed. Good save from Hunter on the line.
Starting to run out of time here for Prodigy. Will see themselves against 2 match points unless they can score 3 goals in quick succession. But Chiefs have really been dominant in this game. They've controlled so much of the action. 7 shots to just 2 from Prodigy at the moment.
Yeah,
Not really any attacking kind of solo plays either.
Yeah, I just haven't really seen, the Hawk-Cabo connection that's kind of been their offensive firepower up until this point. Cabo having a pretty silent game. You can see trying to get something started here. Might open the door into the corner. Hawks follow-up is a shot, and here comes Creed, but no Hunter. A little bit of a pre-jump, it looked like, to find the save.
That was their last real chance here. And, good avoiding of the bump. Fiber thought he had it all for all money, but will at least stop that 4th goal going in Prodigy. Maybe even find one of their own. Nope, still not enough power.
Not enough, and, well, that does mean a harder job for Prodigy moving forward. It will be the Chiefs taking game number 5. Not able to get one for the road just yet. Prodigy, yeah, when they don't find the bumps, when they don't find the demos, Yummy, they just look like, a defanged snake. They just don't have that bite, and unfortunately, the Chiefs taking advantage of it.
The other thing that we've seen is just individual brilliance coming out from Chiefs. The way that they play their solo plays is maybe a lot faster than what we saw in the previous series, where I was quite critical of Caleb slowing the ball down so much. They almost give themselves some room to come onto the ball, to make the play move forward quickly, so the defense have to constantly be finding a new position as the solo plays occurring. And we saw, the triple tap from Raziers twice in that game. The first time leading to a goal, the first time being a goal, the second time leading to an eventual goal from Fiber.
And I think that is something that is a little bit distinctly different than how a lot of, the big mechy players have been, I guess, in OCE in the past. Because when you think of, some of the big mech moments, it has been the case of players slowing it down in front of net and then looking for those goals when they go for those mech plays. We're
almost hoping that they'd get enough time for a flip reset, right?
Exactly. Whereas I'm in love with how Raziers plays the game in that regards, how fast, how aggressive they are. And I'm seeing Fiber pick up more and more of it as well. And that has to be something that's coming from the 2 of them playing together, you'd have to imagine. Kick off this game.
Yeah, almost off the kickoff. We saw some Chiefs attacking, but nothing just yet. And Prodigy, what will be the strategy heading into this one to see if they can wrestle control back before it becomes a 4-2 against them? It's going to be Creed around that back corner, just trying to keep control of the ball, but gifting it away to Fiber, who goes for the pass down to Hunter, right on the nose.
Hunter needed that one. It's been a bit of a rough series for the kid, but this time absolutely nails it. Nothing but net. 1-0 lead, top bin, and more of that for the Chiefs if they want to carry this momentum into TSM.
They missed some of the easiest goals and hit one of the harder. Had to really find that angle past the challenging defender and still get that into the right-hand side of the net, and does it brilliantly. Good start here from Hunter, player that we would hope would step up, and it's a continuation from Raziers. A strong shot, difficult to save, with the follow-up as well.
Yeah, it felt like Cabo wanted, obviously, to get that one a bit more around the post. It was such a tough angle, doing what they can, but Raziers knew if that thing's not, making it to the corner, I got to be there to seal the deal. Smart play from the Chiefs, 2-0 lead, and this is looking like a continuation of Game 5 so far.
It's looking devastating right now for Prodigy after maybe they could have been 3-1 up earlier on. Saw themselves lose 2 goals in a row back to back, and now they find themselves 3-0 down to start a game.
Hawk just unsure what Fiber wanted to do with the ball, stuck in an awkward place. I'm so accustomed to Hawk, who has been, a big-time once player in the past, to be able to make that read, see into their opponent's mind. But this time, Cabo Or not Cabo, I should say. It was Fiber getting the better of them, turning that into a goal, 3-0 lead.
Maybe even 4 right now. Hunter! Oi! Flying past that one, but that was a very good opportunity.
I mean, a little frustrating for the Chiefs, but at the end of the day, they're still sitting on that 3-goal lead and haven't seen much threat coming from Prodigy yet. As Hunter looks to play to run the corner, Fiber wanted to size it up. However, the ball will still get cleared. Time definitely not in the orange side's favor right now as they're still looking for their first shot nearly 2 minutes in.
And being 3-0 in the lead, really hard to not just park the bus on that. Braziers have misread that top corner, but it's still going to work out for them, of course. A 4-0, pinched away, little over aggression from Prodigy trying to tie up the game.
Yeah, I mean, Hawk hunting for that shot and just perfectly lined up for the Chiefs to pitch it right on down. I can't blame Prodigy for being over-aggressive. It's how they saw their successes earlier in this series, but when it goes bad, it goes 4-0 in 2 minutes, Yummy. I'm definitely liking the Chiefs' chances from here.
It's not looking good for Prodigy. We'll see if Cobo's mum still believes at this point in time. 4-0. It's a very difficult task. I think 5-0, that's impossible.
Yeah, with the way how the Chiefs have been playing, and unfortunately with the way how Prodigy, their defense is starting to look right now. I mean, that's a complete breakdown when you see the double commit, miracle double commit attempts like that.
You know, there's still one chance. If you're holding out hope, maybe something happens that knocks out all 3 members of the Chiefs' internet all at the exact same time, and official Prodigy have 2.5 minutes to score 5 open nets.
Yeah, but the problem is then the next game right after that, and as we learned yesterday, yeah, Fiber could get to that internet cafe pretty quickly, Yummy. He's already proven that once, so I'm not even sure that will save him from here. 2:15 to go, and yeah, it's pretty much not quite time for the victory lap just yet. In fact, Creed's going to put a shot on, but even then, Hunter, just no quarter given. Oh, no.
Well. I'd hate to have been the official Prodigy account right now in the chat. It would have been so exciting watching for the first 4 odd games. And at this point in time, you still know that you're sitting there with 2 minutes that you have to keep watching for.
No, RTSs, I think, are like the only games that allow like an FF in competitive play. You'd be tempted in these types of situations.
You can do it in Dota 2 as well.
Not true, but don't really do it in Rocket League. Games are too short. Might as well play it through, and who knows? Maybe you can get yourself at least a nice clip for the compilation before things end. Still 100 seconds to do it. And I'd love to see Prodigy go down swinging here. However, at the moment it is Hunter looking to connect with Raziers underneath. Cabo runs a bit of interference. 1.5 minutes to go, but yeah, it's just Prodigy kind of falling apart at the seams in the end.
Maybe a chance for just I'll call it a dignity goal for a Prodigy. If they lose out here without scoring a single goal in this final game, it would be a real shame. But at the moment, they've only got one shot, let alone a goal.
Do you still want the dignity goal, though, if Chiefs make it 7-0? Because, yeah, you get that 1 point on, but then everyone's going to start spamming Brazil at you.
Yeah, but I'm not a cranky old man like you. I'm still young and can handle somebody saying Brazil. I'm okay with that. Hell, I spent this entire time hearing Hawk Tour in the chat, so that's gotten a lot quieter since Prodigy have started losing. I will say that much.
Yeah, I mean, the war cry of Prodigy, Hawk Tua, unfortunately, coming a little bit short on that thing. As we hit our final 30 seconds, it will be the Chiefs advancing through. You can start your victory laps now. You can start prepping for TSM as Hawk does get that one last goal.
Certainly did. Hawk gets on the board. The dignity goal for Hawk. Guys, I'm young. Have you guys seen Formal's hair? I've got so many less grays.
Just a sign of maturity. That's all it is. 22 seconds left. I don't want to go back. Somebody referenced that ODL cast before. We're not going back there. 15 seconds, Creed. Keeping it safe for now. It's not going to fall down in. We're old, Yummy. You have to admit it. You can't even play sports anymore without injuring yourself.
It's true. That's probably a sign of osteoporosis, but we'll figure that one out later on. Chiefs have to figure out TSM and how they take them down to all but secure their spot in the next round because they're through to the top 4. We're going to be having a massive matchup later on today. And Prodigy, maybe back to the drawing board after what was a very good start and a rough finish.
Well, I think that Chiefs needed that last game when we're going into the top 4 later on today against TSM. Formal, would you say TSM watching on the sidelines would be more confident after that series?
I think so, because it looked like the way how Prodigy was playing is also kind of similar to how TSM likes to play when it comes to the physicality with the bumps and the demos. That's been something they've enjoyed doing, and if it's throwing the Chiefs off today, hey, expect more of that to continue coming the Chiefs' way.
Were you disappointed maybe a little bit there by Prodigy at the end, CJ, or just happy that they kept it close for so long?
Yeah, I felt like it was, surely we're going to get a blowout. You know, it feels like the healthy Chiefs are a tier above. Man, I predicted RTT over Prodigy at the start yesterday. So
I mean, that was a terrible prediction.
That was absolutely terrible in hindsight. I think Prodigy should be really proud of their performance. Obviously a disappointing final game, but Chiefs move on. All things are still in order. Well done to Prodigy, though. All the best in open number 3. Ladies and gents, we have semi-final action coming up right after this break. Do not go anywhere. Our top 4 are locked in. Everything on the line. Can't wait.
The semi-finals are set here in the Birmingham OCE Open Event 2, and we are getting close to that ever so important decision making in terms of who does go to the major. Starting now is Wildcard versus Scrims World. And well, CJ, we've already seen this go the opposite way we expected or in the first day.
Yeah, we did. You can see it on the little bumper there. Screams. Oh, sorry, Screams. Yeah, sorry. I was going to say Screams, and then I lost my train of thought. Screams World 3-2 in the seeding match coming out of Group B. Now, the thing is, right, it was a seeding match. It is important, you could say, obviously, to get the best possible seed. OCE, less so. If you're the number one team, you probably don't care who you play for. Well, how much are you weighing in that match in your thoughts coming into this semi-final?
I wish I could put more weight on it, CJ. I really do. But the thing is, I'm not putting that much weight on it because not only, yeah, it's a seeding match. It doesn't affect what round you play in. You're still in the upper bracket. You're still, you know, playing a best of 7 with the lifeline, and it was also a best of 5. It wasn't a best of 7, so who was to say that 2 more games wildcard doesn't take those next 2? So while it's good for the morale for Scrims and it definitely helps you believe in the lineup, I think it's more of an up on Scrims than something negative about wildcard.
We saw Scrims World as well get a win in the off season over a wildcard. I think both rosters were slightly different. That was when Gus was playing a little bit with Wildcard at the time as well. So maybe they're the reason that they are playing with Banana Head now again once in RLCS. But, you know, there is precedent. The Scrims World on the up, but are they good enough to be a top 2 team? And realistically, if you can beat Wildcard, are they good enough to win a regional?
Well, there's a couple of things going for Screams World. One, they've already played today. This is going to be Wildcard's first series. We do know sometimes, Wildcard can come out hot. They can also come out just a little bit under-prepped and maybe treating this as a warm-up, knowing that they would have had Screams World or OI in the semi-final that they'd be expecting to win. And obviously Screams won yesterday or on Friday as well, coming out of the group. So there's a few things in Screams World's favour, but this team Wildcard are a Championship Sunday team formal. And they just show up and they're always a different team. No matter how they're looking in the tournament, on Sundays they're a different beast.
Yeah, I think you could even say on Saturdays as well, especially like compared to what they had been result Friday, they came back super motivated yesterday and they, you know, took down the Chiefs quite handily, who we were all saying like, yeah, this looks like our second best team in the region. So now a rematch against a team that has slighted them before, I expect them to be more motivated than ever.
Will be an interesting journey for Wildcard, looking to go 8 times back-to-back in terms of OC regional victories. More dominant than even what Alpha Sydney Chiefs were back in the day, and realistically, that's why we've all predicted them.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to see them losing, and when you never see them lose, we didn't see them lose for an entire year. So how do you see them losing against Screams World? You'd think if it's going to be anyone, perhaps a healthy Chiefs with an EU import could be the team to upset them. But we've seen in the previous week that that's not the case. Wildcard's still too good. They should win here. I'm predicting I'll say a 4-1. I'll give Screams World a game.
4-1, maybe even I'd go so far as to say possibly a 4-2 if the Scrims World lineup does happen to be the wildcard kryptonite. But they're running into the buzzsaw right now of one of the most aggressive, one of the fastest, and one of the most dominant teams in Oceanic history. Will they be the ones to finally take them down? It would be a bit of a shocker if like this undefeated run of wildcard this lineup and they wind up losing to Lunar in the end. It would be amazing.
Wow. I'm so proud of you, Formal. You're just sort of bringing out that little bit of toxicity right now. After 5 years, he gets a new mic and he's now got the confidence to just rip into one player. I love it.
Yeah, he's sounding good. He thinks he's looking good, and he's just absolutely flying now. He's just throwing off pot shots left, right, and center.
Any other players you want to take a dig at right now?
Yeah, go for it.
You just go Luna.
We'll see how this series goes. Okay, I think we went in hard enough on Timmy yesterday as well. So, yeah, we're good. I mean, look, if Lunar gets to win, I'm just saying it would be an amazing story if Lunar gets it done. If that's the legacy of Wildcard.
Yeah, I can't see it happening. I know that they've already beaten them, but I skimmed through that game. I know a lot of people would have been tuning into that on the Friday team streams. It kind of just looked like a wild card were going through the motions. I saw Torsos trying to own goal, and that's not to give any disrespect to Scrims World. I just think that maybe wild card weren't as amped up. It's quite easy as well to not be as, we're talking about the optimal level of arousal, Yummy. We actually did a thing on this in the Shortcast as well. Talking about, how... Well, that sounds weird out of context, but
what is the optimal level of arousal?
But you've got to be, in the bell curve. You don't want to be overexcited. You don't want to be underexcited. You don't want to be bored. You want to be hyped. And I think that maybe Wildcard weren't as, they're not going to be as looking forward to playing a Scrims World as they would a healthy Chiefs. Perhaps that cost them. I think though, Champ Sunday, they'll be ready to go.
Well, speaking of, it is time to get underway with the first semi-final here. Scrims World, vast underdogs against the reigning champions. And Torsos with that GOAT status, ready to go back to Birmingham or back to England and maybe get into that top 8. Let's get into it.
There we go. Can see as well. Prof in chat. I know you'd back me up on that. Yummy's laughing because he didn't pass grade 2 of school, but Tins 3 and 4 PE, you know all about it.
What? But then the optimal levels of arousal?
Well, there's better ways of saying it, but if you look it up, that's what it's called. So how about you just do some research? Goodness me, these guys.
What textbook was that in?
Any health, any sports performance, Google it if you're at home. Anyway, it's got to start with a B head goal. Of course it's got to start with a B head goal. Torsos off the ceiling. 1-0, 18 seconds.
Yeah, it was just a nice dish down to B head straight across the middle, open for that shot, able to put it through. So very fast start for Wildcard. Nothing, I suppose, too shocking right there. Again, I mean, this team... You said it before, coming into this match, they have a tendency sometimes to just come out absolutely swinging, and despite not having that warm-up game, quick goal, already putting, this orange side on the back foot.
Yeah, we talk about Rocket League being 99% mental, but clearly no one knows about an ounce of psychology in this chat. Goodness me, good to see some people are on board, Tins. I see you're right there. Fever might make this 2-0. No, he's going to go the fake here. Take it upstairs instead. Laxon throwing himself across. They found a pinch out of nowhere to Banana Head, but we believe this one for Fever. Wildcard, I think if Scrims World were going to get them formula, it would be early, so this is a nice start from the favourites.
Yeah, exactly. They want to set that tone, remind everybody, especially against a team that took them down before on Friday. Although, you have to ask the question, if the tree falls in the woods, does anyone hear it? It wasn't a match on mainstream. Did anybody truly see it? I know there were some team streams happening, but it's a right they want to wrong. Early goal for them. We'll see if they'll find another. I'm still waiting to see if we're going to see, that physicality from Scrims and some of those, big aggressive passing plays, kind of like that. The net was open, ball should have gone in.
Yeah, good chance there from Scrims and a couple of early attacks on the board, which is going to do them a bit of confidence. But I did like the adjustment out of the OCE series. It was very scrappy early, but I love the way that we spoke about it post-series, incorporating the bumps, looking for the demos, looking for boost steals, looking for that control, and just, I guess, getting the maximum value out of their rotations, really ensuring that they're helping their teammates out. They need to keep that up. They're right in this game one.
But they are, and I mean, as long as it's still a one-goal game, maybe they can find something. Caleb down, not able to get that next touch. Caleb is the player, too, I'm looking out for the most when it comes to this Scrims World side, just because Caleb... over the offseason was touted as this 1v1 mech master, won the offseason events in that regards, was putting in the hours. Haven't really seen that translate yet to sort of a game-dominating performance on the main stage. This would be a big time to do it against Wildcard.
Yeah, I haven't really seen him, as you said, take over, but certainly had some solid performances thus far. He's lax getting bumped off the ball. Throws a right at Torsos, who, for mine, was the MVP yesterday. He was fantastic on Wildcard. It just his striking, his precision, but also his midfield plays, finding gaps like this. And look at this, he's just found Fever downfield. That is the easiest goal that Fever can score. 2-0 Wildcard.
Oh, it's always so good when you have teammates that can throw it right to you in situations like this. Fever, full trust, already moving down the pitch. Wasn't even using the boost they were sitting on. They just knew that one was coming for them. 2-0 lead, Wildcard. I wouldn't say they're in cruise control just yet, but it's definitely very blue side dominated.
Yeah, you can't be giving them easy goals is the main thing. This is a nice dunk chance, though. Fever gets enough behind it. See Caleb trying to manipulate himself, and this could still be a goal. Should have been a goal, but he went high, gave Torsos the chance to save it off the bar. Scream still with a lot of chances. They're finding demos, making it hard for themselves with a bit of miscommunication as well. You can see Luna wanted that ball. That was wide open. Torsos not firing. Fever last man. Able to buy enough time for his teammates, as he has done for so many years now.
Now, I mean, arguably one of Fever's greatest strengths is that ability to just slow it down, especially when you play with two hyper-aggressive forces in nature. That is Torsos and Banana had the ability to buy the time for them to reset up those attacks. It's why this team, Fever really has been historically the glue of this squad, and also has, you know, the attacking mech as well. We don't see it as often, but I feel like from a mech standpoint, Fever has been underrated in the past, but right now it's all about Caleb and what he can do to make it a one-goal game.
You were looking for him, Max, and here he is right now. Perfect first touch, ceiling reset, and he just doesn't even need to use it because he's done Torsos in. Fever's not there in time. Banana Head's beaten for free. 1v3 solo play from Caleb, and a lot of time to perhaps get their second.
Yeah, over a minute, more than enough time for scrims. Not going to get it off the kickoff, though. Demo slows things down as Caleb trying to go back to a teammate, not going to find him. Fever's forward, gets the demo, and it's a 2-goal game once again.
We talk about value from rotations. This is figure one right here. Fever doesn't get the boost, but he sticks around and finds Luna, who tried to jump out of the way. He saw him coming, but that's the 2-goal gap that Wildcard needed. 51 seconds. Could be enough for game one.
Yeah, really a great start again outside of the one, you know, goal they gave up to Caleb. Realistically, Wildcard has kind of controlled everything, I would say, about the series. But then you take a look at the shot count counter. 3 shots, 3 goals for Wildcard. 10 shots, 1 goal for Scrims.
It's goes to show that it's not just about how many shots you have, but that's a disappointing number there. Well, it's positive, I guess, for Scream's world that, you know, they're right in this and probably should be winning, but, well, the problem is they should be winning, and they're not. Luna throws it on, 18 seconds. Wildcard looking to hang on. They're 3 from 3. They're flawless up front. It's just been 3 counterattacks, basically. 3 misplays from Screams. There's a fake coming through. Luna trying to throw himself. Doesn't get the dunk. 8 seconds. Wildcard, I guess you could say hang on to game one, Max.
Yeah, that they do. I mean, you say hang on, but I kind of feel like this was almost their plan, because if you look at all of their goals, yeah, they were counterattacking goals, but they were in situations where they felt confident enough to cheat a player forward. We even saw it at the very end right there with Torsos. Fake pushes forward, trusting the team to get that deep clear, because Scrims showed themselves to be as forward playing and as aggressive they were, I feel, in the quarterfinal. This, to me, feels, yeah, maybe they didn't get the most shots on, but it felt like those shots were controlled. And when you have Fever ripping off 8 saves, you can kind of make strategic decisions like this.
Yummy Cheese Man's boy Luna with a quiet start. 72 points and 4 donuts across the board. 0 shots. 11 shots from Caleb and Lax, and they've been a 2-man show up front. But you can see Wildcard, just the 3 shots. They only shoot on net when they know they're going to score, and score they did. 3 goals. Few open nets, nice bumps coming through. Torsos finding down the line, finding 2 beautiful assists. Fever getting to work with the aggression, but Scrims didn't look too bad.
Yeah, I mean, they had opportunities, and it's not like, you know, Caleb's goal was pretty slick. There was a couple of moments too where the ball maybe was just a little bit off target, and you had some pretty spectacular saves. Torsos as well. That crossbar that should have gone down and in is one that might live in the minds of Scrims World fans for a little bit. But the good thing about a best of 7, plenty of times to bring it back. Scrims, they know they've beaten Wildcard before, and they did it after giving up the first game back on Friday as well. So we'll see if they can bounce back here in game number 2. I feel like if they're going to, CJ, they really need that first goal.
Yeah, they just need to worry about the counterattacks a little bit. There's an open net almost if Luna wanted it. It could still be open. It should still be a goal. Fever has 0 boost, but where is Laxon? Where on earth was he? It was just the Caleb Luna show up front. It was an open net. Fever in massive trouble. Still 0-0. They're the opportunities for me you need to make the most of, because down the other end, how quickly Wildcard can score an open.
Yeah, it's another counterattack that leads to a goal, this time going to Fever, but I mean, the same thing can be said, I feel like, for all the top teams in this region. If you are one of the teams trying to crack into the top 2 or 3, take advantage of every opportunity for you. And unfortunately, when you don't, you get burned. We see it right there. Another counterattack, 4th of the series, it feels like, for Wildcard, who, yeah, they're no longer shooting 100%. Torsos does have a miss technically, but still shooting 80% overall.
Completely ruined. I think that was an assist from Tors anyway, but here is Laxton. The bump on Torsos would be fantastic. Shot wide though. Caleb follow-up. Blocked by Banana Head. Wildcard just doing enough. They're showing their experience so far. 3 goals, 3 shots in the first game, and really just capitalizing on mistakes. Luna though with a great chance. The bumps are coming through. Torsos try to go off the roof. Goal, and the first one on the board finally coming through from scrims.
Yeah, I mean, it was all 3 players getting involved as well. Laxton to Caleb, sets up Lunar to drive that one straight in. And, you know, what I liked about that, too, is, yeah, all 3 players playing it forward, playing to the strengths that we kind of expect to see on scrims, with Caleb and Laxton being more of the mechie players, being the ones more in the thick of it, and Lunar kind of that glue, that cleanup duty, putting in that goal. Those are the keys to victory for scrims. We'll see if they'll find more opportunities like that. And, well, how does Wildcard respond? Do they get back on their own attack? But we haven't seen too much blue cars on the orange side of the pitch.
Yeah, it was a beautiful shot from Banana Head. An even better save coming through. 1-1 still. Liking the look of Scrim's World so far. Got themselves back into this. Torsos wasn't worried about Caleb's attempt at knocking that one downfield. Luna off the ceiling, just going to go slow. Banana Head still on the ball, pinching across open net. And where on earth is the defense?
Oh, I mean, they're making it look too easy, CJ. They make it look just backboard pass, shot it in.
It was Luna keeping it close, though. Laxton followed up so hard that he was almost ahead of Luna by the time he went for the 50. I'm just not sure why he needed to be so aggressive. There was no one else following it. It was just Banana Head with low boost. And he's got a free 50. He's got a free pass middle. Fever, beautiful reset. 1-2. No Caleb with the clear. Scrim's World, there's just these little goals, these little moments they're giving up. And against the top team, you cannot be affording to doing that.
No, you cannot. And credit where it's due on the wildcard side, punishing each and every time. It feels like you see those little mistakes, which is what you would want from your best team, to be, keeping their opponents honest no matter what. Every mistake, yeah, we're going to hit you for it. And hopefully that will raise the level of teams like Scrims. Hopefully they'll stop making those mistakes and we get ourselves that tight back and forth series. But as it stands right now, yes, it's only a 1-goal game, but it hasn't felt like Wildcard has been slipping just yet.
Yeah, it hasn't felt like Wildcard have had to do too much either. We saw yesterday Banana Head being, just a huge factor, rotating across, sweeping across the net. Hasn't had to do that. It's just been a few counter-attack goals coming through. Caleb now pushing the ball forward. Scrims are looking to attack again. Torsos has been dusted. Double commit Banana Head. Luckily enough, beating, I think that was Luna on the ball. Here he is again, rotating, no boost. Finds Caleb. Fever there in time, but two members of Scrims wanted that pass and just lets Wildcard have a free out downfield.
I can't help but feel like, too, that this game is kind of similar to the big trends that we saw from Wildcard back during that last regional, where if you look last year, they were that aggressive team, always forward, high risk, high reward, throw, everybody at the ball for bumps, demos. This side of Wildcard was not something we saw that often last year, but we saw a bit of it last regional, and I think it helped them take down the likes of the Chiefs in the finals, and now we're seeing it here again. Screams an opening for Lax, and this one does go in.
It's off the back of Torsos too. He found the angle off the post. Screams find the equaliser with 90 seconds left. You can see the shot. It was bouncing around off everybody. Torsos could not find the angle. Didn't realise that was going off the post. 2-2. Well done, Screams World. Reward for their pressure.
And that's exactly what they were hoping to bring. Now with a minute and a half, though, will they be able to find one more goal in such a limited amount of time? Do we get into overtime, or will Wildcard find a way to crack this attack one more time and find a counter in their favor? At the moment, it still is looking good for Scrims. They're on the hunt, but only for so long.
I think Fever's been the most impressive player so far. Torsos has found the angle. There is the Banana Head. Just pest factor. He's an absolute nuisance. He beats one for free, 0 boost. and he removes Caleb from the defense. Torsos open net. Wildcard get the lead back.
That's a 2024 goal if I've ever seen one from those two. Fantastic goal for Wildcard, back out in front. And again, Scrims in that position where they're behind, where they're going to have to take a few more risks, maybe leave themselves exposed for the counter. But it could be their only way back into this. 1 minute to go, still needing that goal.
Nice touch from Fever with 0 boost. Torsos finds Banana Head. Wants to go low, keep it close, gets dunked. Torsos crept up, just going to be Fever. He's going to pre-jump. Caleb can get this around. It could do wonders, but Fever too good on that occasion. There's another pass downfield. Torsos Banana Head combo linking up. Fever is really not a boost for a while, third man, but very comfortable in that position with 30 seconds left. Screams need this ball down the other end.
Yep. That they do, and I'm looking at the two playmakers. I'm looking at Caleb and Laxon and hoping they can get some space, can kind of make the magic go in their favor, but instead it goes the other way. It's another pass around the corner with help from a demo. 4-2 lead.
It's just too messy. It's messy play. You can see Caleb trying to find Laxon, but it wasn't clean. They didn't have a clean pass. Transition over. Instead, it's all caught up in the corner. Caleb 0 boost. Easy shot coming through. 2-goal lead for Wildcard. They're probably going to be 2-0 as well. Torsos off the kickoff with the strats. No one's going. He's faked everyone. It's game over.
Yeah, that will do it. Both, score-wise and maybe a little bit mental-wise as well. Caleb just faked out by the baby flick from Torsos, who's able to keep it underneath. That was mean, Torsos. That was so mean.
And Caleb in all sorts there. 5-2. Fever off the kickoff, grabs boost, Banana Head. Can he get one more? He's looking for the bump. Been impressed with Fever. I think they've been a bit messy. It's been a bit haphazard from Wildcard, but Fever has been that consistent shining light for this team. They've been rewarded with a 2-game lead. Perhaps a timeout coming from Scrims.
Yeah, I feel like you'd have to try to quell the bleeding somehow at this stage. Wildcard game number 1, the defensive masterclass. Game number 2, maybe a bit more even overall. Wildcard finding more scoring opportunities for themselves, but it's weird because even though the scoreline was close for a majority of it, it just never felt like Scrims had control of the tempo, had the attacking pressure. They just constantly feel a little bit behind.
Timeout confirmed by Scrims. Like an extra 90 seconds just to go through things there, and as you said, they've looked okay. They've just given away too many easy chances, too many easy goals, even kickoffs, tidying up those kind of factors. Against the top team formal, you have to do the 1%. You have to do the little things right. The easy things you'd expect, because they'll punish, and it's tough to score against this team with Fever sitting third man.
Yeah, well, that's just it. I think against a team like Wildcard, nothing comes easy. Even the stuff that you should know in the back of your head, that added pressure, thinking, yeah, maybe I should be rotating back, playing it safer, but is there a window? Do I need to take that window? Let's take that strike. And the big reason why Scrimfield got to this point was because they were taking those risks and they were paying off against Oi, and they were working out for them. So I can't really be too critical of trying to carry that mindset, one series further. But unfortunately, there's a bit of a difference right now between the likes of an Oi and a Wildcard, and Wildcard kind of showing it.
Yeah, as you said, you've got to be really sure of yourself and sure of each other as a team. That'll mean you can play quicker rock. And just saw a couple of times where, they'd be looking to pass it across to either to a back corner or up a wall, and there's just that slight hesitation from the teammate. And that's all you need for a Banana Head to swoop in, take the ball off them, and as you can see in that replay there, just get easy as you like. It was just a bit messy. I feel like some players wanted to play fast, others on the team wanted to play slow from Scrims. They need to get on the same page, reset, and this timeout could do them a world of good.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Hopefully they come back refocused, because we don't want a sweep. We want a back and forth series. We'll see what Scrims World can bring with the timeout buff. However, maybe if you're a Wildcard fan, you want that sweep. Maybe you want to see a dominant OCE team. They're playing for that spot in the Birmingham Major, winning 2 regionals in a row. I'm not sure if it mathematically secures it, but it would get them very close. Kickoff goes to Lunar.
Banana Head just wanted a bit of help from Torsos, and he gave him 0 here. Tors was low boost. He tried to just put it on his head. Torsos off to the corner. 1-0, 10 seconds in. Timeout buff is on.
That was pretty good to see. It's been a while since we've seen a kickoff goal Actually, it feels like not since that first series of the day. So, of course, it would be the team that found the majority of them bringing it back one more time in scrims. However, now we take a shot the other side. Caleb diving save.
Well, I do need to remind you of Torsos's kickoff goal as the last goal of that game as well, Formal. But yeah, Scrims have not had a kickoff goal in a while. And he's very true. They're not getting locked in. But speaking of getting locked in, Torsos don't miss. He's a human homing missile on the Scrims net.
I don't know what it is, but Torsos is like the last player I would expect to see in like a Hatsuki Miku goal explosion.
Torsos is the last player? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I would expect to see that from. Maybe it's because I don't know him as well.
No, he's the first player I'd expect. He's look at his profile, his Steam pictures. He's an absolute anime warrior, this man. As Luna gets another goal back. Wildcard crumbling. What happened here? Laxon he's just got a fantastic 50, and Fever, the first time this series, gets caught out.
Yeah, good touch from Lunar. Great redirect straight down the middle. And yeah, this is what we were hoping to see from Scrims World. A bit more fire straight out the gate, just looking for shots where they can find them. And a little bit surprised, Wildcard caught off guard twice. That's once again off the kickoff. It is Scrims bringing the initial pressure, but they're not getting the goal straight away. And now back to the other side. Banana Head wins the 50. The net is open. They have all the time, and they can't put it in.
You can see Torsos and Banana Head trying to work out how to score this. It doesn't matter. They find the goal anyway, 2-2. It was an absolute schmozzle from those two, but they've worked it out. Fever, beautiful pass.
Yeah, it's the circle piece going in the rectangle hole. It took a little while to figure out. You can still just put it through regardless. So tie game, 2-2. Wildcard very happy to be equalized one more time as we see if Scrims continue to just take shots straight out the bat. Around the corner we go. Lunar looking for Laxon, but this time some defense was there.
Yeah, the concerning part is just how easy Wildcard are able to get these equalizers, how easy they are to score, even when they make mistakes down the other end. Says a great goal, Fever. Speaking of mistakes, he's backflipped. He wasn't aware of the 50 being lost, and Luna was. Great positioning from him. Finds it easy as you like. Goal. Fever just well, as Yummy would say, he had flapped with an S.
Fever are normally so consistent on that defensive side, having a bit of a roughie right now in game number 3 to the benefit of Scrims, who are looking for another goal straight off the kickoff. Laxon stays with it. Banana Head will find the save. Further up shot though from Lunar. Just looking for a backboard setup for Caleb. Not going to find it. Defense makes the read, and now Torsos chance to bring it back the other way. Laxon will lose the 50. Torsos wants to find Banana Head, but instead is Caleb getting in the way.
Still like the slow play from Tors. He grabbed the corner boost. Could be influential in a counter-attack down the other end. They can strike again here, perhaps. Caleb gets the 50. Banana Head finds a demo. He's going to turn it. You know he wants to be aggressive. Fever with the pop. Trying to get involved in the action as well. Wildcard need to find another goal. It's just every time they do score, Scrims find an easy one down the other end. Torsos, though, finds the demo. Fever's up, dropped down, blocked out by Luna. Scrims defending for their lives, trying to get their first game win.
And they're trying to hold off this attack, but that's the thing, Wildcard. We've been seeing them play a lot of defense this series. That's not what they've historically been known for. It has been the aggression and surviving a relentless Wildcard attack. Not a lot of teams in Oceania can do it past a Banana Head. They're not going to connect for the shot. Fever tries to clean it up, but Laxon plays patient. Counterattack was on. Banana Head gets in the way. Not enough for the save. It's the demo that does the work.
Big crept up. Torsos gets the pop over Laxon and Caleb. Just Luna. Fever misses the skim. He went for it. And the corner boost too. Caleb just drives straight at it. Picks it up. Laxon's made a big mistake though. Torsos underneath. So's Caleb. Wildcard with 2 minutes. Need to find one, but Scrims World have stabilized.
Yeah, that they have. They survived the attack, and while another goal would be nice, saying a little bit now. Lunar's right there. They're still pushing. They're really still pushing right now through the corner. Everybody geared up, ready to go. Looking for the 2-goal lead. Caleb, loses control, and a lot of Wildcard members wanted to jump on it. Fever gets their first ball off the backboard. Laxon has to stay behind. Fakes out the first midfielder, not the second. Fever still wants to stay with it. Bump, sets up Banana Head around the corner. However, it's a good touch from Caleb to alleviate the pressure.
Yeah, nice job. Nice dodge there from Torsos. Luna's still on the ball. Fever has to go straight away. They're awkward here, Wildcard. Double committing in that corner. Everyone in the corner, in fact, means Banana Head's going to have to make a good touch. Avoids the dunk. Scream's still in control. Minute 12 now. Fever has to go. It could be a goal. Caleb He was just a millisecond quicker, perhaps. He might stay in net. He might still be a chance. You can see the shot. No, Luna, don't overcommit, boys. Still up a goal. Don't need a score just yet. Banana head up. Doesn't get the dunk. Nice touch from Laxon.
Yeah, the best defense is a good offense sometimes, and it kind of felt like Scrims was almost taking that a step too far. Fortunate they don't get burned by the counterattack as time keeps working away. Wildcard, they're set up here. Torsos not there for the shot.
Try to pre-flip, but he missed. 40 seconds. They're still pushing, though. You can see Banana Head really picking up the pace. He wants to ensure they get this goal. He wants to sweep. Fever around. Luna touches a central. Dangerous, but Torsos nowhere to be seen.
And now a chance to bring it back the other way. Laxon cuts it off. 23 seconds. Wildcard's got maybe one more attack in them if they can clear past the middle of the field, but credit where it's due. Scrimsworld shutting them down, challenging every initial touch. It's going to be a tough one as we hit our final 10. Laxon open net. Can he get there? Yes! And Scrims is going to take game 3.
Well, no sweep and maybe game on as well. Banana Head doesn't get the touch he wanted. Torsos just went for it. He knew the time remaining, but Laxon was ready. Gets the goal. 4-2. Scrims. I mean, how often do we see the timeout buff work?
Yeah, pretty great use of it as well. A bit of a rough start for Fever. Put Wildcard in a little bit of a hole, and then Scrims do not let up. They're not making those little mistakes, CJ, or at least not enough. Banana Head wants to end with a double. Even that gets denied. Ball hits the ground, and Scrims get on the board.
Goodness me. Wasn't expecting that. Thought Wildcard might keep running away with it, but that early goal, they just kept, even though Wildcard kept pegging back the lead, Scrims just kept staying that little step ahead, kept pushing forward. 8 shots to 9, an even game. But Luna, that's the difference. Game 1, we saw he had 72 points, 4 donuts. That game, he gets a hat trick. Yummy's boy is back.
Players who are the glue need to be there to get to seal the deal. It feels like time and time again. Missing at first, a lot of holes on the counterattack. This time, Lunar there to pick up the pieces after Laxon and Caleb put in that work. Lunar will follow up and finish the play, although sometimes, like that goal kind of just saw before, just finds the gap and hits it. So well done for Scrims. However, winning one game is one thing. To take an entire series now off Wildcard, even still when you're behind, I don't know, I'd be nervous.
Yeah. I think, well, you know, the closer the series gets, the more Wildcard are going to start thinking about that best of 5 loss. We'll see what game 4. This is massive. This is, if Wildcard win this, I think there's no chance of Scrims winning 3 on the bounce. But if they can make it 2-2, bring it back to an even game, you got a best of 3 for the grand final spot. Then it's game on. This is it.
Yeah, I mean, pressure is definitely on the Scrimsworld side still. Is nobody wants to hit the kickoff, CJ. No, nobody wants it. Double fake.
The kickoff strats are simply ridiculous, and it might work out. It will, should almost. No, doesn't work out for Scrims. Caleb, with the control. Torsos has missed. 50 comes through. Oh, this is so messy. Fever, no boost. Finds a nice 50. His Banana Head now got an open net. All of a sudden, well, he did, but he missed. Does Luna get the touch? He does. He's elevating his game. Fever for the double. Laxon there. Scrims hanging on, but a messy start to game 4.
Yeah, we're just going right back into the thick of the chaos. Laxon's touchdown, not in, but the follow-up from Caleb nearly gets there as well. Banana Head, not really expecting that one to quite go where it was. Gets out of the way of Fever, who wants to clear it, but nobody from Wildcard wants to commit just yet. They're content to play defense. They don't really have the boost to make a conceded push. And now, did Caleb just hit Lunar? Nearly opens up the goal, but still, Lunar gets back in time for the save.
Lunar's peaking. That was a ridiculous recovery. I don't know what happened. Torsos doesn't care, though. He's doing it all himself. Takes it around the world and dunks it in.
No one looking settled in the first minute of play, but it's Wildcard who emerges with the point. Great goal from Torsos. It was open, but still had to make it difficult coming from above. 1-0 lead for Wildcard.
The big T stepping up. Another kickoff this time. Torsos waits in net. Don't want to give away a freebie, but they might steal Laxon with the 50. Banana Head, nice save. See Fever just waiting. It's a huge 50 loss, but Caleb, luckily enough, has spawned right on the scene. Scrimsworld should be able to get this one out of trouble via Caleb. Throws it forward. This is a great chance. Laxon, Banana Head's missed. Laxon doesn't miss those. What a read.
Oh, I mean, yes, it looks relatively open, but at the same time, the angle from which Laxon was coming at is where the challenge of that one comes through. Nothing but net once again. Fantastic goal to get Scrimsworld tied up.
Out of nowhere, they finally counter-attack. Wildcard are giving up some interesting goals, but credit to Screams making the most of these half chances. It's Caleb throws that one forward. Fever to Banana Head. What's he got to cook with here? He fakes one. Does he get the 50 on two? They're in awkward spots, Wildcard, but they've landed in a great spot. Caleb's got a one-on-one with Fever. This is a great chance. Reset. When does he use it? Fever just. I think Caleb could have done a little bit better with his opportunity, considering the position he had the ball in. It still could be a great chance for Luna.
Pass down, dish it in. Scrimsworld up by one in this series. Again, a must-win game for the orange side, and they are taking advantage of every opportunity. And correct me if I'm wrong, CJ, but it feels like it's the same sort of approach that they had for the first two games, but now they're not making the mistakes.
This is just... Yeah, I'm starting to think about it now. Hang on a second.
Oh!
This could blow the region open if Scrimsworld do the unthinkable. Luna gets another goal. I have to keep saying it, but Yummy's boy is only getting better and better. It was a hat-trick in the previous game. Game one, he wasn't even on the pitch. He was in row Z watching with some popcorn. Now he's dominating. He's carrying. Fever off the kickoff. Do they get one back? Looks for the airdrop, but look at Luna. He's given Caleb a one-on-one with B-Head. Can he get the ball?
Oh! 4-1! And there is our 1v1 champion from OCE once again, taking it to Banana Head, who tries to make the read, but the last touch, a touch too much. 4-1 lead. Scrims. This isn't even the timeout buff anymore, CJ. They're just taking it to Wildcard.
This is momentum buff. Wildcard need to call the timeout. Caleb is absolutely cooking. Look how many solo plays he's got. You were looking for the 1v1 OCE champ to step up. Here he is, formal.
This is what the performance we needed to see from them. If you are going to take this team down, Laxon just with the beat. Give him another one. It goes to Caleb, who steals it from the teammate. But what has happened to Wildcard?
They're falling apart. Laxon again. Caleb's right there. Just steals it. It was all Laxon controlling. Fever bit third man. Unusual from him. You can see the panic setting in from Wildcard. They're trying to force it, but you can't force this.
Oh my goodness. Picked up by an org, this roster, and straight away looking to step up. However, game's not done. Only halfway through as Fever gets another on the board.
This would be the most wild card thing ever if they came back from 5-1 down. There's still half a game. Time's on their side, as you said. There's a chance. Let's see what this kickoff brings.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen so many crazy kickoffs today. What's this one? A bit more standard. It does kind of go a bit more in Wildcard's favor, at least initially. Bump on the play, doesn't matter. Fever stays with it. Watch out for Torsos underneath. Won't get a chance courtesy of Lunar, at least not for the shot. Will look to set up through the corner, 50. Defense again doing enough, but look how far forward Wildcard is starting to play now, CJ. They're done playing further back. I think they're done playing defense. They know they got to send it.
Yeah, you just know Banana Head's not taking a backward step, but neither is Luna. Nice save from Fever. Banana Head steals the boost from underneath Laxon and the ball. Zero boost, Caleb and Laxon. He does scoop up back corner. Great first touch as well. That'll kill time. That's all they need to do. Go for some slow solo plays and make time their friend. Fever has to get that ball away. Almost an own goal. Whoa. No. Yes, okay.
Heart and mouth moment right there. But Banana Head gets the goal, and we're back within two.
What are Screams doing? They've got 3 in the corner. They're up 3 goals. Why is scoring even on your mind? Just kill time, solo play, set up, play 2 back, 1 up. 2 minutes, or just under 2 minutes, 2 goals. I mean, they're right back in there. Screams would have let them in.
You have 2 of the best solar players in the region. Arguably the best 1v1 player in the region on your team. I'm with you. Slow it down. You still have time to do it. It's still 2 goals. You have a minute and a half. Work the clock if you are Scrims. Caleb, well, still is looking for the 1v1 beat. Not going to find it this time. Laxon is there, but here comes Fever, and now Wildcard are again on the hunt with the fake, but no follow-up shot.
You know, they're going to go for bumps. They're going to look aggressive. They're going to go for everything right now. Caleb, solo, bumped by Torsos. Laxon wants to turn. Banana Head has Fever, but he's low boost. Would have seen it as well with the new update. Banana Head up Find the 50. Where's Torsos? There's a shot. Fever. Can he finish?
Fever.
Just open. It's wide open. It's 1 goal game, Max.
And with 51 seconds at the rate that they're going, it feels like it's almost an inevitability right now. CJ, that's 3 goals in 2 minutes 10. One more 51 seconds away. Scrim's falling apart.
They picked up the pace, but I mean, Scream's World, they're panicking now. They're fully panicking. Fever off the ceiling. Right, double, almost. Banana Head. He's going to keep it in, just with a nice touch. He's going to leave for Torsos too. He can keep the ball close. That'll buy time for Banana Head to get boost. Torsos tries to do it all himself. Fever's right there. Banana Head, he's getting in. He's just going at absolutely everything. One more goal could secure it for Screams. They have done enough damage, you would have thought. Being 5-1 up. There's still time though.
Oh, the net looks open. Shots on, but Lunar puts it wide. Banana Head looks to clear it back the other way, and with 18 seconds, this could be Wildcard's last chance here in game number 4. Banana Head across. Torsos, no boost. Has to just try to keep the attack on, but instead throws it straight across to Lunar. And here comes Caleb. Ice this game. Scrim's World will survive.
Everybody breathe. They've hung on just. Lovely 50 from Lunar. He read that pass from Torsos like he was passing it to him. And Caleb gets the open net downfield. 7 seconds. There's no way now. Tie series, timeout, wildcard, I reckon.
Yeah, I reckon we'll see that. But at that same token, this entire game is exactly why you can never sleep on a team like Wildcard, CJ. They nearly made the 4-goal comeback happen, which would have been insane to watch. Scrim survive that. And honestly, I think both teams would be kind of happy for a timeout after that one.
I think Scrim's probably would want to keep going. Even Wildcard might wanted to not call the timeout. They have, though. They will confirm the timeout. Just because they scored 3 goals late, they look like they had the momentum. But, I mean, 5-1 start, that is not what you often see against the best team in the region.
No, and it was great to see, too. I mean, Caleb and Lunar each popping off that game. Caleb, in particular, really impressed with Lunar still just playing incredibly solid Rocket League as he has been this entire event. This has turned into a proper series now, tied 2-2, and you were saying anything can happen in a best of 3, and that's where we're sitting. Good thing Wildcard's getting their timeout buff now. I expect him to come back probably playing a little less reckless, dare I say, especially at the first half of the game, but I mean, if you're Scrims, keep the aggression on.
Yeah, perhaps a little less reckless, but I mean, Scrims are just, they're playing good rock at the moment. They're finding the pass plays lax, and I think the biggest thing, Max, is they're scoring those half chances. You know, they're getting these little opportunities. They're getting those little windows against Wildcard. The Wildcard, to their credit, don't often give, but they're making the most of those little half chances, the opportunities, and they're putting scoreboard pressure on, which is the best kind of pressure you can put on a team. In the end, Wildcard tried their mightiest, but 5-1 down, you're not coming back from that. 6-4 win, and this is a big game now. The series has just been blown open. It's well and truly alive.
It really has been. And like the crazy thing too, when you put it that way, it's like they're getting those, you know, little opportunities they're converting. Those opportunities were there at the start of the series as well. And that was why they weren't finding success. They were kind of missing on those little opportunities and leaving themselves exposed for the counterattack. I mean, that opening game stat of 10 shots to 3, and they lose that one 3-1, I think is still indicative of how Scrims wanted to play this game and what happens when it doesn't work out compared to what it does, which was that last game where they get 6 goals and almost run away with it in the first 2 minutes of play. So we'll see where we go from here. We'll see what changes Wildcard has made. Scrims, though, in with a fighting chance to take down what has been a reign that has lasted over a year at this stage, CJ. And this is, it feels like the closest a team has gotten to taking him down in a long time.
See if Luna can keep performing, keep stepping up. Caleb reset, Banana Head's got 0. Luna off the sidewall. Is anyone there? No, there's a demo. Laxton does spawn, though. In the perfect position, clear downfield. Fever flips into position. Awkward touch, but he finds Banana Head, who's not exactly working the ball forward at the moment, but that's a lovely pre-jump from Torsos. Not the best touch, double commit. Torsos, luckily enough, is bumped. Scrims gave an opening, still might have an opening here, but they're defending well, and they've actually caught everyone. All 3 members of Wildcard on the counter-attack. Torsos needs to get back. Fever needs to get back. Do the bumps come through there too? It's an absolute schmozzle in net. Laxon bumps 2.
Oh my goodness, Laxton. I mean, you always expect him to do something crazy, but the double bump was not on my bingo card for today. Great stuff out of the mechanical genius that is Laxton. 1-0 advantage. Scrims, they don't care about timeout buffs for wildcard. They're continuing with that momentum.
Laxton looking to catch. Can he be the hero again? Scoreboard pressure, as I mentioned, is the best kind. Wildcard not getting the touches they want. They're not quite linking up. They're just finding a bump, finding a 50 on everything. Caleb here, he's got to dodge a bump. Fever's driven under the ball, and Banana Head usually would be right there. He's not ready to pounce. Instead, it's Caleb down the line. Torsos has to get the touch. Could have been 2-0 to Scrims.
It was there for the taking. Unfortunately, that one will go awry. And in the past, those have led to quick goals back for wildcard. It could be the case here. Fever versus Caleb, who on no boost still makes the first save. Second defender goes, but so does the third. Wildcard trying to center it quickly, won't get there in time. It's a fantastic clear from Lunar.
Finding these massive clears downfield, and Wildcard are just not ready for them. Love that from Caleb. Look, he didn't even commit, and he got the mid boost that Torsos was angling for. Banana Head's been it's 2-0. What is happening, Max?
Where did the wildcard defense go from the last regional? Banana Head didn't look like he knew whether to commit onto the ball or try to react to the touch. The end result is a goal for Caleb. 2-0 up, Scrims World. They are not letting up in this series.
And the reason for that was Fever making an awful touch. He's accidentally dointed backwards off his corner, putting Banana Head in the worst spot. 3 minutes. Fever in an awkward spot again this time. That's a beautiful catch. That's the class you expect from him. He goes the low 50, ground pitch. But Luna has been an absolute rock for Scrims.
Oh, this is big time pressure now coming from, again, the Scrims side. It doesn't matter. They're up by 2. They want a third, CJ. They want the third.
How is this happening? If you asked me after game 2, I would have said it's definitely a 4-0. A 4-1 at best. We're 2:46 away from Scrims being on double match points here. 3-0 and not looking like stopping.
Scrims just might be wildcard's kryptonite. It just might be the case right now. A repeat of what happened on Friday. Perhaps at least in a best of 5 type setting. Granted, that best of 7, they would still have to win one more. The hurdle is always the toughest, and there's still half a game here. We just saw last game wildcard rip off 3 goals in the second half of a game. They nearly get the first, but this time Lunar's in the way. Torsos follow-up shot. It's Laxton who will clear it out.
Yeah, Tors missed his shot too. Caleb's on the left. If Banana Head doesn't go, finding on 50. He's found the worst possible 50, almost 4. Fever with the clear running it down the line. Wildcard, they're not trying to score. They're just trying to hang on at this rate. Scrims are all over him.
Scrims, not the team we expected to come out slow, but now that they're hot, they're not slowing up. Good save from Caleb underneath. Again, denying wildcard, and now Laxton with some space to work. Tries for the ceiling, pinch, won't get the bump on Banana.
They're the first ones up. Even when wildcard are looking for those pop pass plays, it usually a Banana Head is the first one on the case. It's not, it's a Caleb, it's a Laxton. It's a Luna getting a hand up. These guys are playing the best I've ever seen. Laxton now trying to keep it close. This is better. 1 up, 2 back. They just need to hold on. Find the nice 50s. Banana Head low boost. Caleb up, keeping it close. Minute 20. They've done the damage this time, just as they did in the previous. And all they need to do is hang on to a 3-goal lead. Caleb with a perfect touch. Torsos up. He's been dusted. Fever's no boost. He just has to bang it down the line.
Yeah, but Banana's there, and he's going to turn it into a shot. Realistically, though, Scrims knew it was coming. 2 defenders already back. Another setup. This one looks good. Banana keeping wildcard alive here in Game 5. They're back on the board.
They're never out of it. They'll always come late, and, well, they found a late opening. 2 goals, 1 minute. Kickoff vital here for Scrims. What they got?
What do they have? What kickoff shenanigans? Nothing crazy this time. Just Fever with boost and ball. Lunar in the net, trying to jump up for it. It's a pass down to Banana, who wins the 50. CJ, it's a 1-goal game again.
This is why kickoffs are vital. 1 goal turns into 2. You could see Banana Head from Fever's angle. It was clear what they were doing, but Scrims could not set up. 57 seconds. Wild card. Can they pinch it?
We'll see what they can find. Here we go. Again, it's Torsos this time with the boost. Deep lob. Laxton misses! Fever underneath, not there to wrap around Banana Head. Had a chance. Wildcard almost gets the equalizer again off the kickoff.
Yeah, Laxton was so awkward. That was an absolute slinger. And here goes Luna. He's testing his defense too. Up for it, but he's lost possession. Off the wall. Caleb has to go!
Oh, what?
A massive blunder from Screams. Caleb had no idea. Luna was never getting that. He's got 0 boost, mate. Help him out.
Oh, is it a miscommunication? Is it just unaware of the situation? What it is now is a tie game. 3 goals, CJ, in under a minute. Wildcard right back in it. Next goal wins this game. Scrim still with a chance. It's straight down the middle. Lunar off the post, not in.
Luna's pinched it. Nearly a counter-attack. Laxton catching. This has been an all-time bottle job from Screams, but it's not over yet. Tie ball game. Caleb. He's been the hero. He's got a free double.
Caleb?
He won't be able to land it. Laxton, Luna's taking it off him. 10 seconds. I think they just want OT to reset, but Laxton's missed boost. He's in such an awkward spot. Can he land on it? He will. That's a huge play from Laxton with the 50 as well. Caleb going to sit underneath. Banana Head wants to end it in regulation. Goes with the flick. They're all committing. Infield pass. Pop up. No. Maybe a chance for Scrims even. Surely
Banana
not.
Head. Oh, good fake from Banana Head to end it. That almost went back the other way. We have a very pivotal overtime. This is just to get to match point. This ain't going to win the series, but it feels like the momentum, how tight this is. That extra game could mean so much for both of these teams. And it's going to be Scrims hunting first into the corner. Anybody there to challenge Fever? Lunar thinks about it. Gets the boost, pulls back. Counterattack is on. Shot from Torsos gets denied by Lunar.
That's what they have been good at, cutting off that infield pass. Banana Head low boost. Throws it down. Luna pre-flips too early. Poor control from him. Nice touch from Fever. Second touch wasn't too good though. Luna double commit. Caleb's been demoed. It will be a generous enough bounce for Screams pass to get back. Pinch comes across. Nobody there. Banana Head was circling. Torsos across. More demos. They're stealing everything. Shot on. Huge save from Laxton. Staying alive. Another shot on. Luna this time. Screams hanging on by the skin of their teeth, Formal.
They haven't had time to get the boost. Now a little bit of breathing room as Banana Head slows it down. In fact, they're looking to come back the other way. Good pinch off the wall for Lunar. Torsos across the middle. Will get challenged eventually by Caleb. However, damage done. Unless Laxton can get over the top of Fever. He
Big
can.
50.
Big 50. Here comes Lunar. No, denied by Banana Head.
Huge read. Torsos is whipped though. Torsos is whipped. It's just Fever last. Goes across. Torsos back in time just, but they're low boost wildcard. Screams with a nice chance to push forward. Can they score here?
Oh, this win would mean so much for Scrims to get that extra game cushion. They've been on the attack for the past 30 seconds. It's been wildcard back foot. Caleb, no boost. What can he do? He can steal the boost, keep
Right
the ball,
pass, there it
back to
is.
Lunar. It's going to be a Scrims win.
Heartache to ecstasy. They're on match point, Formal. They were 3-0 down, 3-0 up. They force OT. They've bottled it. But they win in style. What a pass from Caleb. What poise. They won 3 on the bounce. Match point.
Match point, job's not done, and we've seen so many times in this region that last game is the hardest. Wildcard, they've proven time and time again why you can't count them out, but I mean, it felt like they were throwing everything at Scrims, particularly in that overtime, and the defense was holding strong. Lunar and Laxton on that defensive side. This is the closest it has felt like we have to seeing this wildcard roster fall. This could be it, CJ. This could be the end of one of the greatest regional runs we've ever seen.
And they've got 2 chances. They've got 2 chances, but they can't be thinking about that, as I have just been thinking about. They need to just worry about the next hit, the next shot, the next touch. Moment by moment, 4 scrims, 4-3, and now 3-2 in the series, and could completely blow this region open. I mean, this puts everyone back on the map in the rankings for the major, for the season even. Here we go.
Yeah, this is the first of possible 2 match points to take down Wildcard. What is Scrim's plan, and how do you kick off in a series like this? Well, you kind of just let Banana Head kind of run away with it. In fact, Torsos wants to stay with the play. Good clear from Laxon.
It was Falcons who fell off their throne that they'd maintained for years in Mina earlier on today. Could it be Scrims to knock these guys off the perfect perch? The X-Power now wildcard lineup that are flawless. 2 games to do it. Torsos throws it downfield. Awkward touch. Laxon just back. Luna was giving me an absolute heart attack there. And he still will be because it's 1-0 to wildcard.
Yeah, I mean, that is, again, I almost want to say vintage wildcard right there. Just the bumps. Aggressive touch from Torsos leaves Lunar awkward in the corner, and it turns it into that early goal. A quick snap back to reality. It's been a long time since we've seen wildcard with the lead in a game here, CJ.
Oh, boy. Can Scrims do it? It's one thing to take wildcard to match point. It's another thing to lock it in. They need to keep playing the same way. Wildcard, we know what they have. They've done it before. They can do it again. They're a clutch team. Their backs are against the wall right now. They've found the perfect start to Game 6. More bumps coming through. It's really nice from Laxon just to put a hand up with 0 boost. But all the wildcard in control. They all have 100. Fever looking to control this one. Taking it up. Laxon, nice 50. Banana Head hasn't been the same player so far. They all haven't been the same player. Torsos, the MVP of yesterday, has just been bumped off a short goal. That was lucky.
I'm glad you brought up Banana Head, though, because I do feel in the past, in these types of situations, when this lineup starts to get beat up a bit, I've seen Banana Head drag this team so many times, kicking and streaming back into relevancy, even back on, you know, the old Pioneers and Forkidden. Banana Head always has been that player to kind of flip momentum back in his side's favor. He's the one who I'm looking for right now, even with this 1-0 lead. If you're a wildcard fan, you want to see him get a couple more, especially with Lunar equalizing things up.
It's just a perfect play. Look at the demo coming through. They clear the first guy. Fever tries to clear it across. Laxon is ready. Luna is waiting back post. And Luna has been nearly the MVP of this team. They've all put on a clinic, but I've been so impressed with his rise this series. 1-1, 3:20 left.
I have to agree. I would say he's been the MVP of the series for sure. Lunar absolutely wanting this one badly. Here goes Banana, though. No, it's Lunar again from underneath, finding the save.
Still, surely. No, Laxon with the save. Heroics from Scrims. You can just see how much they want this. And here is Luna with another fire top bins. They're hanging on, and then they're working it down the other end. Laxon keeping it close. Fever, does he want in? Laxon's found a ground pinch with 0 boost. Everything's going right for Scrims so far.
Yeah, but the game's only tied. They still need that go-ahead touch, and Lunar looking for it, not going to find it. Here goes Banana. Not there, Fever. Through the corner, Torsos free shot, but it's straight into Laxon.
Caleb with a nervy moment there. He got caught backwards. You see Banana Head faking this. He's looking for bumps instead, but he's found nothing, and this is 100 boost for Luna. A left pass would be fantastic, and they're on. Luna with the shot. If he does, Banana Head's a goal. He doesn't. Caleb's around, though. Still a chance for Scrims. And he stole the corner boost off Torsos. 0 boost Banana Head. 0 boost Torsos. It's just Fever. They've lost the 50. Here is Feves, but he doesn't keep it.
No.
He doesn't keep it at all. The touches are not quality from Wildcard Max.
No, they're not. They're overthinking things, I'd have to think, as you can see right there, not connecting on the pass. Now Banana Head with boost, doesn't stay with the ball. It's a double commit. Fever needs to slow this one down. Gets past one. Did he do enough time? Torsos with boost, Banana Head with boost as well. They're going to have to make a pretty big save to flip it back the other way. Torsos now versus Laxon. Can't get it around him, but Fever still looks to clean up to the backboard. A lot of defenders there. Tries to drop it down. And again, we're seeing Scrimsworld collect. But are they in position? Yeah, they are. They stopped Torsos this time.
When they're awkward, they're finding fantastic 50s. Luna, get out of the way, please. I've got 100 boost, and I'd like to get in there. Mid boost secured by Caleb. Banana Head up. Does he have a reset? Someone needs to challenge early. There it is. Saved by Caleb. Torsos has crept. They're all pushed up. This is an unusual positional play here from Wildcard. You can see Fever getting involved. Torsos not expecting it. They're not quite locked in right now, but they're still pushing. They're just losing these 50s.
Now the 50 game from Lunar has been nearly immaculate. Here's the bump! Diving save! Follow-up touch, Caleb not there in time. Fever comes up huge. 1 minute to go.
Oh, that could have been it. Laxon had everyone done to a dinner. Caleb steals more corner boost. He's been massive in that department. 50 seconds. Scrims pushing forward. Torsos. He's got 0. He's panicked. He's thrown it to Luna, who's been poised. It's a double commit from Wildcard. Laxon trying to control. Looking clean at the moment. Banana Head. Torsos jumps. But they're losing these 50s. They're panicking, Formal.
Yeah, but you still just need one more beat, and it could come
Here
here.
it is.
Fever with the fake, with the touch. No, couldn't quite seal the play. Caleb will collect Banana Head with boost, wants to challenge, but goes awry.
This is it right now. Fever has to score. It's open. It's wide open. Fever doesn't miss. 19 seconds left. Wildcard could be taking us the distance.
Where's the defense? I'm seeing a lot of orange cards without boost, and Fever will escort it through. It took everything, CJ, to get that goal, but we've already seen some crazy things. Game's not over yet.
Oh, Wildcard have won most of the kickoffs so far. Fever's going to go back corner. He finds a nice win. 51 by Caleb, though, who just completely eats it. The bump on Banana Head. Caleb's trying to fake. Finds the 50. B heads up. They're going to let him hit it to it. Does he get the 50? He does. Laxon blocked out by Fever. Caleb throws it on.
Oh!
He's having a generational series. We have overtime.
Where does Lunar come from in this? Through the traffic, everyone looks like they're defending for Laxon. And here we go. Golden goal situation. Scrims World one magical touch away from ending the reign of this wild card roster off the kickoff. Do they find it here? Down, not in.
Oh, Laxon needs to catch this, needs to come up huge. He's lost the 50. Torsos will land with 0, but look how crap Wildcard are. It's Lunar again, the brick wall. Ladies and gents, get your seatbelts on, buckle up. Could this be it? Could this be the greatest upset we've seen in 2 years of OCE Rocket League? Laxon, there's the shot. Lunar with the save, big.
Is that in? Laxon doesn't get the second touch, but Banana Head has no boost. Caleb's there, but not quite fast enough. Fever now wants to rely on Torsos. Lunar runs interference, but Fever still stays on the play. Centering touch. Banana Head no boost, can't commit forward. Caleb keeps it safe. And I'm just seeing every time Wildcard pushes forward, CJ, they don't have the boost. They don't have the resources.
Yeah, you can see how slow they are. Usually Banana Head's on that. It's Fever to himself. Caleb up straight away. He's been demoed. This is huge. Banana Head, what do you got? Laxon gets bumped, and he finds the crucial touch. Caleb spawns. He misses the ball. Torsos is there. Laxon has 0. Screams. The situation has changed. They are now hanging on. Lunar has to make the save.
Oh, no!
Laxon, the block. Anyone? No. Banana Head. We go 7.
Oh, you can see the desperation from Lunar to just keep that ball out of the striking position, but only so much you could do on no boost. It was a fight, CJ, and guess what? We're not done yet. Champions field to determine this one.
We go the distance. Screams World are putting on a performance of their lives. But we can quickly forget about it if they don't get the job done in 7. On paper, people look at this if they weren't watching and go, oh, it was a close, oh, well, I guess they won in 7 wild card. But they won't realize just how well Screams were playing, just how close they were. They need to get the job done in 7. Wildcard, all the pressure is on the top dogs, but they have the momentum now.
Yeah, history won't remember the semi-final match if Wildcard goes on to win 8, 9, 10 in a row where they almost lost it. If you want to make that stamp in Oceanic history, you need to win this game on Champions Field. But you know what, CJ? They've shown they have the tools to do it. They have showed they have the aggression, the fight, and the 50s they have been finding, both offensive and defensively. The game Lunar has been playing. What was it, like 73 points game 1? Now looking like series MVP? If he could do that one more time, just one more time.
They just need to watch those bumps, watch the demos. I love when they're getting the aggression themselves. Wildcard is certainly not playing their top rock. You said it before, they're not there. They're lacking the boost. But this is it, and it's a kickoff strat. Laxon, off the ceiling. Laxon, he's clipping on the best team in the region.
You want to start Champs Field in style? Look no further than this. Beautiful setup and goal from Laxon. Wildcard not ready for it. And just like that, again, it's Scrims World off with the forward-facing foot.
It was the 2015 fake kickoff strat. They've pulled it out at the biggest time. Banana Head tries to keep it. He wins the dunk. It could be open. Laxon has to dodge the demo. You can see Fever hunting down, but he hangs on. There's Torsos. It's Laxon again. He's going nuclear on Champ Field.
This is the Laxon performance we have been waiting. It feels like almost years to see at this time, to take it to the best. Still a lot of game left, and we've seen Wildcard already make so many comebacks. It feels like one goal, they should be able to find that in their sleep. But at that same token, they've been rattled. They've been shook. This isn't the usual Wildcard. They're like a wounded animal this time. Banana Head just getting muscled away as we see the pass across the middle. Fever still has 2 attackers underneath, but again, they don't have boost. Doesn't matter. Shot nearly in.
Doesn't matter because Laxon is there. He has been demoed though. Caleb finds the clear. Fever's looking to turn. He will be dunked. He might be able to get 2 on this, Caleb. He doesn't get the bump. But here comes Laxon. Corner to himself. Does he get one more? He does. He's beaten a couple. Fever right there, though. Composed. Caleb pre-jumping. Torsos, is he looking for a bump? No, he's looking for the solo. He takes it up. 2 members of Scrims on the backboard. Should be able to deal with it, but it's a massive blunder. Laxon had to recover. They're capitulating. Torsos goes. Luna's right there. Banana Head keeping the pressure on. Will this be the goal? Low 50? No.
Caleb has just been breaking up every single pass. It feels like that wild card is going for. It's just everywhere on the field right now. And even if they get across, that's where Laxon's been. That's where Lunar's been. The defense coming from Scrims. It feels nice edge, CJ, but it's actually been so controlled these first 2 minutes. A 1-goal game, though, you know they want that second. They want that extra cushion.
They're winning all the boost spawn RNG as well. Fever off the backboard. It's going to be Caleb with the clear. Banana Head right there. He can't keep it. Caleb is looking quick. He's got 3 boosts. He delays the flip. He goes one more. He's fake Torsos. Banana Head right there. Scrims World. They should be able to attack off this, though. The pitch won't work. Torsos, 15 Fever in. This positional play is not great from Wildcard. You can see the stress they're under.
And you can see every time it's Caleb in this game, just the one punishing them for it, the one getting it back down further. Well, now Caleb actually in a bit of an awkward spot. 2v1 gets the first touch, but it's Banana Head you got to beat. Ball's going to fall down. No one there to seal the deal. Lunar back to the middle of the field. Fever keeps the attack on. Banana Head this time gets the boost away from Scrims for a change. And now Fever with a chance, but no.
Look at Luna, so quick on that ball. You can see Banana Head panicking. He's making missed touches. Here he is again, low boost. It's in the center. Is Torsos there? Goes across. Fever back post. He bit. I'm not sure why he went. There was no way. It's Banana.
No boost.
He's got 0 boost. He's got 0 boost. Laxon misses.
Oh, it was there. The 2-goal cushion was there. Back the other way. Fortunately, Lunar will find the save, but Fever slows it down. CJ is speechless. How did they miss that shot?
Demo, Laxon goes inside net, he's being bumped. Triple commit, double commit. Luna with 0, the hero. Minute 45. They're falling apart, but it's still not in the net of Scrims World.
A chance here for Laxon. Won't get the 50, won't get the dunk that he needs. Lunar, 2 defenders, throws for the fake. Fever will collect. A minute and a half away, but there's the second goal. Laxon may have found the dagger.
He's the hero. He is the absolute hero for Scrims World. It's the dunk. It's another ceiling reset. It's his 2nd goal of Game 7. Minute 30 max.
It's a minute 30, but we've seen Wildcard do this twice already this series, CJ. And you know Scrims are going to be feeling the pressure now. They can ill afford to make any mistake. That said, with Wildcard looking as rattled as they do, maybe, just maybe, they can hold on. Already 15 seconds down. This is looking better and better for Scrims.
This is where they need to be composed, Wildcard, but they're double committing. Their positions are all over the place. They're not looking for the extra pass. They're shooting early. Scrims World already. 60 seconds. 2 goals required. 1 more goal from Scrims would lock it in. Do they need it? The pitch is dunked. Caleb all over it. Torsos with an awkward touch. Just trying to keep it close. Laxon is absolutely everywhere. Luna hasn't put a foot wrong. Laxon's looking for 2. They've got 40 seconds remaining.
40 seconds, and again, it's not just 1, it's 2 goals, and they can't even find the clear. Make that 3! Laxon does it again!
He's got 807 points. I have not seen a bigger carry in the most important game ever than this man. 807, 3 goals. There is not a single player on the pitch with more than 200 points. This man has 800.
This is that performance we have been waiting so long to see, and it's going to be the one that takes down who were once the kings of OCE Wildcard. The reign has come undone, CJ, and it's come undone by Scrims.
7 regional wins in a row, a perfect season in 2024, the perfect start to 2025, and it is all come undone via a team who just keep on upsetting the big dogs. Streams World are through to the grand final. GG's. Wildcard for the first time in a long time will not be in the big dance.
Wow. And I mean, it's one of those things where it's happened so long, you don't think it can be done, yet Yummy, here we are, watching from the sideline. Your boy's done it! Lunar's done it!
Luna was so good throughout the series. Laxon, as you know, finished it off with one of the best individual game performances we've seen. Blown OCE wide open. And if you weren't optimally aroused before this series, you gotta be there now. I mean,
Yummy.
it was nerve-wracking back and forth just watching it.
They just 3-0'd the Game 7. Caleb had 128 points. Laxon had Luna had like 140 points. This man has just 1v3'd probably the greatest roster in OCE history, the most dominant roster in OCE history by himself.
Yeah. In one game, but the entire rest of the series, it was a great team effort. There was some shaky moments. It looked like every time that Scrims got ahead, 5-1 ahead, all of a sudden they were so nervous about winning, and the other team was playing free. Wildcard was ready to go. They played their best, but then when it was always close, it was crazy because Wildcard were the ones, despite with all their victories, despite all their experience, they were the ones who felt like going into their shell, thinking we can't lose this, rather than thinking about how to win.
Yeah, it was shown most with their later attacks. I have to agree. They looked and played like the nervy team, and it was Scrims who had the composure in the end. Yeah. Okay, there's our predictions again. Look. All right, production, you poll OCE, 95% of the people, except for Scrims, Org, and their fans would have been the only ones backing themselves there, man.
Come on now. I mean, just credit, as we said, we can speak about the Laxon generational Game 7, but the fact that they were able to they just kept picking themselves back up. They go 2-0 down, they pick themselves up, they go 2-2. They go 3-2, wildcard win Game 6, and they bounce back again. They just kept coming at the big dogs, and I love it. I love it from an underdog that they didn't fall. How often, Yummy, do we see a Game 7 and then they fall apart? The inexperienced team. Not this time. Scrims World, well done. We believe in you guys now.
Another side of the bracket as well.
Who
Chiefs
cares?
and TSM, they are absolutely loving the current scenario. It has made it a wide open competition, with Scrims World also being in the mix for Birmingham. And so we're going to have to wait. The next series may still just decide our first team going through, make it even more open. But make sure you're tuned in for that one. We're going to a break.
I hope everybody out there had some time to decompress, take a deep breath, because according to my script, this was supposed to be the fight for second place, CJ and Yummy. This was supposed to be our battle for number 2. But after that last results, TSM, Healthy Chiefs, this could be for the top position in the region.
I love it. I love it. I feel like so often we have just, we've got one good semi-final, Yummy, and one semi-final. We're like, oh, let's get this over and done with. But Scrim's World have shown up, and now we can look forward to this one just as much.
The ideal scenario in terms of having the most teams tied would be for TSM to win the entire thing. And then, we'd have 3 teams pretty much on the same points. But then we could also have TSM go into the grand final, lose to Scrim's World, and has a 4-man race going into the last event. So, either which way, it's going to be a spicy finish to this one. I was 50-50, so I was like, I'll go for the TSM pick, but I think this is going to be a really close match.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to kind of put more weight on one of these teams than the other just based on what we've seen before. But CJ, you're with me on the Chiefs. Why is that?
They 3-1 them in the group stage and absolutely smashed them. I think the only game that TSM won was 1-0. So I think there was 6-0 games, 5-0 games for Chiefs, and I think they can do it again here.
We're about to figure out who's going to be going up against Scrim's World, who has a chance to possibly take first place in the region. That is what's on the line as you two will kick this off.
There's a few hurdles on the way to Birmingham, and this is almost a 5-meter high one for these teams. Whoever can get into the lead here finds themselves maybe 1 step or even 2 entire paces closer to London.
And we've got our number 2 and number 3 team here, Yummy Cheese Man, with an opportunity to win an OCE Regional and OCE Open without taking down the top dogs. That doesn't happen very often.
Wildcard forever being the final boss. Well, they've already been taken down by Scrim's World, and we were talking a bit about it in the break. Oh my goodness, Super Lucky's already going to start us off with the first for TSM.
Yeah, well,
don't know about that touch.
Absolute chaos. I don't know about the pop down, but it's going to be Super Lucky starting us off here. It feels like, they've been gearing up for to do a massive dungeon battle or something. They've come to the final boss and he's already dead. They can just pick up the loot. Wildcard, they're gone.
Formal was saying, and I agreed with them in the break, that just the number of times we've seen a team like Scrim's World finally get to that next stage, make their first grand final after a really intense Game 7 that was back and forth, that was nervy the entire time, that would have had their adrenaline high, have no energy left in that grand final. So these 2 teams are going to be thinking of this as a golden ticket to winning the entire thing.
Yeah, it's a massive adrenaline dump. I mean, we could all feel it after that game as well, just trying to reset ourselves for this one, which is going to be another cracking series. But I'm with you. It'd almost be a shame if they didn't win the regional after being the first team to take down Wildcard. They were probably wishing that it wasn't a grand final rather than a semi-final, but they can also look at it as that was their toughest match yet. They've got one of these 2 teams. Who will it be? Well, TSM with a strong start, as we said, trying to upset that result out of the group stage. It was a dominant 3-1 from the Healthy Chiefs.
Exactly, but we don't get to see these guys play each other enough in the playoffs to truly test the difference over a long period of time. Healthy Chiefs have had the advantage over TSM now 3 out of 3 times in RLCS. Previous to RLCS, it was actually Chiefs getting out, TSM getting out on top of Chiefs, but that was before Raziers was added.
We spoke about it coming into the previous semi-final. That's a lovely bump play. Raziers has actually put on a clinic. He's been just put through the spin cycle. It still scaves it, but not for long because Kaka will get a second on the board for TSM.
Couldn't be a better start for TSM. Maybe Chiefs have been sitting on their haunches a little bit, especially there in the defense. Great infield pass, right in the perfect spot at that back post.
I mentioned it before, is coming into that previous semi-final, Scrim's World had the one series warm-up. That's going to be wide open. I was going to say perhaps the series warm-up can help the Healthy Chiefs, but forget about that, because game 1, the more warmed-up team looks to be TSM.
Yeah, guys, if you ever wanted to practice your aerials, learn how to play Rocket League, don't bother with all-star aerial training. Just apparently do a kickoff against Healthy Chiefs.
Yeah, they are haven't ironed those ones out. I'd say that might be one factor where LBP isn't in his wheelhouse. It's kickoffs, as not a traditional Rocket League player. Not able to work that one out. You'd think Raziers would be able to iron it. He would have seen every possible kickoff playing EU ranked for the last 5, 6, 7 years plus. But not to be. 3-0 TSM, perfect start. They should be able to secure this game 1.
Definitely a typical start for an OCE series involving the Chiefs as well. Usually have been known for their overly aggressive beginnings. And Fiber's been looking downright atrocious. I mean, talk about warm-ups. He's just kind of just completely missed 2 balls in a row.
And he was so far underneath that it wasn't funny. I'm not sure why he was trying to be so quick to it. There was no one even challenging TSM. We're just going to watch him aerial. They're going to be the cameramen.
His adrenaline's still high from the last series, and he didn't even playing it.
Yeah, and it's an easy trap to fall into. Raziers, welcome to OCE. It's an easy trap to fall into, Yummy, where you watch the previous, oh my goodness, look at the chat. Then you're looking at the rankings. Oh, if we just do this, we do that. You know what I mean? You get ahead of yourself. You've played the series already, thinking you're already going to make the final. They still need to win here. The Chiefs are in a great spot. Top 2 first event. They can be number 1 in points. But TSM are a fantastic team. They have to get through.
They'd also be confident that they can take down TSM given their record. They may have already thought too much about the victory in their head. They didn't get kind of the warm-up they wanted. This should be another goal. And I'll be honest, CJ, I'm glad I didn't introduce this first game as a battle of titans to show exactly what OCE have got.
Chiefs have come out of this. There's coming out of the gates swinging, and then there's coming out of the gates with your foot to the floor for no reason. And that's what it looks like for these guys. They're overcommitting at everything. They're caught underneath everything, and they're just not playing their game. They're trying to do too much with it. This is a nice kickoff strat, though, but that pass from Hunter wasn't great to resist.
Swing more like a rusty gate rather than like Quadra against Sri Lanka. You got to have a little bit of finesse there in just going full tilt Chiefs, and they can't let themselves get too tilted about this first game, even though it's unwinnable at this point.
Yeah, they're almost the Sean Tate of Rocket League at the moment, Chiefs. Not the good kind. The wild kind. Super lucky.
Yeah.
Gets demoed. Double commit there from the Chiefs, but they find a double demo. 50 seconds left, though. TSM, on the other side of things, I mean, as you said, they've just looked composed. They're just playing their game, and they haven't really had to do anything special at all. That's how a Super Loggy nearly scoring a skip.
Yeah, they shoot to the left, they shoot to the right. Unfortunately, Healthy Chiefs have not got a single goal just yet. They have a little bit of attack right now. They even have 8 shots on the board, but nothing too threatening. As soon as it looks like they're in the attacking half, they kind of just make a simple mistake that's let it go. And TSM looking very controlled. To oppose them, they haven't really made any mistakes at all.
Yeah, looking very solid in attack and defense, TSM, and this has just been a class game 1. Mention,
Here we go.
a late bit of momentum perhaps. So mentioned in the group stage that TSM struggled to score at all against Chiefs. Their only win was a 1-0 game. Outside of that, they were losing, I believe, I can pull up the exact results here, but there was 6-1s. It was messy throughout the groups in this 3-1. 3-1, 1-0 win to TSM, 6-1, 4-2. So Chiefs put the foot down. TSM, that's their most dominant win over Chiefs in a while, and it starts in the most important time in this semi-final.
I prefer Ronaldo. But anyway, great start there for TSM. Super Lucky getting the first goal and the last to secure a very good early victory. And most importantly, Super Lucky has had maybe a quiet couple of weeks in RLCS, has maybe not quite found his role in this roster like you'd truly expect. So good to see him looking quite comfortable.
Yeah, we spoke about kind of the Banana Head Super Lucky 2 Titans, like if you were doing like an anime arc, as we mentioned before. I can't believe, by the way, that Formal thought that Torsos isn't a weeb. Who's the least likely person, but it almost would be like two brothers that have been split off. These two are the Titans right now of OCE, but Super Lucky had fallen off a little bit. He, it was kind of the Banana Head show. Obviously, last season was the Banana Head show with their perfect season. He's got it within him. He just needs to gel and elevate his game a bit more back to where it was.
Super Lucky, the MVP of the season before that, having made every single grand final despite switching teams. May need to find a little bit of that form back, but maybe the difference is now that he's got Amphis on his team, he's got a really solid rotational, consistent player in Kaka too, who's been evolving his game as time goes on. Maybe the Esports World Cup was a big boon for Kaka in particular as well.
Could well have been. I mean, just getting that experience and learning what it's all about would be huge. Now you've got a team that all three of them would land experience, whereas, funnily enough, you could say the least experienced player on the team for the Healthy Chiefs is Raziz in terms of international land appearances, but he is the star import.
Should we start calling Raziz the rookie?
The rookie, I think that could be funny, actually. The young rookie. Just moved down here.
First time ever playing at OCE RLCS.
First time.
How's the nerves down there? But
he had his first ever grand final. And now trying to make his second one, but not just yet, because TSM picking up where they left off, just not, as I said, they're not having to do anything crazy. It's just the defense. Hunter leaves net expecting Raziz to get it. Free shot Amphis.
It's been an interesting scenario with them that they seem to gun forward, expecting their teammate to be on it. We saw that earlier, CJ, with Raziz being faked out after Hunter got bumped past him, and it led to a goal as well. Is there anything you can really do about that, or you're kind of expecting that that's just something that happens in Rocket League?
I still think you kind of need to be ready for all situations, but that's easy to say. That's a bit of a hindsight Harry situation. You'd also like them to just try, always have full trust in your teammates. It leads to better chemistry, but it's a bit of column A, bit of column B. Not much of an answer from me. Sorry, Hunter.
Just play perfectly, guys. That's all we expect from you.
Oh, there he is. Took a game, and now he's warmed up.
Hey, that's what he was like in the end of the last series. That's what Fiber can do. Great touch on the first one to go right-hand side behind the two defenders and force a bit of a collapse.
Yeah, it's lovely. What do you do when there's two in net and you use the side post as your teammate? Little self alley-oop there from Mr. Fiber. Raziz has to back off now. 1-1. Chiefs back in this game. They haven't let it get away as they did game number one. Expecting them to improve. They can't keep playing how they did in that first game, but TSM gets really put a foot wrong outside of that slight positional misplay. Here's Cax off the ceiling. No boost. Free touch for Hunter.
Still going to be maybe a chance here. As TSM set position. Look to try and keep that ball in the defense. Raziz, boost management plus, still on 100, but maybe gave that one away. I'm not sure about that touch from Raziz, and capitalized on as Kaka gets gifted a touch into center, and Amphis finds it behind Hunter.
Royce FV in chat just says, I'm new to OCE. Who's the best team? Have you heard about Scrims World? Welcome to our best team in the region now. Taking the mantle. I guess you could say they're the unofficial OCE champion.
That's exactly how it works. You beat the champs, you become the champs. They will have to defend that title later today against the winner of this series, so best team in OCE may quickly switch hands, but we'll see how this one goes. Still early doors. TSM looking to get onto a 2-0 victory. Just going high on that one. Raziz collects it.
Really like that from Super Lucky. He said he himself, he didn't panic, didn't get the flick to go, but look at this, they're still on attack. Amphis, that's a beautiful pop. Super Lucky had to adjust his flight, as did Hunter. He's Kaka now, just trying to bait Raziz into a pop. Instead he goes the dunk. See Super Lucky late to the fold. Fiber has just, instead of hitting the ball, gone for the bump instead. Kaka with a drop down back to Amphis. This is nice. It's back to Kaka. They didn't mean it, but Hunter's flying around the ball. Chiefs getting a little bit cozy in defense. They might be able to transition it to a goal though. Super Lucky, nice save. Still a chance. Fake out. Hunter not ready. No one from Chiefs can follow up.
Yeah, lots of panic coming from in front of the ball. Everyone diving left, right and center, and Kaka, despite flipping 7 different ways, still manages to get contact with the ball. A good point there in chat as well. Actually, if we go by the whoever beats the champions are the champions, then currently TSM are the champions because they beat Scrimsworld earlier after Scrimsworld beat Power on Friday.
I like it. Let me put in a clause that it can only be included in best of sevens. Best of fives don't count. Now they're the champs? Yeah, they're back.
Now they're the champs.
Here we go.
Scrimsworld are now back to being the best team in
Due to
OCE
a
based on a technicality. Oh my.
We were in sync then. That was absolutely marvellous. 2-1 still TSM. Hunter tries to work the ball forward. 0 boost. Finds the bump. Nice work from Fiber. If you can't hit the ball, hit the opponent. Raziers looks for the bump himself. This is chaotic. No 50 comes through. All 3 of TSM keep it out. Minute to hang on and make a 2-0 series lead.
Never thought that we'd sync on the word technicality, but we managed to do it. That's the kind of teamwork you need as an RLCS caster. You need twice as much as an RLCS player. And Chiefs, they haven't been able to find the team play right there. A slight miss, and that keeps them on the defensive. 2-1 lead here for TSM, trying to make it 2-0 in the series. They keep piling the pressure on. Super Lucky keeps them pinned in. It's up to Raziers now. No, he's going to gift it away to Hunter.
Fiber. Oh, big whiff from Amphis. The space. Look at Hunter opening it up. He's scooped up to the boost down the other end as well. He finds a flick. What a flick, though. It's too good. They can't even get a follow-up off it. 12 seconds now. Chiefs have to push forward. 10 on the clock. What do they got? It's Fiber upstairs. Super Lucky ready. TSM trying to hold on to this 2-0 lead. There goes Hunter, blocked by Amphis. Low boost on TSM. Fiber dunks. Hunter can't get there. 2-0.
What a start here for TSM. A team that CJ said could not possibly win because they kept losing heftily to the Chiefs earlier on. They're looking to prove him wrong right here.
Chiefs call the timeout. 2-0 down. Have to call the timeout here, Yummy. I feel like we can analyse their gameplay, but I feel like they haven't really just got going. Like they haven't turned on the engine yet. They're running around in neutral.
There's been so many moments where they get a pass play and then their teammate just doesn't quite have enough boost to turn it into anything. Or, as we saw in the first game, Fiber going too ham underneath the ball. They're too keen to get in the play and they've almost driven past the ball before it even gets to them. And those are the moments, those are the kind of times where as a viewer you're thinking, they just haven't warmed up. They're not in there in the series, but you can't afford to wait this long before you even start playing your game.
Nah, they've got to get busy right now. I mean, they're pretty lucky, I guess, it's a best of 7. Obviously, they knew it was best of 7, but, 2-0 down, your backs are against the wall. Luckily, I've got another chance, but losing this, well, they won't lose this because the timeout buff is just absolutely inevitable. I don't know how this keeps working, but it is ridiculous. But
I think yesterday we had one timeout buff not work, but it's won every single other time.
And it especially worked for Scrimswell. They called the timeout 2-0 down. They won 3 straight games. Chiefs. Healthy Chiefs would be looking to do the same thing here, but this is a different situation. I thought that Scrimswell were playing some pretty good Rocket League when they still called the timeout. They were having games where they had more shots, and they were losing 3 goals, 3 shots to a wild card. Here, though, this is a Chiefs that need a big buff. They need a big buff. They're not really motoring at all.
It's certainly a pivot moment, and it's really hard to know what direction you go, because you could argue, listen, guys, let's just go back to what we're good at and, reset. It can be really nerve-wracking to try and do that and find out that that's not the way to win. And then you can think about, okay, how we beat these guys. What can we do as counterplay? And in doing so, you can just make it even more complex. So, it takes a good coach here to really figure out what they're going. You've got to argue that Chiefs have a good coach and some good minds there too.
Yeah, this is a mental coach for a reason, but it can go one of two ways, right? You could say that TSM have just got a 2-0 lead, and I'd say they haven't really done anything. They haven't been super impressive. So is that a positive for the Chiefs that they can come back? Or is that even thinking, well, TSM have more gears than this and they're still winning?
I don't know. The thing is, as you said, they haven't been tested, but I think they've been playing quite well, to be honest, for TSM.
Yep.
We'll see if they do have to adapt throughout the series, but they may get to almost keep the secrets in their pocket until the grand final, which would be handy if they can just keep relying on Chiefs making mistakes. That's kind of how Super Lucky's teams have always been, though. He loves a really structured game plan.
Yep.
He loves waiting for the opponent's mistakes to come out. If you make too many of them, you're just falling into his hands.
So he hates Banana Head. by the sound of that.
He hates Banana Head. Maybe that's why they split
He
up.
loves structure, and Banana Head is not providing that. As we said, they're like two star-crossed lovers, but in this case, star-crossed brothers. Polar opposites, dominating the region respectively, taking turns. TSM, the timeout from Chiefs, still looking great. Here he is, Super Lucky. This is a great chance. Pass across. Cax is right there. They don't miss those. And those are the plays that I love seeing from TSM.
Oh, it's a little extra sauce on it. It's like going to the chip shop and you get a bit of extra gravy on it. Kaka served up to perfection. This is the team play that I really love that we saw in the first event coming out from TSM. And that's not mistakes from the Chiefs. That's good play from TSM.
It's a great play. Great play from TSM. Chiefs still gets to really fire. A lot of time in this game. Memphis, Raziz had to recover. Raziz had to recover. It's Hunter, actually. Coming from 3 deep in the pack to get the 50 on Super Lucky. Would have been a goal. Chiefs hanging on. 3 minutes left, but TSM just keeps starting well in these games, and that's just putting more scoreboard pressure on the healthy Chiefs.
There's not been a moment where Chiefs have been able to relax on a lead. Sometimes it's just nice to get a 1-goal lead early on and then think, okay, we can just play our own play style. We don't have to worry about scoring. Maybe they'll come, but at the moment, they've always had to think, okay, we need to score, we need to score, we need to get ahead. We can't just defend.
It's just making it easy for them at the moment to find these 50s. Haven't quite seen the passing plays from Chiefs. Usually it's as well, you're seeing that guy like the Hunter in this situation stay forward, look for a bump, look for a demo, and just get some quality. As we did see, I guess, in the wildcard series, albeit it was a 4-1, but like this Hunter pushing forward, these are kind of the disruptive plays that we do like seeing from Chiefs. It's less conventional than TSM, but it has rewarded them with some success in the past.
Had a couple of moments here where they've at least been able to wrestle control of the ball, but as they're feeling a little more rushed, they end up almost hitting the ball to the TSM members. Great redirect opportunity. Kaka setting that one up nicely, but still remains a 1-goal game. Still remains a chance here for Chiefs, but you can see how desperate they were with that double dive.
And the bump is a goal. Yeah, you could see it coming. Super Lucky out of the corner of the screen. Just snuck up on Hantu, who thought he had an easy 50. He thought he would have just cleared that to the wall. Kaka knew. He waited, Yummy. He waited for his boy to get in there, get the job done. 2-0 TSM.
This TSM lost the last 3 series to the Chiefs. 2 best-of-5s and a best-of-7. It turned the script completely on its head. Back to what the off-season was, where they dominated those couple of months before RLCS
Not this team,
began.
though. They didn't dominate this Chiefs.
That's true. They did not. They did not dominate Raziers, who is not in OCE yet. And, well, got a lot of work still to come, but they may just be on match point after this game. 1 minute remaining if they can hold on.
They figured him out, Yummy. They've figured out the EU import. They've just really not firing a shot at the moment, Chiefs. As I said, there's no bumps, there's no flair to their play. They're looking slower, and you can see Hunter there. He's just doing circles in the back half, third man, trying to work the ball forward. But, I mean, TSM, you mentioned the structure. They are just playing a frustrating brand of Rocket League. Yeah, they look impenetrable.
Got to remind everyone, in terms of how calm TSM have looked through this series, this is a golden ticket to the Birmingham Major. They're looking like they've already been there a million times.
Looks like they're in
not looking
scrims.
nervous.
Like they're just
Yeah.
cruising.
They love it at the moment, and on the opposite side, we've seen Chiefs panic multiple times.
Yeah, they looked overstimulated, overhyped going to the first game, Chiefs, and they haven't found a balance just yet. 4 seconds left. This is game over. Timeout buff. We can talk about all we want, but it's not going to work for the healthy Chiefs. 3-0, triple match points TSM.
Glad to see you've changed the word that you're going to use in terms of the stimulation here, and in terms of all of that, Chiefs see themselves up against a massive brick wall. TSM, if we think that they were comfortable earlier on in the series, they've got 4 chances now to take that ticket to the grand final, maybe win it all and put themselves in first place towards that major.
we had Wildcard and the Chiefs as finalists of the first event. We even had on the EU show questions such as, will Wildcard win every event? Will they win 6+? Will it just be the Wildcard Chiefs show? We're into the second event of the season, Yummy, and we're 3 match points away from having a completely different grand final matchup.
I get your point, but it also shows just how stupid the EU commentary team are. Oh my goodness.
Where
so
would
dumb.
you have
Johnny
had, though?
Boy,
Where would you have
idiot.
had Wildcard after the first event? I would have said they're winning 6. No, sorry,
felt like
not
it was
6. They're
too-
winning 4. Sorry, I forgot about 2 splits. I'd say they're winning more than half. I'd say they're winning 4 events.
Yeah, I think that would be fair, yeah, for sure. I felt like it was a bit too early to tell with Wildcard just because they had a clear advantage of having played as a trio before in RLCS where no one else had. So they were kind of expected to win the first one, but you wouldn't expect them to be losing to Scrims World in the second event. Maybe later down the line.
And you wouldn't be expecting, well, I guess you were predicting, but
You'd maybe expect TSM to be in the grand final. I think that was...
yeah.
They were always within the top 3. They were always our tier 1 team.
100%. It could have been you thought maybe a wildcard TSM grand final, but
Yeah.
not this. Off. No timeout remaining. Raziz is just, with 100 boost, has popped it up to no one, and he can't follow it up. 1-0, 32 seconds.
You know, this is the problem of going from EU to OCE and having to play OCE ranks, waiting an hour for every queue, and then getting diverse champ ones every single time. Oh, there we go.
A little spark perhaps. It's the first big mistake, a double commit from TSM. Superlucky calling off Kaka, but didn't get a touch. Hunter walks it in. 1-1. It only takes a goal sometimes to really kick things into gear.
Listen, we all know it just takes 3 games to warm up, CJ. You can't count the first 3 games.
You sure? Are you sure about that? Because I'm looking
That
at
would be my excuse.
I'm looking
if
at
I was-
I'm looking at the scoreboard, and they really are counting those first 3 games. Kaka with a 50, super lucky. Raziz has to make the save. Bar down, ridiculous save from Raziz. Actually, it's not even a chance for Ramphis to follow up. That'll do him a world of confidence. He needs to get online. The EU import, the star import of OCE this season. Just haven't quite seen the same Raziz as we did see in the first event and glimpses of yesterday.
Bar down save may be the hardest save in Rocket League. Don't know if that's because of the positioning or if it's because of the physics of the actual crossbar itself, but Raziz was able to do it. May even be able to score here as he's got the support of Fiber. Raziz goes against the roof. Hunter has to back off. There's too many players in the net.
Nice demo though. Hunter gets a chance for a dunk on net. This is big trouble. Raziz, they're
She's
so
lucky
low.
no
It's just funny,
boost.
Raziz just has to go. He has to realise that Super Lucky he's floating. He's a decoy drone. He's a mirage. Not to be. Amphis plants himself in front of net just in case that exact 50 happens. Hunter pops it up. If a bump comes through, it's a goal. Fiber instead goes for the touch, and he accidentally 50s the ball through. Chiefs having more of a chance though this game.
But really odd there that Chiefs are missing that ruthlessness. They're normally, equally aggressive as Wildcard. They're normally known for being all out of attack, and there were a couple of moments where they just refused to go for it.
TSM starting to show some cracks. Amphis whiffs. Fiber does Kaka, and Superlocky's gone for corner boost. Open net.
Yeah, I think maybe a little fair on Super Lucky at the back there, not expecting both of his teammates to get completely dusted. A huge miss, and this is the opening Chiefs needed on the road to a potential reverse sweep.
Hunter dunked. Raziz has whiffed. Open just as you think.
Why did
maybe.
I say it?
Why did you do this, Yummy Cheese Man?
Never going to say potential reverse sweep ever again, because then you might just have, you know what, we're not going to name names on the backboard there, completely missing the ball.
Yeah, it was a tough read. He was caught underneath it, and there's a chance now, but it's gone too far into the corner.
I'll be honest, I feel like he's out OCE and OCE. He's had more
It is
moments
impressive.
than anybody else.
It is impressive. There's a 50 lost by Fiber. Here he is, Raziz. looking to catch. Enormous flick. Going to follow up. Done well to beat 2 as well. Fiber has gone off the Octane onto the Fennec. Not feeling it. Four-tail sign of that. Amphis backs off, grabs boost. Here is Fiber downfield skim. Not near the target though. Ooh, is anyone? Okay, Razier's getting back. I thought Chiefs just left their net open. There is the difference. So Hunter sitting downfield. This is a change up, Yummy, but didn't work that time.
Opted to go for that little touch, Amphis. Maybe Kaka to collect the remnants of that play, but what an aerial play at the moment. Happy to keep this one high. I don't know who that's advantaging, though TSM have been kind of known to get stuck on low boost in the most recent game. So it could be advantage to Chiefs, as Razier is very good with his boost management. Fiber was looking for the bump, almost helped out Hunter there, did at least force an early jump. Fiber around the corner, big clear down. Razier's almost gets bumped.
Amphis still there.
Just manages to get touched.
Still on for TSM, and this is where you feel these lulls in the game as we saw in the first 3. This is where TSM fire, when it's chaotic, when you don't know what's happening. That's the TSM style, but right now it has been, sorry, that's the Chief style. It has been more of a TSM quiet second half of this game 4, and it might just be 1 goal to win it for these guys. Series over. It'd be ridiculous if they could sweep the healthy Chiefs right here.
Good collection from Kaka. It's, when they're not, since they're not trying to force a lot of these goals, they're waiting for mistakes. It's always hard to quickly just score a goal whenever you're necessitating it. Seems like we may just have an overtime just due to that fact, as Amphis just hoping to hold on to the defense. A little bit of a mistake, but Super Lucky will collect.
Hunter, back corner, tries to find Fiber. He is low, he can throw it on net. Won't be in though. These are for Super Lucky, or does he? I think Super Lucky was more surprised than anyone. As Amphis is backflip, this is a chance. Razier's reset. No, didn't have the power. 5 seconds till we get overtime. This could be complete game on the line. This could be regional on the line for the Chiefs. Ball will be down. Next goal could end everything.
Important fake there with the low boost coming out. Kickoff strategy. Good thing that Kaka was flipping towards the net and controlling it. Hunter, another shot. All 3 members up. Raziers can't get around it. Still off the kickoff. The pressure is there. Fiber put it in. Anybody. Nobody's able to score, and that's a brilliant clear, keeping it close to the backboard and impossible to score on.
I feel like that open net, so they're going for reset backboard doubles. Just find the top corner. Just be clinical. You mentioned, have that killer instinct that we know from the Chiefs. It's not there right now. TSM get a chance to reset. Super looking for bumps. Raziers does well to dodge the dunk. That's a nice flick. Kaka, pretty easy clear. So you can see Hunter in there now. Fiber's going to wait in the wings. Loses that touch. Raziers, they're just not as willing to go. And here is Kaka, backboard, double commit, super lucky, shot on, super lucky, Fiber from the heavens, follow up, Amphis, and TSM have just swept their healthy Chiefs. They're through to the big dance against Scrim's World.
They'd lost 3 times in a row to healthy Chiefs, but nobody beats TSM 4 times in a row. They make it to the grand final. They have Birmingham back in their hands after having it torn away from them in the first event. A great performance all around from them. You got to say, CJ, a very controlled game.
I mentioned it before, Formal, that when it is like, when you just kind of feel like, oh, this is, when you're kind of feeling comfortable, that's TSM playing their style. That's not the Chiefs. Chiefs did not like playing that structured play style. They could not find a way to push forward, look for a bump. They could not find a pass downfield. And in the end, they have completely stunned the Chiefs. The Chiefs, one of the highest scoring teams in the region, have just scored 4 goals in 4 games.
Yeah, and it comes back to that structure. That was a look that TSM has not shown the Chiefs. Again, having the privilege to kind of watch them through their group stages before. Every time these 2 teams go up against each other, it's TSM constantly aggressive, double committing, broken rotations, getting punished again and again and again and again. First time they slow it down, play a bit more patiently, boom, they find those opportunities and they get that win. So a good mix-up at the right time, and now TSM prime position to take home a regional and get themselves back in the driver's seat for Birmingham.
Chris, can you just quickly just bring up the
Oh, boy.
predictions one more time? I know we did it last time, so I figure we should do that at the end of every single series.
I think I'm hearing the call.
Just to see. I just don't remember exactly.
Right now. No, not a
What are you
break.
guys
Okay.
doing? I'm predicting that it was obvious 4-0 every day of the week for TSM.
I don't mean to be that guy, CJ. Have we gotten one right yet? Yes, you got.
I think you guys predicted something opposite at some point.
Yeah, no, I got Oi Oi wrong, and then it was the second series.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough, but I'm really looking forward to, guys, the grand final we all expected coming in.
Yes.
I did my predictions pre-event. I had TSM Streams World as my top 2, so
True.
all is in order for me.
Yeah, all is in order. All is set. I mean, look, this grand final. Don't know who had it on their bingo card, but if you did, you must be loving life right now. 2 new teams, completely different from last time. That's going to be our grand final, both with Birmingham Major in their sights if they can get that win. So stick around. Scrims World versus TSM. That's going to be fun. That's going to be a lot of fun. So let's do it. Throw it to a break. We'll be right back.
It is almost time in one of the most exciting championship Sundays I can definitely remember, because this is we didn't really have many exciting ones last season. It was a team power show, now wildcard show, and Well, now, Formal, we get our expected best of 7 grand final. TSM taking on Scrims World.
I mean, it's been over a year since we've had a grand final here without Fever, Tor Sauce, Banana Head. Like, it's crazy to think about, yet here we are. And I just love the dichotomy of this one, Yummy. TSM, massive North American org. Scrims World, small Australian org as well. That dichotomy fun. And it is the upset, because Scrims World, despite that win, still feel like an underdog.
Well, it is a mountain to climb. They're a team that have never won the grand final of an RLCS. I don't even know if they've been in a grand final before. Definitely not Luna and Laxon. So it is a huge step up. As we mentioned earlier, Formal as well, you know, you've had all the adrenaline of a Game 7 against the number 1 team. You're not expected to win. It was a tense series. And then you have 40 minutes off for the adrenaline to all go out of your body. That is draining.
Yeah, but they can't afford to let off, you know, and they understand they get a big win against Wildcard Formal, but they're still behind in the points. It's not as if they got a top 4 or a top 2 in the previous event. They need to win this grand final right now to put themselves right back in the hunt.
Yeah, they need to keep that momentum going, and the big thing that worries me is TSM. They looked so cool, calm, collected that last series against the Chiefs, because that was a big series for them too. They had every right to be nervy, to be on edge, but that was the best looking TSM we have seen yet. And if TSM is peaking right now, golden ticket in front of them, they're happy they're playing Scrims, and it's up to Scrims to punish them for it.
Well, here we go.
It's going to be an interesting question. The freshness as well of TSM, it's completely opposite. You know, they've only played 4 games to the slog that Scrims World have had to go through.
But I love it. I just love the Scrims World win. I think they've had a series off. It was only 4 games off, only a short 45 minutes, but they should have had time to reset. I'm sure they're getting locked in right now, but let's get into our talent predictions. How about we just throw them up and see where we're going in the big dance, where we're going in the grand final, because I want to say it. I'm going for the underdogs. I'm going for David against Goliath. I want Scrims to get the job done. They deserve it. They're the only team to beat Wildcard on Champ Sunday. They should. They deserve to. But Formal, talk to me.
Yeah. Look, every time I pick against Scrims, they win. My head is telling me TSM. My heart kind of is telling me Scrims. So this is a prediction of TSM for Scrims to win.
Well, that's boring. You've just predicted both teams at the same time. But look, I backed Luna at the very start of the day. I said Luna's my boy today. I kind of let him down in predictions in the semi-finals. Please forgive me, Luna. I will predict you right now and get you through. And I'll tell you what, I predicted TSM over the Chiefs after they lost the last 3 series against them. Scrims lost the last 2 series against TSM. And so, you know, it's just there for the story to be broken, for Scrims, for Laxon to pop off, for Luna to be the best player in OCE.
It's there. Find that momentum. Maybe it is there, but TSM, we've seen them there already beating the Chiefs. They are. I don't know. How to overcome that juggernaut right now.
This is a different day. This could be the most special day in OCE Rocket League history. These Champ Sundays don't come around too often. This is the time for Scrims World to show up against the Goliath organization. The local Aussie boys can get the job done. Take it away, boys.
Local Aussie boys. Isn't Scrims like 66% Kiwi? Yeah, no, we're about to kick this one off, though, Yummy. This is it, our grand final. Caleb Lunar Laxon looking to do the unthinkable against Super Lucky, Kaka, and Amphis TSM Scrims. And, I mean, no matter which way it goes, everything has been flipped upside down.
Immediately bringing out the kickoff strategy, and I got to start thinking they've probably had a lot of coffee before this series. They don't need to sleep tonight. They need to party after getting all the energy in for this one last ride. Realistically, for Scrims World to make the major, a win is crucial here considering they got the 5th, 6th in the first event. That would actually put them into 2nd place because it's an extra 5 points. It's 50% more points for first over second.
Yeah, you really need that win. And I mean, if they pull this off, you'd have to believe they not only are in that second spot, but they're in it with a good chance to get it to the major. Meanwhile, TSM, I mean, a win here would be a third, fourth, and a win puts them equal to Wild Card, who they are also looking to be chasing down. Super lucky. Can't get it past Lunar. So, I mean, both these teams very much feel their best chances with a win here. First goal goes to your boy, Luna.
First blood to Luna. We knew that he could perform because the first touch up, and Kaka thought he's going to go to the backboard. Boy, was he wrong. Caleb ended up hitting it against the roof as the pass back down to Luna.
That was a great little goal, and we'll see if TSM gets a bit shaken up again. Composure kind of was the name of the game for them in that semifinal. So eyes will be on him if they can find it back. But the big thing already, if you're looking for a team that's had a break to find that momentum they may have lost, the first goal can do wonders.
Confidence booster. A sign for them that they can continue on with their victorious ways. But most importantly, getting that lead against TSM is the best thing you can possibly do. We saw it in the last series. TSM are comfortable when they're in the lead. They've now been put 2 goals to the sword by Caleb.
Watch Laxon with the bump. Boom! Goodbye, Amphis. Easy goal for Caleb. Top min and in Laxon right where he left off after that game 7.
My. We got signs of it in the off-season. We thought maybe it was just a bit of a fluke. They continued on with a good performance last week and an even better one in the setup on Friday. Caleb gets his second goal, the third that he's been involved in.
How many times have we seen teams pull off an upset peak and then peter out later in an event? That does not seem to be the case for Scrims. 3 goals in under 2 minutes, and great goals at that as well. Double touches, massive bumps, playing still as a team. Scrims World, they are still wide awake here at the start of this grand final.
TSM are meant to be the team that are structural, that have the foundation, as we saw in the last series, that wait for the mistakes. They haven't been able to set up any amount of time in the play for mistakes to even happen. Scrims have just dissected their defense 3 times. This is the opportunity now, and Super Lucky creates a goal from his own.
Sometimes it's just a bit of a wake-up call, I guess, for the favorite when the underdog comes out swinging, catching them off guards, but you need that one play to remind everybody who you are. Super lucky, very clean double touch. TSM not done yet. Still a lot of time here in game number 1.
Scrims World against Wildcard managed to get convincing leads and then very quickly got into their own shell. They can't afford to do that here. A 2-goal lead, maybe not enough against TSM. A 1-goal lead would have been worse, but Lunar again, always up to the task.
Yeah, Lunar's defense both in that semifinal and in the quarterfinal, moving on to the final, looking so great. That's something that we haven't even touched on. This is the 3rd series for Scrims as well. I mean, the series against OCE wasn't a walk in the park for them either. They have had a long day, so this start already amazing, especially if they can hold on.
Fortunate for them that the pinch went their way. The net's wide open. Luna can't get it in front fast enough. Allows Amphis to get back in time. 2 minutes left on the clock. This could be another. Caleb's got his hat-trick, boys.
Arriving in style, Caleb with the hat trick, and it was a name we were calling out at the start of the day and through the semifinals. If Scrims is to find success, so many eyes are on the young New Zealander. Off to a fantastic start, the hat trick in his first grand final. Again, this is a first grand final for all 3 players on the Scrims World sign. And even for teams like Forget and Yummy, in the past, it took them so many finals before they got that first win. That's kind of come to be what we expect here. Don't tell Scrims that, though. They're swinging.
You would not believe it. It's like going to your local wrestling match and all of a sudden the Undertaker is there and its name is Caleb. He's been scoring left, right, and center. He set up the first goal as well for Luna. This is the kind of player who can take over a game just like Laxon did. He hasn't been able to do it as much today as his 2 teammates, but could be a taster on how the series goes overall.
That could be his turn here in the grand final, and wouldn't that be something? Right now, a minute remaining. TSM not done yet. Super lucky, bump from behind. Still will get the ball to Kaka through the corner. Amphis waiting, intercepted and denied by Caleb.
Around once again for TSM. They're constantly sitting in the defense. They're desperate for the goal. They're not going to give up just yet as they get the bump. Kaka has Amphis in support, but Amphis had no boost, and her speed turned around. Luna gets goal number 5. She's all over, folks. TSM have to go back to the drawing board.
One game in, and I'm actually contemplating if TSM don't call the timeout early, and I know that would be very, very early for the team out, but Scrims coming out, all cylinders firing. They don't look like the team that just got the 4-0 win. Or I rather should say they do look like the team that got the 4-0 win. It's TSM that looks like they've cooled off in what was, a 10-minute break for them? This is absolutely insane, and they're not done! Another one for Caleb!
4 goals to Caleb, 2 for Luna. Laxon, what are you doing, mate? Haven't scored a single goal. You're slacking.
Oh my goodness, just piling on the points. Don't score. You got to save goals for the rest of the finals, okay? I know people might not believe
That's what Laxon did in the last one. He waited to game 7 and then, oh my God. Caleb has gone down from on high and scored a 5th goal. He's going for his double hat-trick, folks.
Oh, one away, 25 seconds. I say give it to him. It's kind of like the opposite scoreboard from what we saw from that game 7. Laxon back on 283. Meanwhile, Lunar and Caleb 600, 700s. The two of them popping off. Yes, the Brazil scoreline. Draw a little bit of attention to it. Not how we expected game 1 to go.
Oh, you love a Brazil formal. You always go on about it. Nobody mentioned it but for you. A 7-1 victory would be a huge stamp on a team in their first ever grand final. With Birmingham on the line, they have stamped their authority on game 1 as Amphis makes us watch a little bit more before we go to game 2.
Yeah, can't finish with that scoreline. Get yourself, a little bit of goal to finish it off. And to be honest, that play from Amphis was kind of sick. Pre-jumping to get that flip in. So, we got ourselves a interesting game 1 scrims with all the momentum from that semifinal. They don't peter out early. They come out swinging 5 goals in his first grand final game for Caleb. You cannot ask for a better start than that.
And he's always been a player that I've honestly kind of questioned how he plays when the nerves are high. We know how good he is. We've seen him play really well in the likes of ODL and maybe in off-season tournaments, and hasn't quite been able to put it together as well in RLCS. So maybe they've already felt like they've had the success formal, that this is bonus, but that's exactly the start you want if you're a Scrims World fan, hoping that Caleb can do the rest for more for the rest of the series.
At this stage, though, you have to keep yourself focused one game at a time. You can't start thinking bigger picture, start thinking about winning that regional just yet. It's only been one game. You still have to do it 3 more times. So we'll see if this fiery start can continue. We can see if this momentum will keep up as we get ready to get geared into game 2. And if you're TSM, you just got slapped in the face. How do you bounce back from that? That's what I want to see. Granted, we've seen these 3 come back before, so I'm not writing them off yet.
It really does feel like that first goal is so important for TSM to get in the lead so they can play a really structured defensive play style. They cannot afford to get on the back foot early, and that might be exactly what they needed. I thought for a second Kaka didn't get the power, but he did.
Yeah, and this is, Scrims trying to keep that momentum. Everybody playing super aggressive, super forward. 3 cars committing on the attack. Kaka finds the gap to bring it back the other way, and that's the other side of the coin, unfortunately, for Scrims. TSM have their first lead of the final.
Yeah, they've been the one to create the kickoff strategy, the first kickoff of both games so far. This one going against them. But if they had got that first goal, they may have felt like they had it in the bag. So risk may be worth taking. Big miss there coming out from TSM. They set up a future goal here as Luna gets bumped off the play.
I'm actually really curious to see how Scrims kind of responds to being behind early like that, if they still continue to play with that aggressive edge, or do they try to get a bit more conventional? The answer is pass down shot. Caleb can't put it through. Follow-up shot is saved as well. Caleb staying on the play. Backward Amphis to Laxon now, looking for the double. Kaka bites, but gets the touch to get into the corner.
Just holding enough boost back in order to be able to make this save. Smart play coming out from TSM. Laxton wants to keep that away from Kaka, but Kaka is patient, will continue the attack on, but Laxton manages to find boost, slows down Amphis, has the flip reset. No, it got away from him.
And that said, TSM still going to control the middle of the field and get themselves on the attack, so haven't seen too much of Scrim's defense yet so far, as it felt like game one was all offense, and guess what? We're still going to get more Scrim's offense here. Super Lucky corner immediately getting pressured, and I mean, even though Scrims is down 1-0, it does still feel like Scrims has been controlling the tempo of this game.
Certainly been in the lion's share of the attacking, but yes, Sam looked quite deadly at moments here. Super Lucky has the flip reset. Doesn't quite get it on target. Kaka may make up for it. Goes to the air dribble bump. Just gets a little bit on the ball on his way back, and that slowed down the shot. It's Caleb trying to clean it out, but still pressure on here. Scrim's net. Second goal could be deadly.
Oh boy, yeah, I don't think you can afford to concede two. A couple swings and misses from the defense right now. Shot comes from Amphis. Laxton, no boost, no batter. Still finds the save. Now Caleb and Lunar sit in net. Caleb off the backboard, actually. Oh, leads to a double commit. Bumps now. Opens up the doorway. Amphis to try to finish. Goes high instead of taking the shot. Still low boost, low resources. Doesn't matter. Laxton gets the clear.
Clear up. Oh, Kaka wanted to land on the wall there. And allow the follow-up touch from him. Luna's looking for bumps and manages to get one on Kaka, but ball's at the wrong end for that one. Should be an open net here. Luna getting back in time.
Time running low, though, for Scrims. Another opportunity. Super Lucky. Tried to go underneath. Caleb gets in the way. Now Lunar looks to connect with Caleb. Actually called him off. Fair enough. Lunar wants to go solo. Doesn't work out for them. Past minute and a half, though, I'd say, I mean, it feels like TSM has turned the page in this one. I'm just seeing low boost, low resources, and very defensive Scrims.
They've been very happy to just hold on to every single big boost, put the ball in the other half and let them drain it all. We've not been having a single attack coming out for Scrims for a while now after having the early run of play. Parker intercepting that one, but once again, Laxton doesn't have enough boost to make advantage of it, and Luna even flying past. Super Lucky a great 50, minute and a half left on the clock, may be able to sink it there, but just going to slow it down for Kaka.
Kaka backward. Amphis actually has a lot of places to go. Super Lucky underneath, full tank of gas. We'll use it for a midfield challenge. Staying on the play. Again, just slowing it down in that corner. Prioritizing control. Caleb, actually first good looking attack, but Lunar a little too eager. Winds up underneath. No. Laxton can't connect. It's sloppy play somehow. Scrims maintains control of the ball, but they don't turn it into a shot.
Just crossing wires after playing so well as a team earlier on, but I guess you don't need to play well as a team. Laxton by himself, 1v2 play off the wall, the fastest pickup off the wall you'll ever see.
Just snap decision, I'm going for it, and you saw other members of Scrims trying to cheat up underneath. I don't think they were even expecting Laxton to make that play work, but now it's a tie game, 50 seconds to go. Scrims, they go from being on the back foot to 1 goal away from being up 2-0 in this series.
Got to remember that first goal happened essentially off the kickoff right at the very beginning of the game. Scrims had to work hard against a TSM team who were happy to sit on that 1 goal lead. Now that it's tied up, it's wide open once again. And you can see that in the results of Scrims getting so much more time in the attack now. Look at that, a double commit out from Amphis. He's left with 0 boost. Manages to get a pass off the Super Lucky. Almost pushes it through.
That would have been a timely goal for TSM. Instead, one last chance for TSM. Ooh, another near hit from Kaka. 7 seconds. Lunar looks to lead the charge. Try to go the distance. Shut off by Amphis. Last shot may come from TSM. Kaka lets it drop, actually, and we go to overtime.
Will we have the kickoff strategy from Scrims? Doesn't look like they go for it. It's the TSM loss over to Super Lucky. Air dribble play. Low boost out there. All that had to be is a win. Luna probably just needed to jump in order to beat that last offender. Super Lucky avoids the bump from Luna as well. He managed to survive what was almost certainly a goal, though. Speaking of, Caleb! It's in front of net. Laxton puts it in. They're up 2-0.
Scrims world, it was a late comeback, but a comeback nonetheless. 1 goal, Now 2-0 in the series. Laxton again having what people are calling now a generational tournament, especially if this momentum can continue, Yummy. Let's take a look at that score right there. If I saw correctly, 718. I know score doesn't mean much, but the impact this one player is having is just unmatched.
5 saves, 2 goals, 718 points, as you said. Caleb, the next highest on his team with 258. Points isn't everything, but it certainly is a good indicator of who stepped up to the plate. Laxton, really crucial goals. That first one in particular to tie up the game almost by himself.
And it's crazy to think, too, I mean, not to repeat what has been such a long storyline for too much, but it always felt like Laxton is this player who everyone talks about, the boogeyman of scrims. When are we going to see him perform in a regional? When are we going to see that Laxton on the main stage? This is the Laxton we've been hearing about. This is the Laxton that everyone has known existed. Now up 2-0 in this grand final. Talk about a much overdue coming out party, but my goodness, Laxton looks phenomenal.
A timeout for TSM here, and I think they're in dire straits. A reminder, their one goal there was a kickoff goal, essentially, gifted to them at the very beginning by an odd kickoff strategy from scrims, which means they didn't get anything in regulation. The one thing I will say about that, though, is that they did seem like they were happy to hold on to the one goal lead. But the biggest problem for TSM right now, Formal, is they're not creating goal opportunities. They're playing too structured to really get past the almost chaotic scrims midfield.
Yeah, and it's a bit rough, I feel, for them, because that was the strategy that worked against the Chiefs, right? Like, that's what they were able to do, take advantage sometimes of some of the Chiefs' over-aggression, some of their misplays. And you'd expect Scrims World, who have had a similar style, admittedly, to be similar in this finals, but that's not been the case. Scrims has just been very, very clean in their attack, and even on their defense as well. When we saw the in this case TSM on the attacking front, yeah, it looked knife's edge, but still Caleb coming through, Laxton coming through again and again on that defensive side. It's been phenomenal stuff. So after that timeout buff, what does TSM have to mix it up? We're about to find out.
Importantly, scrims have been able to score over the top with only sending one person. It was Caleb in game 1 who affected all of the attack. In game 2, it was Laxton. They haven't had to commit resources, which has allowed them to defend anything from TSM. So it's got to be maybe the demos to come out from TSM here. What can they do? Caleb, you almost read the 50. Amphis actually wins it. Luna's in a bit of trouble here. Tries to buy some time for his teammates and reads the 50.
Super Lucky in front of net, really wanted to win that one through. It looks like TSM are going to try something similar until Laxton gets a great pinch over the top, sends all of TSM reeling back, and immediately Caleb is there to keep the pressure on scrims. They know how important that go-ahead goal will be. A big 51 by Kaka.
I think we might see aggression from both teams. I think we might see a high demo game like we did earlier involving the Chiefs. And oh my goodness, what a save by Luna. Crossbar looked like it was going in and he still gets behind it.
Yeah, that was about as timely as you can make it, and now it is once again scrims on the hunt. Eyes on Laxton, midfield full boost. Now starts to commit, but Kaka's got the speed. Luna will have to fall back and try to read backward, but here comes the pressure. TSM, they don't connect on the pass. They don't find the shot. Back and forth we go. Both teams, they are willing to send more and more on these attacks. I mean, it feels like a goal is due.
Yeah, TSM looking for the bumps and the goals and the boost steals. Kaka there chasing somebody up the backboard this time, as opposed to what they've been doing the rest of the day, trying to play clean rock. And it hasn't worked out. Scrims have actually avoided every single demo so far, and they're countering in kind with their own retaliation.
Oh, that was a misstep though. Super Lucky, immediate punish, and it's a 1-0 TSM lead.
Super Lucky just keeps his pace up. He doesn't back down, and it ends up being a really good read from Amphis. A soft touch on the 50 that gets just behind the player.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate for Laxton right there. Made to look a little silly, but realistically, that was all Amphis. And now we're getting the kickoff strats again coming from scrims, and it might work out. Lunar backboard, here's the shot. Caleb's not there.
Maybe if Laxton had boost there, he probably would have been able to go for that aerial bump. He ended up not being able to get it, which is why the defense was still in order, but a kickoff strategy that almost leads to a fruitful tie. It's always been the advantage situation. TSM, they know they need a second goal. They can't hold on to just a 1-goal lead. Amphis, almost their own goal.
Yeah, that was a little bit spooky, but had to make that save. Caleb lining up that double. You need to shut it down. Now Laxton wants to connect with Lunar underneath. First defender misses. Second defender puts it back corner. Lunar stays on the play. Caleb's underneath. Wants the shot. Second touch is in. And we're tied once again.
And this wasn't Caleb going all out for the attack. It's a brilliant pass from Luna, knowing Amphis was close. Caleb's main goal right there was to stick to the ball, to not commit too much of it by jumping or flipping or boosting through that. And it ends up working perfectly in his favor despite it.
Yeah, just a good stuff again from Caleb. And now we're tied one more time. And Yummy, questions have to be asked. If TSM concede another goal, if TSM drop this game, go down 3-0 to scrims, that would be an insane position for this team to be in, and yet it feels very, very plausible. Amphis doesn't want that to happen. Looking to rake the read off Lunar, can't do it.
And Luna just feels safe as houses when he's on the ball. His 50 game has been great. He's so good at reading what his opponents are about to do. It's been really important for the defensive scrims. Super Lucky gets the win, and there's a bum. Amphis was hanging in the backfield, just waiting like a praying mantis.
Yeah, you saw Amphis go for the demo early, doesn't find it, but stays forward, waiting for this moment. Goodbye, Laxton. Super Bowl's tomorrow. Sign up Amphis for fullback. It's a 2-1 lead for TSM.
Well, TSM finally get their 2 goals on the board. They had maybe a late goal in game 1 to get their 7-2 loss, but oh my goodness, Luna fakes it out as well. Super Lucky reads that the play is going to go on, and Super Lucky's having a very good game in his own right too.
And Super Lucky was kind of the shining light, it felt like, for me on TSM in the first 2 games as well. Amphis, though, getting more involved. A double, but not in. You normally expect him to hit those.
Really would have loved that one to get the 2-goal lead. They're still not going to feel comfortable knowing that already today scrims have scored multiple last-second goals. Laxton prevents that 2-goal lead from occurring. And Amphis with no boost, just trying to threaten something here. Going to get across to Super Lucky, hitting the backboard. Now they may just seem to want to break the clock because they're all backing off to defense.
Yeah, but that could be a little bit spooky again. You don't want to slow down the pace of play too much against someone like Laxton or Caleb. Although Lunar might speed it up, nearly drives it through. 40 seconds remaining. Fake from Lunar. Where's Caleb? He's on the wrong side of the ball.
Oh, he just got too far in front of himself. He rushed it, end up missing what should have been a goal. Should have been the tie right there. They really set it up nicely. Now Super Lucky down to Amphis, shot on and in. That is a slinger and a half.
And the timeout buff does look like it will be working out for TSM. An absolute strike there from Amphis, cross pitch and in. 3-1 lead. Game 3 should be going TSM's way, and we won't see a sweep. What we will get is a proper grand final series.
You see the difference between a winning cause for Scrims World and a losing one. Laxton back down to the very bottom of the scoreboard, not quite having the individual effects. And you can't expect that from him every single game. And that's what TSM will be relying on. They get their first game in the series, 4-1 right here.
At TSM now with the momentum, and we'll see how Scrims World responds. Going to be put a bit more under that pressure right now. Again, I felt like it was an inevitability that we would be seeing TSM back in this position. And with the timeout buff, they're on it. But, I mean, for both these teams, it still feels like such a long journey to get to that final victory. TSM, though, they're going to be happy with that. Obviously. Obviously.
Hey, we all say the obvious, and it's just a little counterpoint, a little punctuation mark on what was a great game for TSM. Super Lucky in particular stepping up. I think Amphis is starting to finally find his groove because he's kind of missed a few opportunities that he would have liked and looked quite good at the very end there. So TSM may be able to take that knowledge that they are ready to go into the next game and tie it up.
Also, again, like, even though TSM may have fallen short those first 2 games, Super Lucky's performance, he is definitely playing very, very strong throughout, and now with the teams kind of starting to rise to that level as well, we're starting to see, you know, the strength that TSM can bring. And even then, 7 shots from Locky in that last game. We do know, and we have seen it in the past, when Locky locks in, he becomes one of the best, if not the best player in the region. So yeah, if Scrims is going to hold on to this series lead, this is a very big game for them. They're going to have to shut down this momentum from TSM. But if things continue as they are, tied series 2-all, I mean, pretty crazy stuff. Either way, we'll see how it plays out. Can Scrims bounce back, or is TSM firmly in control?
I do love Amphis as well in that enforcer role. Seems to be one of the main things they talked about in their timeout. Timeout buff still working beautifully as Caleb looking for a goal in the first 10 seconds, but won't find it.
And I mean, that's what I want to see from the Scrim side as well. That continued aggression from, you know, from Lax and from Caleb, and even from Lunar, who, yeah, not as flashy, I'll admit, keeps driving it straight towards the goal, but that extra speed, that extra pressure has helped in the pass. Ball up for grabs, and Caleb gets there first.
That's right. I didn't really need you to admit it. We've all got eyes, but we will say that Lunar, the value that he brings is just his read of what his opponents are doing. Look at that. The bump play out from Caleb. Almost working out. Laxon just needed to put on a better shot.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised going low, maybe hoping defenders would free jump. It looked like Laxon could put that ball wherever they wanted. Good save for TSM. Really good save, realistically. Kind of keeps themselves still in it. But now Caleb and Lunar, they have a chance to break it away. But they're not fast enough. No boost, no chance.
What I am saying is that, you know, Lunar in his 50s, he gives so much control over the scrims. Very good at slowing down the play when he needs to. He speeds up in that case when he needs to get an intercept. He's got a very good understanding of the pace of the game that he needs to go at any point in time. Very key to to the victory of Scrimsworld here, but been able to find a goal either way just yet. We've normally seen an early goal in the first 3 games. It's the first time that we've settled into a 0-all affair.
That is getting a bit of, I think the best way to put it with Lunar as well, like if you were to take a step back and look at it, not known for his mechanics, but always on top teams, and that just comes from high Rocket League IQ, which is what you were getting at before, that intelligence reading the situations, and now, well, kind of needs a big IQ play right here. Good challenge. Gets the ball from one corner to the other. Laxon up, waterfall down. Amphis plays a patient game. No real pressure in their face. Caleb does go for the later challenge, but without the follow-up, TSM should wrangle possession back.
Super Lucky just everywhere at the moment. Scrims are almost scared of him at this point in time. Still topping the scoreboard, as he has done all series for TSM. Kaka attempting the 50 out. Super Lucky, of course, is just going to take over. Gets the beat on one. A pass into center. Laxon fakes it out for Caleb.
Yeah, Caleb's just going to flick it towards the net. Nearly on the counter. Second touch, Lunar. Too slow. Oh, not quite enough spice on that shot. Amphis with their own counter now. Puts it a bit too high. Laxon will collect it and maybe slow down pace, or maybe just try to flip it right back. Kaka misses! Caleb goal!
The consistency of Kaka has always been a constant. And in this case, he did not expect a little extra touch from Laxon. Beaten all ends up, and Scrimsworld in the lead again for the 3rd time.
And when a series is on a knife's edge, it just takes one little mistake like that to turn into a big one. Great heads-up play from Caleb and Scrims to take advantage of it, and now it's going to be 2 minutes, but I don't think they want to settle on one goal. They're not parking the bus just yet. On the attack, still challenging midfield. Caleb versus Locky. Kaka from behind. There's the bump, but it's Kaka with the save.
Well, Kaka's done incredibly well, maybe to make up for the last goal. He didn't have much boost. Still manages to get up to save Super Lucky after he gets air dribble bumped. Super Lucky, great angle. Going over to Caleb. Gets a follow-up as well. It's Dyer here. Laxon on 0 boost, but he doesn't need any.
Yeah, that said, with the demo on Caleb, net might open up. Laxon again, now with the boost, will make the first save. Still relying on the rest of the team to kind of stop this attack. A chance for Amphis. Goes corner, looking to set up Kaka. Luna denies.
Could have even got a goal there if that was on target. Super Lucky It's a little off to the side. May have been caught off guard. Laxon, huge challenge. Almost 50s through the final defense as well. Looked like a touch-up from Luna, but once again, TSM have read the defense nicely. The problem is they've only got 50 seconds left.
Yeah, that said, one good touch is all they need, and my eyes are on that player there, Super Locky. Nearly sneaks it through. Kaka with the chest, but it's a double commit, and neither him nor Amphis get the touch they need. Possession lost, half a minute to go, and it is Scrims on the attack.
That play wasn't a goal, but a true testament to what Luna has been doing well all series. He knows he has space. He sees Super Locky go back. He slows it down and just gets it behind that one player so TSM can't get to the other end. Oh, bad miss though. Almost some problems coming out for TSM.
Locky
As they get a pass into Amphis. Another save.
Yeah, big timely save. One last chance for TSM. It's going to be Kaka leading the charge. Watch Amphis underneath. They connect. They score. We're going to overtime.
On 0 seconds, Kaka steps up to the plate. First touch, gets the second. Amphis waited patiently, trusting the entire time, and scoring on 0 seconds.
Here we go. Very important goal for TSM. They do not want to be 3 games in the hole.
Super Locky!
Master Locky seals the deal. We're going tied to game number 5.
Cold as ice. Super Locky in the overtime pre-jumps to make sure that he could beat everyone after Amphis scores a 0 second goal. They are riding lightning right now to tie up the game, to tie up the series, and maybe get themselves to Birmingham.
Oh my goodness, Scrims. I'm curious if they call the timeout now after dropping 2 in a row, try to get their own buff going, but these games so close, and one of the big things we were worried about is the Scrims momentum going to dry up? Did they burn it all in the tank? I mean, the games are close enough that can still be questioned. They still might have more Yummy, but an overtime loss like that, to concede the 0 second goal as well, it's got to sting.
Pretty sad that they haven't called the timeout. I mean, what are you going to do? Wait till it's 3-2 against you to do it? We saw this before. It doesn't work out, but they haven't called it. Scrimsworld's still very confident, I'm guessing, that they can take the win, but it has been interesting, Formal, because so many times they get a lead in a game and lose it in the very last second.
That's kind of been their MO, which has, admittedly has made watching them one of the most exciting teams, because you never know if they can hold on to any lead that they get. For the most part, they have been, but we'll see. I mean, I would say this, even with the timeout still in their back pocket, this feels much more must-win for the Scrimsworld side. Momentum, it's shifted completely to TSM, and if they let it slip to a point where TSM is on match point, you'd have to trust in the veterans in these type of situations to seal the deal. In fact, Locky almost gets it done off the kickoff once again.
You've got to also think about the tiredness factor. The closer it gets to a Game 7, maybe the more brain fog will seep in to Scrimsworld. So maybe they should have really looked to push for a 4-2 with the timeout. Not worried too much about the Game 7.
Oh,
look
no.
at that. Some mistakes already in the defense. May lead to a goal. It certainly does. A brand new Scrimsworld, and TSM will capitalize on that every day of the week.
Looked like a parking lot in the net right there with how many cars just going as slow as they were. A bit of chaos, all trying to avoid the bumps and the pressure. Goal goes to TSM side. Early 1-0 lead. And it just feels like Scrims is starting to let this final slip away through their fingers.
Early warning signs right there. That's the first siren of the storm warning. Double miss in front of net is not what you want to see from Scrimsworld, who have still been playing well throughout the series, despite it being tied up. May need to find a goal very shortly, just to get their mentality back in the game.
But we'll see what they can find. It's now Amphis off the roof, down to Locky. That's going to go in off Caleb. 2-0 lead for TSM.
Great stuff. Super Locky up to Amphis, uses the roof. And with Laxon on the backboard, it could not have been better. You can't really jump out from the backboard to intercept a roof pass.
Yeah, it was a bit rough. And now, I mean, I don't want to say the floodgates have opened yet, but it's starting to look more and more like it. The defense from Scrims It's a little bit all over the place, kind of on both of those goals right now. And TSM, they're not slowing up. Again, Lockie leading the charge up through the corner. Do we see the pass across Kaka? Again, wants to connect to Lockie. It's a 3-0 lead.
Oh, Kaka, he's been quiet all series long, but that first touch into the wall is what ensures that it doesn't get away from him. It allows him to get the extra touch, the pass out to Super Lockie. This is a very dominant start here for TSM. They've gained all the momentum they needed to win this grand final.
Yeah, that they have. And I mean, unless something crazy happens this game, you have to imagine Scrims, they're going to be going into game 6 backs against the wall. They've still got their own timeout buff, however. I mean, Lockie, who's looked locked in from the start, Kaka and Amphis been picking up more and more as this series has progressed, and it almost feels like we're back into that same position where TSM, they're in control. They're looking a lot more calm, composed, collected than maybe they did at the start of this series, although, I mean, we'll see how long it lasts. If Laxon can start doing Laxon things, nope,
Ooh.
read and saved.
Yeah, Laxon thing right there would have been to absolutely smash that into the top corner. He ended up kind of hitting it with the bottom of his car. Made it savable in the end, and TSM, the defense holds strong. You know, if it was the other way, if Scrims World were the ones 3-0 in the lead, I could believe in the comeback because they're so good at doing that. But the control that TSM have over the game, it's really hard to see them lose a 3-0 lead to anyone.
I have to agree on that front, and again, it just kind of goes with the way how Scrims World plays this game, with how aggressive and fiery they are. When they get behind, I feel like they become a lot more easy to read, and you just need to kind of sit back at times and then wait for your counterattacking chances. Amphis now 4-0.
Yep, you can force the mistakes out. And this is another one. Super Lockie basically putting the shot on. Luna had been hounded a bit there by Amphis in the first place to be out of position. And Amphis ready to collect, reading the touch. And 4-0. TSM about to be on match point, grand final point, and put themselves in first place for Birmingham Major.
That was almost a sick kickoff strat coming from the Scrims World side. Caleb's shot goes a little bit wide. And yeah, that's just it. To take the lead almost, like, or at least tie the lead in the region. Right now, when it comes to going to Birmingham, put them and Wildcard each in their own driver's seat. A pretty crazy position, definitely one that they are gunning for and where they believe they belong. Especially after that win against the Chiefs, to put themselves here to get that extra win on top. It puts teams like the Chiefs and teams like Scrims, they will have to win that third regional should TSM get the job done.
I mean, I worry about Scrims and their ability to have a performance like this every single week, and makes this grand final all the more important. Laxon getting one on the board. Still a 3-goal lead for TSM, which I think is pretty hard to break.
Yeah, with under a minute and a half, in fact, remaining on this one, TSM, they will be going to Neo Tokyo, I dare say, on tournament point, on standings tying point. And unfortunately for Scrims, yeah, they're going to have to try to pop off 2 in a row after conceding 3. Unless, 3 goals, minute and a half or minute 10. It's happened before. Laxon goes for a shot here, but not going to find it.
It still raises the question on why they didn't call the timeout before this game. I mean, people could say that's a hindsight is 2020 issue, but no. I mean, you should always realistically call it when you lose 2 games in a row in a best of 7. You're losing 3 games in a row before calling a timeout. You're on death's door.
Yeah, it's just, putting unnecessary pressure, I suppose, in that situation to save the timeout till then. But hey, if they get that timeout buff, take us to Champs Field. At that stage, anything can happen, so we'll see. But right now, nice little pass down. Again, the defense has that red. TSM doing their job, not allowing anything through in the final 30 seconds. They're going to keep as much of this momentum, keep as much as this control as possible. A composed TSM is the best TSM we've seen, and I mean, it's really great for them, and I'm excited to see it. I still want to see this TSM play against Wildcard.
I really love to see, TSM kind of go back to their previous series and, previous week and perform like they are now. Now, in this last 2 games where Amphis and Kaka in particular are stepping up, and Super Lockie has been quiet last week as well. So It's a much improved TSM from the first event. It's really paying dividends for them now. And even though we know that the timeout is 100% going to be called, unless they don't... Yeah, they did call the timeout. Regardless, I just feel at this point in time, it's too late. TSM are too warmed up. They have too much confidence now.
And I think, like, if you want to look at the stat that's leading to it, I believe Super Lucky has put 7 shots on target now 3 games in a row. Like, Super Lucky absolutely leading the charge. As you mentioned, Kaka and Amphis kind of facilitating, getting the dishes out, setting Super Lucky up for success, or cleaning up should, you know, the need arise for it. But with all 3 members on TSM firing, yeah, timeout's not going to be slowing them down. I feel like they've been here before. They've done this before. This is the experienced team. And Scrim's first finals appearance, if they can bring this comeback, it would be the story to end all stories. Not to be too doom and gloom for their chances, this is what TSM was built for.
They've got the timeout buff. Game 7 could certainly be on the cards. One thing I have seen about TSM, and you know, counter to maybe the criticism I had at the very beginning of the day for Caleb, where he was taking the ball up in his opponent's half, slowing it down so much and almost giving everybody room to set in defense. We're seeing Super Lucky make a lot of his plays from his own half, where he can keep the speed of the ball, where he can decide at what point in time he's going to make the play as somebody has to rush up to the ball. And it's being very effective for TSM in that solo role. Amphis is being a gun up forward, and Kaka has started to find that consistency once again that he was lacking in game 1.
And I feel like when you look at how Scrims has been playing, how they are always eager to rush up, how they are always eager to challenge, it really was the smart decision from Locky. It's almost at times of Scrims and their style just playing right into TSM. And although it took them a couple games to kind of figure that out one more time, yes, it has been paying dividends. But we'll see. Timeout buff, timeout swap around. How does Scrims approach Game 6 back against the wall? TSM 1 game away from being the first team not named Wildcard, or I guess Power, to take a regional in over a year.
Could be a historic moment as the fake play came out and almost set one up for Amphis off another kickoff that TSM have taken huge advantage of in this series. Super Lucky winning a 50 as well. And it is a wide open defense. Super Lucky looking for the bumps. First touch from Amphis, shut down by Laxton.
Yeah, but no boost means a tough clear. That said, a big touch into open net. Where was TSM?
I think they were so desperate for that goal. I'm not sure where his teammates were after Super Lucky's touch, but looked like they just wanted to be at the other end.
I mean, Laxton didn't even have the boost. That way he just drove to the opposite side. No boost, taking his sweet old time. Play still works out. Fair enough. Scrims gets on the board. There's your timeout buff.
That's exactly what Scrimswell needed. Not just a goal, but one that maybe makes the TSM roster question themselves a little bit. Maybe get in each other's ear and being like, what's going on, lads? Oh my goodness. Speaking of being in each other's ears, double commit. An awful one between Laxton and Caleb. Didn't quite cost them too much, but maybe slowed down their attack there. Caleb getting a 50 over on the wall. A lot of plays high up as Caleb tries to steal the boost away. He gets a bump as well, but Super Lucky was still in the mix.
Yeah, clearing it back and forth. I'm still liking how TSM is hunting for the pass, hunting for the connections across that middle of the field as well. Laxton backward, Caleb. Not a lot of boost, but still going to try to make the play from underneath. Kaka outpaces them. I'm seeing so many touches from Laxton right now on no boost. I don't know where he's spending it or if he's just been unable to find it, yet still to have the impact on the map as he has been. Kind of crazy to see as eventually Kaka now looks to go straight up the middle, wants to find Super Lucky, or did they want to go solo? Either way, it doesn't work out.
That's what TSM have been doing brilliantly in this game. After that first goal, they have controlled a lot of these big boost spawns. They put more priority on it. Just at least slowed down the Scrim's attacks. Caleb off the wall, beaten once again. Now Laxton, full boost this time. Up into the air. Oh my goodness, Luna couldn't get around the last defender. Still another shot on. Awkward for Amphis, but he backflips to it.
Yeah, good save. Still, the pressure stays on it. Laxton faking it for Lunar. Oh, had that shot been on, it would have been a great one. Amphis, though, timely save. And now TSM looking to return the favor to equalize this game. It's flying past Yummy. We're already halfway through it. TSM, they need that equalizer.
Man, that makes me indicate that Scrims are back in the zone after a quiet last game. The fact that Laxton is now looking to fake it out for his teammates behind, because he's often got a tendency to want to stick to that ball to make the play himself. It's looking much more team-oriented. Caleb can't get too much without the boost, so Laxton comes in to save the day. Luna, a shot on the backboard. Amphis is waiting, and he's going to just put it to the ground, slow down the play, give himself some room.
Lunar's alone on that defensive side, but gets the touch they were looking for. Kaka shutting down any chance for a cross-pitch pass. And again, TSM trying to establish their own attack. A minute 50 remaining. Demo, is there an opening? Another demo, but it goes the other way as Kaka clears the ball.
Should be a pass up to Laxton. Saw that Amphis was on the wall, so he puts it into center. And Laxton, flying halfway across the pitch, gets the goal.
2-goal lead for a back-against-the-wall scrims. But we've seen this before so many times. 100 seconds, over-anxious defense. TSM still very much in this game to end it here. But you want to see the quick goal off the kickoff. It's going to be Kaka leading the charge. Gets past Lunar, backboard down. Good save by Caleb.
The timeout buff seeming very real right now. But once again, I remind you folks that a 2-goal lead is not a comfortable lead for Scrims World. Maybe even a 3-goal lead is not enough. They need to really zone in right now. Keep that focus up. In good position at the moment in the defense as Laxton goes to the 50. Maybe a follow-up is from Caleb. So he takes it along the wall and just buys time.
Here we go. Kaka tries to get it past, but Laxton's already there. A minute to go. Redirect Laxton on target. Don't know how Amphis knew that one was coming, but a timely save keeps TSM in it.
He stole the boost on his way through Laxton. That's going to make it harder for TSM to get to the other end. Super Lockie's getting bumped. There's no boost from anyone. There's not even anyone in the net because Amphis was chasing members at the other end. You can see the desperation now for TSM to score a goal. They're throwing the kitchen sink, and yet they're still stuck in their own half. Caleb, he's got it on target. It's in. They're secured a game 7.
Of course, we would be going back to Champs Field between these two. The timeout buff does both teams all the favors, and half a minute away, Yummy, from that game 7. A chance for history. 3 players never been to a regional final could take it on their first attempt. TSM, a team built for Birmingham, a chance to punch that ticket, and 1 game for both of them to decide it.
Oh my goodness. Somebody nerf the timeout buff because this has been way too powerful across OCE this regional. Oh my goodness, Caleb, I thought you were going to own goal that one. It would have been a nasty way to give TSM a small sniff. They have no smell receptors anymore. Noses cut off of TSM. We go to a game 7. No timeout buff available. Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a roller coaster.
This has been a fantastic regional so far. So many twists and turns, and this really is the perfect way to end it out. TSM, Super Lucky. He has been the pivotal driving force for the side. 0 shots in game 6, and I think that was a big thing holding TSM back. They look better when Super Lucky gets activated, gets pushed to the forefront. We'll see if they can find that killer instinct one more time, but for that scrim side, such a momentum-based team, so heavily swinging back and forth. Is the pendulum truly in their favor? Does Laxton have another performance like last time on Champions Field?
Laxton could be that individual game winner for the scrims roster. We could see Amphis be that player as we have in the past. Super Lucky, he's known to be a championship winner. There are so many who could single-handedly win this game 7. That's what makes it so exciting.
Yeah, it's nearly impossible to predict. Yet here we go. That's why we don't have to predict it. We just have to play this game as we get ready to go on to Champions Field one last time. The end of Open number 2 for the Birmingham Major here in OCE. 5 minutes on the clock to decide it. Who's bringing it home?
All the chips on the table. Both teams all in. All or nothing. Chance for the Birmingham Major, especially for Scrimsworld, who may not be able to catch up on points if they don't get the win right here, right now.
Yeah, if you can't appreciate what's going on, you really just can't appreciate Rocket League in situations like this. Amphis does connect underneath.
It's
ball
open.
Rolling towards the net. Amphis not there in time. Good save by Caleb.
If he had any boost left, he may have been able to get to it before the defender, but Scrimsworld, thank their lucky stars that he had nothing in the tank. Amphis may be going for round 2 as he's going to keep it in the corner. I expect the nerves to be high. I expect risks to be, well, not very liberal in this game.
Ooh, no, not at all. I mean, there's 2 ways where you can play it. If you feel nervous, sometimes you get over aggressive like Laxton right there. Pass across, but Kaka not there in time. Laxton, no boost. Can't make the read. Shot from Kaka, but collected by Lunar, who has boost. Slowing it down. Wants to get the ball to Caleb, but the pass was weak. Intercepted away. And I have to admit, Scrimsworld's looking very shaky this first minute of play.
Yeah, that's where the communication can certainly break down. Miscommunication on the pass over on that side between 2 players that have been executing that well throughout most of today. Laxton is just going to take control. Maybe he even takes control of the entire offense as well. Super lucky going for the bumps there.
I'm just watching in the background, Scrimsworld players bumping into each other while solo players taking shots. It's a little all over the place, but to be said, TSM hasn't been able to punish like you almost would expect them to. Now Super Lucky going solo. Gets challenged by Lunar. Laxton can't find it. Shot's just in. It's Kaka who gets the first goal.
Well, he thought that was an important read, but in the end, Super Lucky got too many touches on it. Laxton misreads on the backboard with 0 boost. And even though it was a simple shot from Kaka, it's one that you could easily miss on such a heavy stage.
And this is a stage, again, that TSM will be prepared for. This is where they want to be. It's Scrims who are experiencing this for the first time and now playing from behind. What can they bring? Lunar wants Caleb, but there's no boost, no height to get to the ball. Laxton not challenging straight away, just giving Amphis space to drive it back to the other side. Scrims really on the back foot here, but maybe a counterattack could open a door.
Ooh, Super Lucky really tried to reel in one member from Scrims, set up a counterattack of his own. Sometimes attack starts in that back corner with the little mind games that you can play, and the fact that Super Lucky went for it is just a sign that he's not as nervous as maybe some of the Scrims members are.
No, I don't think he would be. This is just, another regional for, the first player to really go on one of those historic runs in recent times. As the ball comes towards the backboard, Lunar not able to drop it down. Kaka now clearing it back. Laxton has to come up to challenge. Will slow it down. Lunar doesn't want to press on Super Lucky. It leads to a weird double commit pinch. Ball gets behind everybody. There's a chance. Caleb's shot is in. We're tied.
Well, Luna gets the pinch, and he thinks he's reading a high-up touch. Amphis trusts in Luna's read, and he's caught napping at back post. Great shot from Caleb. A tied-up game in Game 7.
It might be one of the greatest fakes I've ever seen, especially because I don't know how fake it was still. Tie game, 2 minutes to go, Yummy. The next goal could be the decider.
2 minutes. It's a shaky 2 minutes as well. It's only really feel like it's been a minute in the game. That's how quick time is flying. Luna, an important final touch as the third man.
Bump!
Oh, what a bump!
It broke Yummy's
Scrimsworld not going to take this lion down.
Oh my goodness, from underneath Laxton. Goodbye, Amphis. Where does he come from? Lunar with the go-ahead goal to possibly win this regional. The pressure all on TSM. Can they step up? The team built for Birmingham. Can they get that equalizing goal? It's to Amphis. Backboard not on.
Unbelievable teamwork now coming out from Scrims. They find themselves on the front foot. Lunar again going for the demo. It's open. Super Lucky.
No!
He's made the save. It's still not in. That could have been the seal the deal to win them the grand final.
TSM will not die, not that easily. Great defense on the line, but they're not done. Caleb shut down by Lockie. Laxton, awkward read. Lunar, no boost. Kaka wants to stay with him. Winds up on his side. Can't recover in time. Those little micro moments can decide it. Caleb 50 down. Where is Lockie? Corner, but not able to find the centering touch. It's a triple commit, but it doesn't matter. They get the clear.
No one in scrims. Sure of where to go, and neither is the defense at the other end. TSM, here's their attack. Shut down by Laxon, though, before it can even start. 50 seconds left. TSM have to find something.
I mean, again, this is where you want a big moment. Lockie, Amphis, Kaka, they all have it in them, but maybe so does Caleb. Looking for the read on Amphis, won't get to the ball. Amphis tries to get out of the corner, but Lunar is there. A goal could have sealed it for scrims, but they're going to fall back for defense instead, I'd imagine. 30 seconds to go.
Goes high with that. Caleb up to the task, but that's less boost on the Scrimswell defense. Kaka has to do something, and he does. He beats out Laxon. There's a bump on Luna, but they weren't all three going. There's only 20 seconds left. What are you doing?
This is it for TSM because Laxon scores!
There's a goal apiece for all of Scrimswell, a team that had never made the grand final, on the verge of winning it all.
12 seconds, 2 kickoffs. That's what TSM needs, Yummy. I don't see it happening. Scrimsworld, they just got to play it safe. No kickoff strats here. In fact, it goes to the orange side. Amphis not really finding that shot. Intercepted by Laxon. That's going to do it. Scrimsworld, they're going to take down TSM. Give them one more goal.
One more for the road, but that is it. Scrimsworld are your Birmingham Open 2 champions. And this, after not even making a grand final once before. They've completely flipped the script formal. No team ever does that. They don't make it into a grand final and win. That's not how OCE works.
No, it's not. That's never. I can't remember the last time we have seen a first-time finalist take it 4-1 in Game 7. Who could have seen that coming? I see chat popping off. Nah, nobody could have seen that one coming.
No, actually, a lot of chat was saying 4-1. I'll give them credit. There were a lot of people saying 4-1 before that game.
Oh my goodness, what a finals though. But CJ, I can hear your smile.
Oh my goodness, I'm painting my room purple, baby. Scrims World, what a performance. What an event. And I have not seen ever in OCE history. And we've had some Mickey wins, right? We've had some random teams come out of nowhere. I'm thinking of like a Mind Freak maybe out of nowhere. But I have not seen in OCE history a non-top 3, top 4 team not only win, but play probably one of the most fundamentally unbelievably looking play styles I've ever seen. These guys are ridiculous. Luna is looking like one of the best players in the region. Laxon is getting some of the most ridiculous touches. Caleb is showing why formal he is the 1v1 GOAT. These guys, they didn't just Mickey Mouse their way through it. They beat Wildcard in the semi. They took down a TSM who just swept Chiefs. They're the best team in the region. It's just ridiculous.
Back-to-back Game 7s as well. Back-to-back Game 7s as well. It wasn't even like, they didn't have to fight for those wins. They had to call back. They had to come back in that finals. They had to win 2 in a row back against the wall. Yummy, we were questioning the timeout. It worked.
I guess it did. I mean, maybe they could have won 4-2 if they actually called the timeout. So I'm not going to go and say that it was the smartest decision in the world. But you know what? Rocket League's not about brains. Luna's maybe not the smartest person in the world, but boy, did they get it done.
His Rocket League IQ is right up there. That's where the IQ points go. It's straight to the game sense, man.
We have to point towards the super coach as well. Adam Baguette, unbeatable off timeouts. I don't care when he calls them. Yummy, you were critical of it. Lose 2, don't call it. I don't care because every time he calls a timeout, they win a minimum of 2 games on the bounce. It was 3 in a row against Wildcard. 2 in a row there. I love that Game 7 back to back. They've stared fear in the eyes and just walked straight at it. They're walking through fire, these guys. They just keep pushing forward. I love it.
It's crazy. And to think now, because they've won this regional, CJ, this won't be the last we've seen of Scrims. Next regional, they're going to be right in the thick, fighting to go to Birmingham. We could be seeing Scrims World. We could be seeing Lunar, Lax, and Caleb at a major.
Yeah, we have to look at the standings right now, which
they're number 2.
Will eventually find their way through.
They're building suspense.
It's coming.
Yeah, I'll read it out for you guys. I'll read it out.
Wait a second. There we go. This is not only a massive result, obviously, if you're a Scrims World fan, but if you're just an OCE Rocket League fan, Yummy, this has blown it open. Have a look at that. We've got 5 points separating the top 4 right now.
Exactly, and it's 3 points the difference between third, fourth, and second place. So maybe even a likely tiebreaker. The semi-finals of the next event are going to be unbelievably hyped. That's where is very likely going to be decided where our Birmingham players are.
And
Potentially.
I also don't. Yep.
Potentially, I'm just looking at the numbers here. We could see a tiebreak. You know, if a wild card just go and win out, take the number 1 seed, and you see, you know, a Chiefs or TSM take a top 2 spot, Scrims will get top 4. We're getting a tiebreaker for the major.
That could be the case too, but I'm also not convinced that we're going to be seeing these 4 as those top 4. I mean, Power, they've got top 4s before. They had a bit of a rough showing here, but that roster is strong. They can bounce back. Oi has been on the cusp of taking them down as well. And even Prodigy looks strong at times. So, like, even to get back to that semifinals for these 4 teams. What?
We don't want to talk about that, though. They've got no chance. We just want to see these 4 slogging it out amongst each other in those semi-finals.
Forget about the rest. I just want to see Scrims. Imagine the people that don't tune into OCE. They just had a look at the teams at the start of the season. They're like, oh, yeah, Wildcard Chiefs, TSM Power. Okay, probably one of those. And then they rock up to Birmingham and they say, who are these boys? What is Scrims World? Where did they come from? And they're probably our best team.
I would also say you probably get there was Formal was missing out on that graphic. You probably get about a point for every correct prediction you got, and I still think Formal didn't get a single correct prediction this weekend.
I think I got game 2. I picked Chiefs game 2. I picked Chiefs game 2. All right, Chiefs got my back that one, but yeah, that was.
I mean,
who could have? I'm sorry. Who at the start of this regional picked Scrims winning it? Be honest. Nobody would have. Nobody would have.
No way.
Except for maybe Scrims themselves.
Not winning it.
No way. I mean, it's. I feel like can the Scrims World boys go live or something? Obviously, we don't have an interview here on the mainstream, but perhaps they can just go live and just talk us through that event, because I think they've. I don't know about you, Yummy, but I think they've generated a few more fans after this week. I'm certainly a fan of Scrims World, just the way they're playing.
We've had some fantastic play today. Scrims was the biggest. The biggest supporters were for Scrims World in the chat. Everyone was going crazy. Love to see it.
Awesome.
Love to have everybody here in the chat supporting OCE. We're getting more viewers as well, because let's face it, we are the best region to watch.
100%. Final thoughts after a fantastic Open 2.
Again, if you don't like these types of finals, if you don't like these types of results, you don't like Rocket League. This is what the sport's about, and it was fantastic. King has been dethroned. A new King, Scrims World. We weren't expecting it. Let's see if they can do it again next regional.
There you have it. We thought we might have had a 1-team, a 2-team, a 3-team region. Open 2 has shown us 2 unique grand finalists, a brand new winner. And if that is anything to go by, Open 3 will be an absolute barnstormer. I can't wait to see all of you there. We'll be there again in a couple of weeks' time before, well, one of the biggest events ever. Cannot wait. It's going to be massive. Shout out to Fortress Global. Make sure you drop a follow on this stream so you can see when we're live next for Open 3. Boys, I'll see you in a couple of weeks. Let's do it again.
Do it again.
Let's do it. All right, guys. See you later.